Hogwarts, forbidden son of the Black and White Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Jacinda's Marathon Training Team. After a week-long journey on the sea, Jacinda's legs finally touch the ground again. This simple action is undoubtedly a kind of enjoyment for her cold and numb legs. Feeling reassured that her feet were on the ground, she fell off the broom and lay in the cold mud by the sea, letting the broom fall into the puddles and get covered in mud. Her chest was heaving violently, and she breathed in the damp, cold, salty air with great gulps. The first time she rode a broom across the Atlantic Ocean was during the summer vacation. The sea breeze was mild, and she also brought a large bag of food as a supplement for the journey. But the weather had turned cold at this time, and the sea in autumn was not much warmer than in winter. At this moment, she was suffering from hunger and cold, but she didn't even have the energy to get some food. Even so, she kept her eyes on the sky, afraid that a silver bug would spit that strange red ray at her. Sure enough, people still can't escape their comfort zone. A wizard wearing thick glasses crouched behind a rock not far away, holding a yellowed old newspaper, and said, even if it's the second time flying, they also chose the same route, and even the arrangement of physical strength seems to be different. Johnny, wouldn't it be a great achievement for us to rush to catch her now? His partner raised his wand eagerly and said, beat the dog in the water, the perfect tactic. Are you crazy, Joseph? Our purpose is to chase her, not catch her. Johnny, wearing glasses, held his companion down and warned, I seriously suspect that you just like deserts. That's why you keep doing this kind of thing. What are you talking about? How could I be the kind of person who cheated my friends? Joseph retorted, I have been loyal and courageous since I was born. But speaking of it, do you think magic cactus can be eaten? I heard they like to protect themselves with poisonous needles. Hush. Johnny raised his head and looked at the sea surface when Jacinda came. A triangular cloud sneaked out of the clouds and waved. Seeing this, he took out a booklet and posted it somewhere. Ticked the item and said, the surface of the sea has been cleared, and she can't turn back. What about the other two sides? Alright. Just as the two of them were communicating, the signal from the north and south directions came in time. It's our turn. Johnny smiled and stretched out his wand to point at the waves not far from Jacinda. The waves suddenly increased and hit Jacinda, but she seemed to be dead and did not respond. After a while, when the tide receded, Jacinda sat up on the ground when a bundle of driftwood hit her in the surf just now, and she grabbed the wood, which seemed to be lost by someone, and it was still usable after drying. Tremblingly, she took out her carefully protected wand, which was not wet at all, from her bosom, and swung it vigorously. Burning flames. A palm-sized spark spewed out from the tip of the staff, not even as effective as the flame spell used by a first-year little wizard. The drifting at sea made her too weak to use this simple magic well, and the spark jumped onto the driftwood. After struggling for a moment, it was completely extinguished. Fiend fire wouldn't have such a problem. Not far away, Joseph rubbed his chin and commented, and daily spells like drying spells don't work. Maybe you are the only one who knows the drying charm. Johnny complained mercilessly that Joseph used to be a member of the Krakow Central Logistics Wizard, and his main job was to help his colleagues wash clothes, and he was a master at using the drying spell. They were the people who were ordered to intercept Jacinda, and most of them were Nelson's former subordinates in the center. Not long ago, Penguin took the camera gifted by Nelson and took a chicken feather as an arrow, swaggeringly went to Nermengard to ask Andre for his staff in order to complete the secret mission that Mr. under the instruction of Rotten and Grindelwald. Andre had no choice but to transfer the wizards who followed Nelson from the center to the UK, replacing Nermengard's expatriate agency in the UK. Under Nelson's influence, these wizards are extremely lazy, and their overall style is very different from other wizards in Nermengard, but their work efficiency is extremely high. Only occasionally there will be some strange behaviors, but overall, it's also a capable team. Johnny, who was ordered to wait here for Jacinda to enter the net, was the protector who was tricked out by Nelson in Grimmauld Square. He was in charge in person in order to avoid being sent to the Sahara Desert. Shall we go out now? Joseph rubbed his hands. I've been squatting here for a long time, and my pants are a little wet. Go out now, and let Jacunda Sykes run away as planned? Johnny asked helplessly. Do you believe it? She has run out of oil, and has to wait for her to rest for a while, otherwise she will escape. The story of the day of birth is not real at all. Isn't it easier to grab it? Our purpose is not her, but the reason why she came to the United States anyway. We want to help Master Wurtling find what he wants. For this, we must give Jacunda Sykes enough motivation. Johnny said, I'll throw 2 fish over to her later, and I'll have the strength to run after Rhymeful. What if she really runs away? We have triple insurance, you know. Our principle is never to fight an unprepared battle. No, when did we have the principles? Joseph wondered. Didn't we get together last month? You fought behind my back. I told you at the meeting yesterday morning. Johnny shrugged. I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't call you. After trying hard, Jacunda finally ignited the bundle of driftwood, and the firelight reflected her cloudy pupils, and the warm flame awakened the little animal in her arms, the black sniffing bird called the steelern. Sniff got out from the neckline, and hugged her neck, expecting to use his soft belly to warm his master's exposed skin. It held a sparkling gallon tightly in its claws, becoming the only bright color in this gloomy picture. Gangbang, do you think I will die? Gang's Heng shook his head, and even wanted to give Jacunda the Garen held in his claws, as if to say, Zixie has money, and Zixie will protect you. But it didn't know that the Garen from Nelson was reporting the location of Jacunda to the surrounding wizards all the time, and they judged the location of Jacunda based on Garen's movements. Oh, if only I had chosen a hippogriff. Jacunda shook her head annoyed. The 2 lively fish were washed up by the new waves and just fell into her campfire. She blinked, rubbed, and sniffed, and said, thank you for the gift of nature. Should we do it? Joseph patted his buttocks. Damn it, it's so wet here. My pants are up to my ass. Wait a minute. Johnny saw that Jacunda had eaten enough, and was drying clothes by the fire, and that Nixie who was gnawing on her leftover fish bones. He was a little surprised. How can I feeling that there is a problem with intelligence? How can a person who loves magical animals let his pet eat fish bones, let alone a sniff? Isn't she afraid that Snuff will be stuck to death? The information was provided by Lord Wurtling. Joseph said quietly, but it makes sense when you think about it. After all, for domestic magical animals, teeth grinding has always been a relatively lacking activity. Johnny raised his wand. Dry your ass. We're ready to go. September, Street. Under the organization of Mr. Penguin, we successfully helped Miss Jacunda Sykes complete a mile cross-country run as a warm-up, close to 2 full marathons. We will strictly abide by Lord Wurtling's instructions of chasing, not attacking, and only disturbing. When he landed on his broomstick, we blocked the north and south directions. Unsurprisingly, Jacunda chose the same route as she did when she crossed the Atlantic, and successfully landed in the venue of the Saints' gathering. After a simple welcome ceremony, we inspired the magic left by the Saints back then. Curse, the plan to shrink the encirclement has achieved the desired effect. Jacunda finally chose to continue westward escape route, but the broomstick she was carrying was shattered by the second group's negligence, and we are currently discussing a reasonable way to hand her a broomstick without being noticed. It is expected that within 2 weeks, we will expel it to the Great Lakes region. After fully training its ability to escape underwater, the vast Canada will be her final playground. There will be a cold winter in the north, and until Lord Wurtling gets what he wants, we'll have Jacunda firmly north of the Great Lakes. Currently being monitored by the 4th group of 5 people in rotation, Jacunda performed well, in line with the iconic image of a panicked fugitive point, but she didn't show her attitude of asking for help, or wanting to find something. In the afternoon work report, Master Penguin told us to increase our efforts. In addition, due to the emissions in the work of the 3 groups, Armando Depot noticed the whereabouts of our personnel, and we applied to Nermengard for new camouflage props in order to ensure that there will be no mistakes in tomorrow's surveillance. Summary: the plan is perfect, but there are problems in the implementation process. I look forward to Mr. Wurtling's visit and guidance. Ugh. The Hogwarts Express slowly departed from King's Cross Station as in previous years, passing several trains parallel to it, but did not appear in the eyes of any passenger in those trains. Adele leaned on the window and looked out. The speed of the train was getting faster and faster, and the silhouettes of buildings reflected by her pupils passed by like snowflakes. There are only two people in this box, Nelson and Adele. One is looking out of the window, and the other is looking at the people looking at the scenery. Everyone has different colors in their eyes. Such frozen time always passes quickly. What are you looking at? Adele turned her head and asked curiously when the train was driving on the vast field. Is there anything dirty on my face? It was stained when I passed through that wall just now. No. Nelson shook his head with a smile. I was just thinking that my uncle would be very happy to see you. He has liked children since he was a child. Huh. Adele tilted her head and asked, Uncle, do you have any younger siblings? No, he did it for snapped. The door was pulled open from the outside, and Tom sat down panting with an empty paper bag. What's the matter? Nelson looked at Tom, who seemed to have run a long distance race. Did you have a fight with someone? It's just to perform the duties of the prefect. Tom shrugged, sat down beside Adele, picked up the grass juice on the table and drank it, wiped his mouth, and breathed a sigh of relief. I really curious why the Ravenclaws chose such a far away position. I almost ran the entire carriage. What did you go for? Didn't I buy a sweater for Chrissy before? I forgot to ask Michael to bring it to her. Tom shrugged. I didn't remember it until I got in the car, so I went to look for it. Then why don't you just give it to Christian? Trouble. We are so busy. How can we be free? Look at what you said, Nelson teased, handing Adele a pack of chocolate frogs. Doesn't it look like you're free by running from here to the number 15 car? Tom's expression was a little stiff, and he quickly dismantled a chocolate frog to cover up his embarrassment. But the chocolate frog escaped from the gap he tore open, and he said incomprehensible words one after another. What prefects just want to patrol the carriage? Something like Professor Sloan asked me about the course selection, which caused Nelson to burst into laughter, and the inside and outside of the car was full of happy air. But Tom, I saw Christian before I got on the train. Nelson blinked. As far as I know, she's sitting in the number 15 car. If you go to the no car, you will definitely meet her. The chocolate frog jumped up in Tom's face defiantly, and he had to swallow it in a gulp. Who is this? Adele took out a picture from the chocolate frog's packaging bag in time and held it in front of Nelson, alleviating Tom's embarrassment. I seem to have seen him in that place. Oh. Nelson took a closer look. Good luck. This is Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. You will be able to meet him at the sorting ceremony tonight. Of course, if you are lucky, you can see him earlier. Speaking of which, my chocolate frog picture is still missing. Tom was a little dissatisfied. I don't understand why a crappy wizard like Professor Mellos can occupy a place. Nelson blinked. Come on, Tom, I've got inside information. Please change into school robes as soon as possible. Your luggage. The train announcement started urging the students, with Hogwarts in 10 minutes. Nelson and Tom left the cubicle to let Adele change. By the way, I just got Hagrid. Standing in the corridor, Tom said suddenly. Okay. He said that the eggshell seemed to be a dragon's egg, but it had some features of a chimera or even other magical animals. Mixed blood. It's unreasonable to mix so much. Tripped. Chapter 377 6th grade. First graders go here. The senior students have already left on their own under the leadership of the prefects, leaving the freshmen standing nervously on the platform. Og's shouts came from the night, and the others had not yet arrived, but the bright light of the night lights had already illuminated the group of anxious children. The castle administrator's lines are the same every year, and may even be passed down from generation to generation, and this line has successfully become the first impression of every freshman at Hogwarts about their fantasy student days, and they consciously line up the formation, led by Og, walk towards the darker and more solitary Black Lake, and walk down the forest path. Some children were calm, while others realized that when they saw the light, it was the beginning of the wizarding world. The door has been opened for them. Come on, 4 people in a boat, don't be crowded. Og patiently directed the freshmen to board the boat. Adele, who was in the team, looked at the row of small sampans floating on the water, and suddenly the shadow of the azure blue boat on the Atlantic Ocean appeared in her mind. I heard that the freshmen need to work together to defeat a giant monster. From the dark surface of the lake came the chattering of the students. It seemed to be a little boy, his tone full of worry and excitement. Let's report what you are good at first. Magic. Little wizards like us must have complete tactics in order to fight against such a powerful enemy. What a fool, Adele said disdainfully in her heart. Alfred told me that the content of the entrance examination is to pull out the sword in the stone left by King Arthur. She rolled up her sleeves and boarded the small wooden boat confidently. Be careful, she murmured in her heart, holding onto the side of the boat tightly. I heard that every year freshmen at Hogwarts will be killed by giant squids in the Black Lake. Wow. The sound of water suddenly rose, and a towering water column rushed straight from the water beside her. The next second, a thick squid's tentacle wrapped around her waist. Did you buy a hairpin for Adele? In the auditorium, Nelson looked at Adele's hairstyle and curiously asked Wahlberger, that little crab looks real, and it can still move. What? Wahlberger turned his head. I didn't buy it. Isn't that a real crab anyway? Tom squinted and said, looking at the size and color, it should be a crab. Mag, who was leading the team, scanned the students in the auditorium and noticed the gazes of Nelson and his group. She turned around and saw the little crab squatting on top of Adele's head, stubbornly waving its pincers, trying to push herself freed from the tangle of hair. He flicked his wand discreetly and plucked it from Adele's head. After a little reorganization, she led the team to the staff table, saluted Dumbledore, turned and walked out of the auditorium. Is Professor McGonagall going to bring in the troll? The little ones who were deceived were eager to try. Soon, Mag took the sorting hat and a three-legged stool and walked up to the wooden platform built in the center of the auditorium. The position of the sorting hat was exactly the same as it had been for many years. Oh, my dear children, allow me to send you an old wine. Don't think I'm just a dirty hat, but years ago my look was the most fashionable. Even in the moment, I'm effervescently beautiful. Why do you want to ask me? Because I'm a thinking hat. 4 founders pumped their thoughts into my head so that I can after their death pass on the karma to their successors. Ravenclaw is a wise lady. She always thinks the inside of the mind is better than the outside beauty. Of course she was right, so lean more towards those smart seedlings. Gryffindor is a brave ride. In his opinion, tenacious courage is the most powerful support. Bravely swinging the sword to charge, light up the surging flames for those warriors. Hufflepuff is a gentle lady, she said to me. Mutual recognition is the best medicine for people. To be a kind gentleman, she will open her arms to every seeker of knowledge. Slytherin is a cold gentleman. In his mind, a man without ambition is just a joke. If you're an activist, Slytherin will teach you the best. Wizards. The sea is calm, the sky is high and the sky is clear, but under your feet, still the dark vortex howls in the dark wind. Wizards. I'm not alarmist. To live in sorrow is the way to survive. Crisis is everywhere. Wizards. Remember the teachings of the founders. Take up your courage. Use your wisdom. Fuel your ambitions. Embrace your allegiance. Hogwarts is your eternal support. This sorting song is really getting worse every year, but it's still a novelty. At least the order of the 4 founders has changed. Tom clapped his hands perfunctorily and gave the most pertinent evaluation. If it thinks for a whole this year is at this level, I suggest that Hogwarts should change to a better looking hat. Old wine in a new bottle, suppressed for the sake of rhyme. It is a model of passive sabotage. Nelson nodded. So sometimes it is very important to look beautiful, especially when the inside is relatively ordinary. He raised his head and vaguely felt the sorting hat glared at him. Alfred was almost so hungry that he knocked on the plate. Finally, after the sorting hat sang this year's sorting song, McGonagall announced that he was entering the segment that everyone loved to see, the sorting. Nelson raised his head and found that the friends around him were staring at him, as if expecting him to dance in front of Dumbledore to perform a little swan. I won't predict. Thank you. Nelson resolutely refused before they asked. Even in the next time, I will still be a foreigner who can't understand English. Okay. Alfred winked and pulled a sentence in French. Where do you think the first branch will go? Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Nelson shrugged. A sentence in Chinese sent Alfred into a blind spot of knowledge, but he turned his head and discussed the content of the sorting song with Tom. The aggrieved Alfred once wanted to bite the towel. Nah, what do you think it means by the dark vortex? Aren't you used to it? You've been at Hogwarts much longer than I have. Nelson spread his hand. It may be the hat with the most sense of urgency in the world, seeing through plots to destroy the world every day. But what it says is not unreasonable. After all, it is indeed a truth that has been tested by history. That makes sense. Tom nodded. After Heierbo's death, I became even more uneasy. I always felt that, if such a well-known dark wizard died so easily, there must be a bigger crisis waiting for us. What does it mean to die so easily? Nelson grabbed the back of Tom's neck and shook it slightly. I took a lot of effort to send him away. Isn't that easy for you? What you said makes sense. Nelson let go of Tom's hand and even smoothed his wrinkled neckline intimately. The analysis is good. I can talk more about it later. The chatter in the corner did not affect the branches in the center of the auditorium. When the freshmen rushed to their colleges, there were only a few people standing there to be assigned. Soon, Mag called Adele's name. Adele Wertning. Dumbledore, sitting on the staff table, also sat up straight when he heard Adele's name. The blonde-haired little witch walked towards Meg nervously, and the Slytherins who heard her surname all looked at Nelson, wildening. This surname is too rare in England. But Nelson didn't notice their gazes. He and his friends were watching the transfer of the branch, even more nervous than Adele herself. Relax, kid. Mag led her to sit on the three-legged stool and slowly put the hat on top of her head. Hufflepuff. The sorting hat even uses a rather difficult tongue. God knows how a hat can make such a sound. Immediately afterwards, a burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the long table in the Badger Yard. Dumbledore smiled and applauded. Looking at the long table of Slytherin, Nelson and his party had different expressions. What a pity. Wahlberger shook her head. She really liked this little girl who was like a porcelain doll. Why Hufflepuff? Alfred was a little dissatisfied. She can use a levitating charm at home, and it's Nelson's family, so she should come to Slytherin. That's pretty good too. Tom shrugged. Don't look down on Hufflepuff. Why don't I find a Hufflepuff dropout to play 2 tricks with you to try Hufflepuff's quality? Nelson, who cared the most, let out a long sigh of relief, smiled and nodded to Adele. Hello Hufflepuff. Hello Hufflepuff. He said very good twice in a row, which shows that he is quite satisfied with the result. Adele hid her frustration in her heart, took off her hat, bowed to McGonagall, and ran to Hufflepuff's long table. Soon, the sorting ceremony was over. The troll did not appear, and the persuasion that many little wizards were worried about did not happen. When the last little wizard who was assigned to Gryffindor took his seat, Dumbledore knocked on the door with a smile. Knocking on the dinner plate, a sumptuous dinner appeared on the long table. Thank you, Merlin. Without Tom doing anything, a plate of small tomatoes was handed to him. I hope Hogwarts will eat only tomatoes one day. Believe me, unless Dumbledore wants to help you wean off the tomatoes, there's no way he's going to arrange the recipe like this. Believe me, I won't get tired of eating it for a year. No, for a lifetime. Tom mumbled that Nelson had eaten 2 before he had picked up his knife and fork. Different from previous years, this time the Black siblings have received unprecedented attention. Schools are often considered to be miniature societies that imitate adults, especially in Slytherin. The changes in their family even made the students' seats changed. During the dinner, Senior Tom cared enthusiastically about the living conditions of the Slytherin freshmen and their vision for the new semester, which received unanimous praise from everyone. Everyone said that, if the male student president is not you next year, we will strike. Soon, the dinner ended in a joyful atmosphere. Dumbledore rang the bell, and the food on the table disappeared in an instant. No matter how delicious something is, you must do what you can. He blinked, and his voice spread to every corner of the auditorium, because during the 7 years you have been studying at Hogwarts, every day's meals will be as rich as today. The auditorium quickly fell silent. Everyone knew that the principal was about to speak. First of all, welcome our freshmen to join the Hogwarts family. Dumbledore nodded and said loudly, every year when I see new students enrolling, I feel as if I'm 2 years younger. If I come to Hogwarts counting from Gwart's first year on the job, my current age will soon become negative. The students let out good-natured laughter. First of all, let me tell you our good news. Due to the suspension of the Triwizard tournament this semester, the Quidditch Cup will be held again. In my opinion, there is nothing more important than watching Quidditch. Dumbledore left and right looking at the other professors. He waved his hands and added, "Of course, I mean when I finish my studies." Excited expressions appeared on the faces of many people. They have had itchy hands for a year. Fantastic Beasts will move the venue to the Forbidden Forest. Everyone seems to have no interest in this. In addition, Professor Flitwick has passed the assessment of the school board, and from this semester onwards, he will become the official professor of charms at Hogwarts. Dumbledore continued before waiting for the students to react. Flitwick Professor Levy was once a world-renowned dueling master. At his request, we will hold a formal dueling club this semester. Of course, the student organization that previously assumed some functions of the dueling club will not be affected by this, but Professor Flitwick is enthusiastic. We sincerely invite everyone to come to the club to exchange experiences. The short Flitwick stood up from his seat and greeted the students in front of him. The young and passionate Hogwarts students were always interested in duels, so they burst into cheers, expressed implicit interest. In fact, they had already felt the charm of Duel and Tom's Student Mutual Aid Association a long time ago. Of course, for them, the official duel club also represented more students participating in duel practice, which is also a great thing. Finally, welcome new students to Hogwarts, and welcome old students home. Dumbledore nodded and sat down for a while. His welcome speech was not so abstract at this time. There was silence in the auditorium for a few seconds, and then there was thunderous applause. The opening dinner was over. The new students who entered Hogwarts will explore this unknown and magical world just like Nelson did back then. Cuckoo. When McGonagall commanded the prefects to take the new students back to the dormitory, Nelson was stopped by a dusty owl in the corridor. "What's wrong?" Tom asked curiously. "It's nothing. The people from Penguin sent me a work report," Nelson said with a toothache on his face. "Did they misunderstand me? I feel fine, very much like you." Tom glanced at the contents of the letter and then led the freshman away. Nelson stood in the hallway wondering what was wrong until a smudge of gold appeared in front of him. "Adele, why don't you follow the prefect?" Immediately afterwards, a familiar girl appeared from behind Adele. "Huh? Christian, why are you here?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 Uncle Nelson. "Nelson, Adele is looking for you." Christian supported Adele's shoulders and pushed her in front of Nelson. The little girl was holding a Hufflepuff medal tightly in her hand, without saying a word. "I think you should be here." She let go of her hand and said softly, "I just brought her here to wait for you, as expected." Compared with the dirty appearance when we first met, Christian has grown into a tall girl. With the development of her facial features, she looks more and more like Tom. In other words, she is just like old Tom Riddle carved it out of a mold. Her long black hair was not as smooth as most girls, but a bit rough. She combed her hair into a high ponytail, hanging down to her waist, like a sharp sword, and her facial features also have a Tom-like unruliness and heroism, and she looks like a neat actionist. The newsboy hat was still slanted on top of her head, the Gryffindor badge in the center and the Thunderbird medal pinned to the side shone brightly in the light of the torches in the corridor. "Thank you for your hard work." Adele trotted close to Nelson and threw herself into his arms, but Christian didn't seem to want to leave. She stood there quietly, her black hair and robe almost blending into the darkness behind her. She pursed her lips, as if she had something to say. "Have you had a good vacation, Christian?" Nelson smiled, breaking the silence in the corridor. His voice was I heard Tom say, "You went to France. Soup, did he tell you?" Christian closed his eyes, remained silent for a moment, and said, "Thank you, I went with my friends. The trip was very good. By the way, I stopped by to see Bella." "Auntie?" Nelson asked, rubbing Adele's hair in his arms. "What did she tell you?" I didn't dare to see her. I just left a letter, Christian said with a sad look on his face. We were monitored when we entered France, and we dare not bring anyone to Bella. Just like the Sorting Hat said, there is always an undercurrent surging under the calm black lake. Nelson said with a smile. Aunt Bella is safe. She knows our situation and the wizard's situation, so she hid in the countryside of her hometown. But don't worry, one day you can see her every day. One day. Trust me, this day won't be too far away. After the simple greetings, Christian still had no intention of leaving. Just say what you want, it's okay. Nelson patted Adele on the head, looked at the newsboy cap on Christian's head, and said softly, don't worry about it. It doesn't matter about your brother. It has nothing to do with him. Christian hesitated, and finally summoned the courage to say, can you let Professor Sykes go? She is really not as bad as you imagined. The honorifics are used. Nelson shook his head. It has changed a lot. The information leaked by Professor Sykes almost made Salem kill you. And your friends who traveled to France together, do they know that you are begging me? If it was the old newsboy hat, I would definitely let me beat her hard. Hearing Salem's name, Adele, who hugged Nelson's waist tightly, increased her strength, even making Nelson feel a little suffocated. The little girl was still instinctively afraid of that nightmare experience. Please believe me, Nelson, you can use legilimency on me. Christian's eyes were extremely sincere. She has some difficulties, that's why she bears a reputation that doesn't belong to her, okay? Christian. Nelson waved his hand and interrupted Christian. I have no conflict with Professor Sykes. Why should I hold her tight? But Joe, I have real conflicts with Jacunda. I don't want to talk too much about the past in front of you, but that kind of experience is unbearable for anyone, Nelson said with a smile on his face. She looks like her, but her eyes are extremely determined, and she cannot be shaken in the slightest. Actually, just a few days ago, I gave her a chance to admit her mistakes and make up for her mistakes, but she didn't seem to want to take this. She seems to have something she wants to protect. I admire this kind of character, but there is always a price to pay when making a choice. Nelson paused and continued. Christian, she's not you. She doesn't have two brothers who pamper her. She's not a child like you, with countless opportunities for trial and error. She's an adult with whom I've only met once. There is no reason to tolerate her, so her stubbornness must be borne by oneself. Nelson frowned, and the torches in the corridor suddenly became more vigorous, making his and Adele's hair aflame like red. 5. Last Christmas, I told you that the world is kind, but I will tell you now that the world is cruel. Cruel, indulging. Christian stared blankly at Nelson's pupils reflecting the flames. She had never seen Nelson like this. Nelson had always appeared in front of her as a generous and gentle brother. She even forgot, after realizing what she wanted to say. After a while, she stammered and said, Professor Sykes asked me to tell you that she is willing to pay the price to save her sister. Do you know what a younger sister needs most to grow up? Nelson stretched out his hand, tapped on his temple, and said directly without waiting for Christian's answer, it is correct guidance, not spoiling and connivance. To put it mildly, in this regard, Professor Sykes is far behind me. Would you like to talk to her? To be honest, I don't care about the legacy and history of the rise and fall of a dilapidated family of magical animal breeding. Compared with a truly great history, this is nothing worth mentioning. Nelson raised his arm and patted Adele on the shoulder. But I'm happy now, because in Jacunda's story, at least you can learn something. Adele finally let go of Nelson. His waist was already numb, but he could only force himself towards Christian. It's getting late. It's time to go back to the dormitory. Nelson took Adele's hand and passed Christian, and helped her straighten the newsboy hat on her head when she was stunned, and watched as she squeezed out of the open robe. The wicked bird praised, the sweater is not bad. Thanks, Christian murmured, but at this time Nelson had already walked away. Following the direction of eating supper in memory, Nelson brought Adele to the door of Hufflepuff's lounge. In order to prevent freshmen from getting lost, the door of the lounge was open, and a dormitory watch was pasted at the door. The hanging picture seems to have been altered a few times. What's the matter, Adele? You look very upset. Nelson squatted in front of Adele, took her hand, took the gleaming Hufflepuff badge out of her clenched hand, and pinned it carefully on her neckline, saying, Mother-in-law, Hufflepuff is the best house in Hogwarts. Believe me, you will love Hufflepuff. I don't hate Hufflepuffs. There are good people here. Adele raised her head and said softly. Then why are you unhappy? Is it because of the broomstick? Adele shook her head, and after a while, she looked at Nelson, who had parallel eyes, and asked loudly, "Where's the sword in the stone?" Hearing Adele's questioning, Nelson scratched his head in embarrassment. Although Alfred told her this, the idea was his own. "I promise you, find the sword in the stone, and give it to you as a birthday present, okay?" It was a farewell hug just now. Adele looked aside with a small face, flicked her hair, and said imposingly, "From today, I will represent Hufflepuff, and compete with you for the House Cup." Ha ha ha. Nelson laughed heartily, brushed Adele's hair vigorously, and handed her over to the Hufflepuff prefect waiting in the lounge. On the way back to the dormitory alone, a familiar sharp laughter came from the end of the corridor. Ha ha ha. Look at what Master Peeves found. A poor, wandering Slytherin. Boy, you are going to suffer. Nelson stopped and looked at the chalk heads flying in front of him like a barrage of bullets. He simply stood there with his hips akimbo, not dodging or avoiding. "Are you scared, silly boy? There will be more scary things later." Ha ha ha. Peeves flew closer and closer with the chalk tip, and was about to hit Nelson, but his laughter stopped abruptly as if he choked. In front of Nelson, Peeves stretched itself into a cake-like dough, and appeared in front of Nelson in a teleport, blocking the dense chalk attack, and his body was even supported by the impact of the chalk. There was a strange cry of AWW. When all the chalk fell to the ground, Peeves was already floating in front of Nelson, nodding and bowing. "Master Nelson, I really didn't see you clearly. Okay. I'm so defiant that after a holiday I don't recognize Mr. Nelson's handsome face, his brilliant blonde hair, that giant almost." Nelson hurriedly interrupted Peeves, getting more and more disgusted. "Did you see the little girl I just brought?" "I saw it. I saw it." "Huh. Then why did you just see me?" "Ah, Master Nelson, I'm just blind. I'm just..." "Okay." Nelson waved his hand. "That was my sister just now, but I'm a Slytherin. You know what I mean?" "Understood." Peeves patted his chest loudly. "I'm the patron saint of Hogwarts students." "Okay." Very energetic. Nelson nodded with a smile. "If you have any complaints about me, you can make an appointment, and I can let you vent." "Master Nelson, you must have business to do outside so late, so I won't bother you." Peeves pulled out a white French flag out of nowhere, shook and laughed awkwardly, and disappeared into the floor. Since the founding of Hogwarts, there should be no one else who can make Peeves such an honest student except you. Nelson, who bid farewell to Peeves friendly, met a smiling Dumbledore at the end of the corridor. He waved his hand, and showed the lemon sherbet in his hand. "Would you like a piece?" "No, Professor, I just brushed my teeth." "Did you brush your teeth at the door of the Hufflepuff lounge?" Dumbledore blinked. "That's right, the kitchen is also there. It shouldn't be too difficult for you to conjure up a toothbrush and a tooth bowl." "Professor, you are still out so late. How can I help you?" "Hey." Dumbledore was amused, and almost choked on the candy. "It's so good to get the head start. I should ask you that." "I'm sorry, Professor. I'll go on a night tour on the first day." "It's okay. I'm used to it anyway. 5 points will be deducted from Slytherin." Dumbledore stuffed the candy bag back into his pocket. "I saw that girl, and she's in good spirits. At least it's not in the worst case, Professor. God knows how the torture of those bastards in Second Salem will affect her magic power." Nelson's expression became serious, and compared to her peers, she is too sensible, so I'm still a little worried. In my opinion, this is a good thing. She is really like my sister, but much luckier than her. Dumbledore closed his eyes, as if recalling Ariana's old appearance. "You know what? Did she say anything to the sorting hat during sorting?" "What?" Nelson asked curiously. "She wants to go to Slytherin? Wants to be in the same house as me?" "No, the sorting hat originally wanted to send her to Gryffindor." Dumbledore shook his head, and said with emotion, "But maybe you told her that Hufflepuff was more suitable. So as soon as she sat on it, she muttered Hufflepuff." The sorting hat respects her choice, but to be honest, there are not many students who actively choose their own house, and there are very few students who choose Hufflepuff. "Ah." Nelson's face was full of surprise. Professor, the result of the sorting, sorry, this is an established fact. Dumbledore patted Nelson on the shoulder. This is her own choice, but maybe this is the best result. What do you think? He patted Nelson's shoulder, who was stunned, again, and left quietly. You must protect your precious family members. Oh yes, school has not officially started yet, so no points will be deducted. When Nelson, who was deeply moved, returned to the corridor leading to the Slytherin lounge, in the oil painting hanging at the end, the quiet girl was holding a lamp to light his way forward. Okay, so our way forward will be clear. At the same time, on the distant Antarctic ice sheet, a group of wizards wrapped in plush coats are jumping with cold feet, lined up to look at a point of light that merges into the sun. The penguin held a newborn little emperor penguin, looked up, eyes full of shock. There are really too many interesting things in this world. Chapter 379, torturing each other to the point of death. Alchemy is really good, and transfiguration is also very suitable for you. But do you really want to give up my potions class? Professor Slughorn's face was full of reluctance, with a tangled expression, and he was hesitant to write Nelson's course application form. Nelson, you have always been my favorite student. I often say to Albus and the others, your wonderful ideas in potions can help you make extraordinary achievements in this field. This may be the cleanest time of the year in the potions classroom. The desk and the stove that matched the cauldron have been removed, and only the desk where Professor Slughorn discusses with the students about choosing courses remains empty. But even so, the potions classroom cannot be as bright and clean as other classrooms, not only because the floors are lower, but also because the perennial smog has covered the surface of the windows with a layer of house elves. The pyrotechnic gas that can't be wiped clean. Even at the peak of the sun every year, the sunlight will be refracted by the windows to form a psychedelic light and shadow like the steam rising from the brewing of potion, mixed with the smell of herbs in the classroom. For those who can only do snoring, students of simple potions such as potions and hair straightening potions adorn their dreams of brewing glory and defying death. Professor Slughorn has been sitting here all morning. After receiving Tom's class selection list, his nervous mood relaxed. No one would be willing to leave such an excellent student. Fortunately, he still chose Professor Slughorn at the moment. Just want to go back to the office, nestle in his walrus soft sofa, unplug the oak barrels that have been sealed for a summer, and taste the sweet wine that smells like honey from his collection. But before that, he had to sign an autograph for the student who had tortured him for a whole year, and whom he both loved and hated. Melon's beard. I've waited too long for this day. In Professor Slughorn's mind, a chubby little figure was waving a meat bottle taller than a person, cheering drunkenly. Great. I finally don't have to think about how to add points to pot after pot of dark residue. Nelson was sitting upright opposite him. His face was also full of reluctance. He could always reach an even weirder tacit understanding with Professor Slughorn in strange places, such as the current teacher-student separation. The touching scene of the show It Is Indeed Touching, when Professor Slughorn lowered his head to wipe his tears. The whole performance reached an emotional climax, and the portrait of the headmistress Delacy Devan who watched the scene behind him couldn't help. It moved to tears. Professor Nelson. The scene of the two reluctantly sympathizing with each other made Delacy want to go to Dumbledore to apply for an additional class place for Nelson, and the 6th grade Slytherin students who were still queuing up behind were also infected by this emotion, feeling that slug Professor Horn is the best teacher in the history of Hogwarts. Professor, I can actually choose potions class. Nelson suddenly jumped out of the tacit script. But Nelson, you know, as an educator, Professor Slughorn immediately reacted, as if he had made some difficult decision, and raised his heavy quill. I can't stop my students from following their dreams. Everyone has choices that are more important to them. I'm just passing by in your life, but I hope potions aren't. I look forward to seeing you pondering in the classroom in your spare time the figure of the potion. After all, without waiting for Nelson to express his opinion, he quickly signed his name on the course selection form. I will. Nelson took the course selection form with both hands and bowed solemnly to Professor Slughorn. Professor, I will definitely remember your teachings. Even if I don't choose the advanced class of potions, I will become a potion master, like you, is working hard for the goal. Hearing the phrase become a master of potions, Professor Slughorn couldn't hold back at all. He stretched out a hand weakly and said, "Let's pursue your dreams. I don't want to be the one on the road to your dreams. Burden." Nelson looked at Professor Slughorn's chubby face, which was squeezed into small, but still bright eyes, and held his hand tightly, showing sincerity in Professor Slughorn's eyes. Expectations and blessings. The classmates were so moved that they cried, but Tom, who was waiting at the door, almost vomited. When Nelson walked out, his first question was, "When did you become so disgusting? You don't understand." Nelson lifted the corner of his robe to reveal a row of crystal bottles hidden in his arms. "Professor Slughorn had a long talk with me this morning. Did he bribe you with potions to make you say those disgusting things?" Tom pouted and glanced at the row of potion bottles from the corner of his eye. Most of them were antidotes, and it was extremely difficult from obtaining raw materials to making them. That kind, even if he is confident in his level of potions. Tom was also surprised by those potions. "The professor seems to have been tortured by you so much that he even took out his family's money to send you away. Professor Slughorn just doesn't want me to be a teaching accident. He cares about his reputation." Nelson sighed and patted Tom on the shoulder, "But he also doesn't want to give up on every one of his students. Even when I was studying in Alvermorny, he often wrote letters urging me to learn potions. But, you know, people always have flaws, and my flaw may be that I'm invulnerable in potions. Are you telling me in another disgusting way that I'm otherwise perfect?" Tom looks like he has a toothache. "Oh yes, and herbalism. Well, he knows that I may be equivalent to a muggle in terms of potions, but he also knows that I may encounter some dangers that ordinary people would hardly encounter." Nelson shook his head with genuine emotion in his eyes. "For me, Professor Slughorn didn't want the potion to be the killer of his students, so he concocted some highly versatile antidotes for me. Is this the benefit of poor grades?" Tom held his chin thoughtfully. "I can ask Professor Binns to give you a set of general history of magic." Nelson shook his fist and threatened. "Okay." Tom shrank his neck and listened honestly to Nelson telling the story of his encounter with Professor Slughorn this morning. "Nelson, I heard that you are going to give up potions. Actually, I thought I could teach you well. You are a smart kid, and potions is not a difficult subject for smart people at all." Said breakfast at that time. Professor Slughorn stopped Nelson, who was holding an owl, at the entrance of the auditorium, rubbed his hands, and said, half depressed and half annoyed, "Maybe my teaching time is still too short, so I haven't found a suitable teaching method. But the teacher should be responsible for every student." Sorry, Nelson. In this day and age, it is extremely rare for a teacher to apologize to a student. Nelson, who was holding an owl, was also at a loss, and his strength was a little stronger, causing the owl to start pecking him crazily. He thought of Professor Slughorn when he was busy and tired when he was applying for sponsorship from the school board in the Ministry of Magic for poor students. He remembered the funny appearance of him praising his former student Nobby Rich all day long. He understood that for a person who valued reputation, he said how painful it was, but he still did it. Perhaps in the eyes of most people, Professor Slughorn always favors students with good backgrounds or high talents, which is a snobbish eye, but in terms of teaching, he is also snobbish to those poor students with mediocre talents or even muggle-born students. All are treated equally. The lockers in the potions classroom have always been full of medicinal materials, and the habit of Hogwarts students to prepare their own potion materials has also changed since he was a potions professor. But Nelson would probably never set foot in that classroom again during school hours. He could feel Professor Slughorn's appreciation for him, and for the first time he was annoyed by his playful potion skills. "What kind of expression do you have, young man?" Professor Slughorn patted him on the shoulder vigorously and smiled. "You're just not taking my class, and you're not attending my funeral." After finishing speaking, he forcefully stuffed a roll of cloth tape into Nelson's arms, turned and left the auditorium. Nelson opened the cloth belt. It was an old potion bag, like a painter's canvas bag for collecting brushes. Inside were bottles of exquisite potions. They were carefully tied with small cloth strips and clearly marked. After learning the name and purpose of each potion, as Nelson opened it, it flew up with a whoosh, burrowed into the hem of his robes, and sewed itself there tightly. Nelson yelled at the door "Professor, I can actually continue to take advanced classes in potions." Professor Sloan, who had gone away, heard Nelson's call, staggered and almost lay on the ground. He waved his back to Nelson and left as if fleeing, but no matter how he looked at the back, he felt like he was running away. It's a bit of a secret. How should I put it? This is also a good thing. Tom licked his lips. His eyes kept looking at the dingling, clang potion bag at the hem of Nelson's robe. "You guys let each other go. I really don't want to see you and the professor torture each other in potions class again." "Okay." Nelson shrugged and walked towards the gate of the castle with Tom. The 6th graders didn't have any classes today, so Dumbledore showed mercy and opened the school gates to the senior students, who were about to face the pressure of the Newt's exam. They went to Hogsmeade for a while. "I want to order some goods first. Alchemy class is no better than potion class. You have to prepare the materials needed for the class. TSK, it's indeed the most expensive class." Tom first confirmed the first stop of the trip, "But we have to go to the Pig's Head pub first." "What's wrong? Do you miss Aberforth? How is it possible?" Tom gave Nelson a blank look and said, "I bet him that you would come back last year, but he always refused to cash in the bet money on the grounds that students can't gamble, and he even ran out of the store once." "Are the British so fond of gambling?" "Yeah, like far." "Hey, don't cast magic in the corridors. What house are you two from?" Just halfway through the conversation, Tom began to show his majesty as a prefect. After a lecture, the 2 junior students lowered their heads and quickly slipped away. "Oh, Prefect Riddle is really impressive. I thought I saw the respectable Professor McGonagall," Nelson teased. "By the way, did you give Minerva that broom?" "Of course not. I will definitely call you." Tom switched his voice back from McGonagall and said, "School has just started these few days, and Gryffindor's 6th grade is also choosing courses. She should be very busy." "Wait, we went to find her together in 2 days. There were not many pedestrians on the road, and the two soon arrived at Hogsmeade. Damn it. Aberforth must have installed a spyglass at the door, right? He must have closed the door and pretended not to be there when he saw me coming, and we'll sneak around when we go back later." Tom looked at the crowd at the Pig's Head bar. The dusty door, his brows were locked tightly like a door latch. "I heard that Dumbledore always entrusted him with some very dangerous things to do. Could something have happened?" "No, it shouldn't be. A person like him, it must not be too desperate." In fact, the door of the Pig's Head pub hadn't been opened much since the last time Nelson and Tom came to Hogsmeade together. Only the hired bartender would come to clean up occasionally, but Tom and Nelson would always come to take a look when they passed by, just like going to a grave, although it is a bit unlucky to say so. "Shall we go around and look at the back?" Nelson suggested. "I remember the bar has a back door for delivery." "That's right. What if he runs through the back door?" Tom nodded, but Nelson was already sprinting out, just as he had been in Diagon Alley. "Have you seen Aberforth?" Tom hurried to catch up, but Nelson's figure had disappeared. Turning around the alley next to the main entrance, Tom found that Nelson was standing in front of an empty shop. The narrow street facing the back door of the bar is where Dagu's alchemy shop is located, and the lock on the back door of the Pig's Head bar also shows signs of being picked. Dagu's figure flashed in Nelson's eyes. The moment the two eyes met, he rushed into the store, picked up something, and rushed towards the back door. There are too many secrets about this guy. Not only can he appear everywhere, but he is also a sure second Salem Carter point even as a magic businessman. He is inextricably linked with Borgin Bok, who is closely related to medicine, which can not only be judged from the similar magic, at least from the subsequent declassified information of the Magic Congress of the United States. He was once an important part of the illegal trade of wizards. If you diverge your thinking, wouldn't this kind of person have something to do with the secret past of the Salem family? Why did he turn back at the last minute of the second Salem incident? Why did he give Nelson the camera half-sold? Why did he show up again when Jacunda returned to England? He is like a meaningless but indispensable clue in a treasure hunting novel, like a key to unlock the last bondage in a lock. Like Nelson, he has strange connections with too many things. Especially today when Dagu appeared in front of Nelson again, his composition became even more weird. Tom ran across the alley, and Nelson was standing quietly at the entrance of Dagu's alchemy shop. The purpose of his shop is to sell cameras to Nelson. Point the front door and the back door on through the unobstructed room. Nelson stands at the door, holding a magic wand. The beeping of the gears comes from his hand, and a lightning gun flashing violet lightning light is slowly forming on the wand. Facing Jacunda, he still has the leisure to ask the facts and play tricks, but facing an unclear wanted criminal, although Dagu has sold himself a lot of good things at a low price, this will not become his choice. The reason for showing mercy. Tom squinted his eyes. Outside the back door, Dagu had already run a long way. Tom rubbed his eyes. He thought he was delusional. Dagu, who was running away, split into 3 like after images and ran towards the very different directions. No wonder he can show up everywhere. Tom gasped. No, why are you always chasing people? Only twice, how can you say total? Nelson on the side, posed in the posture of throwing a gun, and the lens formed by the water curtain flashed in front of his eyes. I hope he is a smart person who chooses to catch him without a fight. Nelson murmured. His body opened like a bow, and he threw out the thunder gun wrapped in the wand with all his strength. In a trance, Tom saw the huge figure of Alexander making the same movement behind Nelson, but it only appeared it disappeared in an instant, and the intact ground made him think that everything just now was an illusion. But the air current brushing his cheeks and the dust that filled the gap behind Nelson told him that there used to be a giant there, but it suddenly disappeared up. Boom. The thunder gun passed through the building, and the air wave caused overturned the roof of the empty shop. The bricks and rubble crashed down, blocking the sight of the two, but Tom knew that Dagu could not escape. Why do smart people get caught? Asked Tom suddenly. For this gun, the greater the distance, the more powerful the magic power gained from the acceleration. Chapter 380 Announcer. The flash of light pierced the sight of all witnesses. For a moment, another sun seemed to rise above Hogsmeade Village. Under Nelson's all-out shot, the accelerating spear broke through all the sights in an instant. The limit that can be captured was nailed to a wild cherry tree north of Hogsmeade in an instant. The cherry tree trembled violently, and the unpicked cherries at the top of the crown fell to the ground like a waterfall. They piled up at the roots of the trunk, burying the spear and the people who were pierced by the spear. Nelson walked forward along the road, broken by the thunder gun. The high wall protected by magic outside the village was melted by the heat from the thunder gun to form a circular arch that was big enough for 2 people to pass side by side. On the cross section of the arch, the red gravel shone with the brilliance of new glass, refracting the passing sunlight into a chilling rainbow. He won't die, will he? Tom raised his hand to cover his face. The heat from the arch made him a little uncomfortable, so he waved his wand. Bright ice crystals poured out from the tip of the wand, covering the scorching section, accompanied by a beeping like boiling water. The molten crystals quickly condensed. When the two walked through the arch, the ice crystals behind them fell off, revealing the smelted crystal cluster door, which looked very valuable. No, Nelson shook his head. He almost ran away, but I didn't expect that I would use the signature on the camera to track him. What a lucky guy. He stopped a second before the gun exploded. Explosion? Tom, who had seen the explosion in the underground cave in London, silently took a step to the right, half a meter away from Nelson, and moved back before he found out, asking, Alfred's condition has appeared to be transmitted from person to person. Did it happen? You shouldn't have any explosives on you, right? What do you think? Still of course there is. Tom decided to stay away anyway. After a while, the two arrived at the cherry tree. The cherries piled up under the tree to form a hill. The plump and juicy flesh of the lower layer had been crushed, and the dark red pulp flowed all over the ground like blood. The grass greedily sucked it out. The magical heat roasted most of the cherries, and the semi-solid hot cherry sauce filled the air with an indescribable smell. Why does it smell like bad alcohol? Tom wrinkled his nose, sniffing the sweet and rotten smell of cherries mixed around him. The cherries ripen in June, and even though Hogsmeade is colder, the cherries that remain on the tree are definitely overripe, and fermenting makes sense, Nelson explained, like a Winamaker's failed product. It's disgusting. Tom waved a hand, protecting his sensitive nose. I feel like my sense of smell is impaired. I hope Mr. Dagu likes the taste. Nelson waved his hand. The lightning dissipated, and the magic wand wrapped in the lightning gun flew out of the pile of jam with a swish. suspended in Nelson's hand. The moisture in the air was squeezed out by an inexplicable pressure. The clear water quickly formed a band around the wand, wiping it from tip to tip like a handkerchief. Nelson grabbed his wand, shook it dry, and took a step forward. Mr. Dagu, how can a wanted man wander around? The pile of jam trembled, and Nelson raised his wand vigilantly. Suddenly, a bloody hand came out of it. It's okay, cough cough. Can you give me a hand? Dagu's voice came from the cherry. Although it was not full of spirit, it should not be the sound of a seriously wounded person who had suffered such a shot. Nelson and Tom glanced at each other, raised their wands, and were alert to Dagu, who was in an unknown situation, while Tom waved his wands, and the strong wind brought by the hurricane curse instantly blew away the cherries and jams piled up under the tree, revealing a wearing a Dagu fruity top hat. His whole body was still covered in bloody jam, which flowed slowly to the ground under the force of gravity, until Dagu's pale face and silvery beard were visible again. You are amazing. He opened his eyes, shook his head, shook off the jam hanging on his face, and kept that hypocritical smile of selling goods. Few wizards can do this level of magic. There are very few wizards who can continue with this level of magic. Nelson pointed his wand between Dagu's brows and said in a deep voice, "Why did you come to England? Can you answer me a question? I'm curious." Dagu said, maintaining a smile, "I'm a businessman. It's a bit unfair to answer or not. It's interesting, in this case. You still want fairness?" Tom pointed at him with his wand. "Fairness is not so fair that you can even enjoy the fish on the chopping board. My body has been defeated, but my soul and mouth are still free," Dagu said with a smile. "Mr. Riddle, you don't have to press so hard. From the pain just now, I'm enough feeling your attitude. I'm actually a little disappointed. After all, I sold you a lot of good things cheaply. So you can still run." Nelson stared at Dagu, who was dripping jam in front of him, and heard what he meant. "Okay, I'll ask one, and you ask one. You're such a man of contract. I even wanted to applaud you, but as you can see, I'm having a hard time moving now. So your first question is, why I came to England, isn't it?" "Yes." Nelson nodded. "That's your first question. Huh." Dagu was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. The penetrating wound on his chest didn't seem to affect his language ability at all. "It's a great little trap, a great joke. To tell you the truth, I came here to end it all as the last sinner of Second Salem, and I needed to find something that must be destroyed." "What? That's the second question." Dagu smiled slyly. "Now it's my turn. Mr. Wertning, how did you find me, or what did you rely on to get out of here? Find the real me among the three me? It's very simple. Every master alchemist has his own pride. They are willing to put their name on the most proud work." Nelson paused and looked into Dagu's eyes. "Wrong, that camera is not the work left by the inventor. The person whose name points to is you. No, or you are Louis Jacques Mandet Dagu, who invented the daguerreotype camera in 1839. You magically engraved your name on that camera that can see through desire, so that you can feel every piece of work captured by your creation every moment. You actually discovered the magic I set up." Dagu blinked, showing an exaggerated shocked expression. "I hide it very secretly. It was found by another meticulous fellow, which may be a little unlucky for you. He sent it to me this morning. By a magical and vocal signature, finding its owner is just a small matter that is not too difficult." Nelson raised his clenched left hand and opened it in the air. A nameplate cut from wood was tied to a simple rope and hung down. The French name on it exuded a faint golden light. When approaching its owner, its light seems to be more intense. You seem to have a strong desire to voyeuristically. Even when you are hiding, you don't forget to pay attention to every photo. It seems that you have a pair of eyes full of desire. When talking about eyes, Nelson emphasized his tone, and Dagu's expression froze for a moment, but Nelson, who was engrossed, still captured that moment. "Very well, it's my turn." Nelson put down his hand and gripped the nameplate again. "What are you looking for?" "It's a pair of eyes," Dagu said frankly. "You should also have such eyes. Everybody has eyes. You're talking crap." "No, Mr. Wertling, you know what I'm talking about. After defeating the mother who was named Salem, you must have got her eyes." Dagu showed a confident smile. "Black eyes similar to the gem-like green eyes your wizard Gellert Grindelwald got from Isabel McGonagall." "What do you mean?" Mr. Wurtling, that's another question. Dagu said with a smile. Now it's my turn. After gaining the power of castle spirit and Muggle hatred, as a wandering traveler, do you have any questions? How about having a pair of eyes that belong to me, and belong to this place? What the hell are you doing? A fear of being seen through Rosa Nelson's heart. After taking on Peeve's violent magic power accumulated over the years by himself, his spirit also became violent every time he used the magic power that did not belong to him. So much so that the pupils would turn into a pitch black color. Later, at the residence of Second Salem, the gift left to him by the souls of more than 1,000 victims was to purify the violent and chaotic emotions and magic power. Those purified emotions in the end, it was his own eyes that chose to precipitate, and the tyrannical magic power that could be controlled was also sealed in that small ball. His eyes became dark again due to excitement. He took a step forward, grabbed Dagu by the collar, and lifted him up from the ground. The cherry jam quickly slid down with the movement of his body, revealing the chest pierced by the thunder gun feathers, scales, and various animal materials filled the chest, isolated from each other, and there was nothing between them, not even flesh and blood, as if they were connected to the unknown. Congratulations, you really have a pair of eyes of your own. What the hell are you? Nelson threw Dagu to the ground, and the magic wand in his hand was accumulating a palpitating amount of magical power. I'm a human being, an announcer, Mr. Wurtling. Dagu coughed, clutching his chest. In every drama, everyone has their place. You killed the black box, destroyed the plot. As an intruder, when you step on the stage, you play your part in the scene, and that's what every dramatist avoids. The Mechanicus. Seeing that the magic power accumulated at the tip of Nelson's wand was getting bigger and bigger, even to the point of tearing the air, Dagu couldn't help speeding up his speech. Do you have a feeling? There is always a watcher behind you, unclear person. He manipulated your life, destroyed the plot that belonged to you, and forcibly inserted the characters that did not belong to this scene into the next scene. I can tell you who is the instigator, but on the contrary, you may it's going to go from a mechanical descendant to a clue character. Pretend to be a ghost. Nelson held up his wand, and an iron fist quickly condensed from the void above his head, and slammed into Dagu on the ground. But you did bring something different. Dagu still had that salesman-like smile on his face. I know what questions you want to ask. Why would I sell the camera at such a low price? Selling this is a story outside the repertoire, and as a camera maker, the people I deal with the most, besides the cameraman, are journalists. Alexander's iron fist ran over the crown of the cherry tree, and landed on Dagale with the smashed cherry tree. Congratulations, Mr. Wurtling. Dagu showed a heartfelt smile on his embarrassed face. Before I came to England, I saw something very interesting. The worship of the sun in America has a long history, and after the accident not long ago, many Muggles on the East Coast thought they had seen a miracle. We know that powerful wizards often appear as gods in Muggle legends, and they even admire your totem woolen cloth. But Nelson didn't hear his words, and the iron fist fell, hitting the ground several meters deep. What? Reporter? But Dagu, who had been smashed into the soil by the huge force, couldn't answer his question. In the next second, the explosive potion trapped in Dagu's body burst into blazing light and scorching heat under the squeeze of the iron fist. Tom secretly thought something was wrong, flew forward, hugged Nelson who was dazed, and disapparated away at the last second of the explosion. Damn it, I knew it. On the other side of Hogsmeade, Tom knelt beside Nelson and slapped the ground angrily. I will make an impact. He tried hard to recall the spirit speaking spell that Slytherin taught him before leaving school last semester, and pressed his wand heavily on Nelson's chest. A black python emerged from behind Tom and swallowed Nelson in one gulp. Suddenly, a clear and falcon chirping sounded from Nelson's body, and the soft silver light rippling on the surface of his body became brighter and brighter. The silver light of the watch. Immediately afterwards, a pair of powerful wings spread out behind Nelson, and an ink-like falcon rose from the ground and rushed towards the sun. Its eyeframes were a pair of nimble black eyes like human beings, as if they were real General Mood. It flew high into the sky and patrolled its territory. Sorry, Tom. Tom felt more strength in his shoulders. I was a little excited, and I didn't ask many important things. It's really wrong to be disturbed by a ridiculous little trick. Chapter 381 Tax Audit. Very clever alchemy. Nelson sat on the ground, loosened his clenched left hand, and the nameplate tied with a string hung down, dangling in his hand like the ancestral pocket watch of hypnotists. This name not only points to him, but also to me who is close, especially after I have been photographed by the camera of desire. What does this have to do with the photo? Tom feels guilty that he took that photo of Nelson. No. Nelson stared at the swinging nameplate, with a trace of chill in his blackened pupils. For a master alchemist of this level, he may feel his work when he touches it, just like Lavin Crow would have sensed the same position of the diadem. So, Tom nodded. Then what he said, it's so funny, I lost my mind when I heard a few words. Nelson smiled self-deprecatingly, swung his arm down, and grabbed the nameplate. I really thought he knew something. Now it seems that he really just read my some thoughts. Is it legilimency? No, to be honest, my occlumency is impeccable. Nelson shook his head. It's some kind of magical way of feeling emotions. It seems that only the strongest emotions can be analyzed, such as fear, anger, desire. For the purest emotion like longing, I think I should let Penguin analyze that camera well. Sounds tricky. Tom frowned. How do you simply kill a person who can be doubled? He was already sharpening his knife, wishing he could kill Dagur immediately. It's a bit like Hayerbo with Horcruxes, but he doesn't need to destroy his Horcruxes. Nelson analyzed. He came to see my body, as if it was made of animals. If the price is not high, find him. The ontology of the body may not be a simple matter. Tom looked murderous. Just kill them one by one. Fortunately, I can still use the nameplate to keep in touch with him just now. What? Is there any way to undo it? Yes, there are many, such as destroying this nameplate. But why should I remove it? I can find him, but he can only be passive. Nelson rubbed his eyes, and his eyes returned to clear blue. Dagu was wearing a top hat. A sly face appeared in his eyes. He has already irritated me, and now he should be the one who wants to destroy this connection. Master Wordling. A short figure ran out of Hogsmeade Village, saw Nelson on the top of the mountain from a distance, and shouted loudly. He was holding his hat with a flustered expression, and his striped tie was crookedly draped over his shoulders. It was an old style from the last century. The suit was run crumpled. After confirming Nelson's location, he raised his wand, spun on the spot, and soon appeared beside the two. Hold. Sorry. The short man supported his knees, and said out of breath, I couldn't determine your location at the beginning. This has nothing to do with you. Nelson looked at the hidden Deathly Hallows logo on the back of his tie, and nodded. The chef, who seemed to be the central chef, was said to be an Italian aura who was good at escaping. That's not something you can fight against. Enemy. What's more, you are just a messenger, aren't you? Punish me to go to the Sahara Desert. The man's eyes instantly became watery. Okay, I have something for you to do. Just tell me. The man put away his expression in just a second, stood straight in front of Nelson, and easily entered the working state, even taking out a piece of parchment for recording. Find Penguin, let him disassemble, and study the camera carefully. Don't let go of the lens cap, especially alchemy. If he doesn't know alchemy, learn it, or find someone who can do alchemy. Nelson ordered. Get him to submit the report to me as soon as possible. Understood, Mr. Wertling, the man said seriously. Penguin should host the launch of the factory in Antarctica, and I will pass through the center later. He didn't call Penguin master. It seems that he may not be a subordinate of Penguin. Nelson felt that he had failed a bit as a leader. I learned from the letter from Andre that there seemed to be such a thing. After thinking about it, he felt relieved, as long as he could get the job done. Whoever did it by what method. After all, this is a bad atmosphere he brought out during the years when he was on the job in Krakow. What's more, if you look deeper, with Penguin's nagging style, what normal person can he find? In addition, to investigate Dagu, the most wanted criminal by the Magical Congress of America, I need him for a century. No, all the information, since the establishment of Second Salem. Nelson narrowed his eyes, and said, it may even go further before. He should have used many pseudonyms. The last one was Louis Jacques Mungo Dagu. Find and see who has disappeared without being caught. Rest assured, Norton II will give you face. Clear. He should have magic shops all over the world as cover. There is one on the southeast road of the hiding place. After leaving here, you immediately take someone there to find him. If there is no one, take all the things in the shop with you. Give it to me, that's the first thing. Go now. Got it, Lord Wordling. The man raised his wand and began to spin it in circles. Practice apparition. Nelson looked helplessly at the performance that was about to turn him dizzy. Isn't it uncomfortable to turn around? The man smiled awkwardly, turned around 3 times, and quickly disappeared. It makes me dizzy. Tom curled his lips. He glanced at Nelson and took out the nameplate again and asked sharply, "What are you doing?" "Don't be nervous, Tom." Nelson pinched the string holding the nameplate with 2 fingers and swung it in the air. A little experiment. The rope rubbed against the ring that appeared on the finger at some point, and the mist climbed up along the rope, covering the nameplate, making the unclear name even more hazy. Thousands of miles away, in France, in a hidden place, Dagu is standing in his alchemy shop, surrounded by rows of towering shelves that reach the ceiling, and those shelves are under his command, wrapping many alchemy materials like empty cardboard boxes fold over and snap the pieces closer to each other. Suddenly, the folding action of the shelves stopped, and Dagu, who was standing in the center, felt a suffocating sense of envelopment, as if a fierce but patient beast was watching him in the dark corner of the store, and his chest fluctuated violently. His eyes, covered by the shadow of the top hat, suddenly widened. 2 lines of bright red blood tears burst from the corners of his eyes, and the viscous blood flowed down his cheeks, hanging on his banana-like beard. Damn. He clutched his chest, feeling that there seemed to be a big hole there. His lungs convulsed due to the severe pain, squeezing out all the remaining air, and he couldn't even breathe smoothly. Killed who? Didn't even the memory come back? The feeling of panic, as if falling into a cage, became more and more intense. Dagu clutched his chest and held onto the half-compressed shelves. It can penetrate shelves and walls, and the 2 eyes are even nervous enough to look in different directions. The blood oozing from the eye sockets spread on the eyeballs, quickly covering his eyes and covering everything in his eyes with a blood-colored flame-like filter. In a daze, Dagu saw a man wearing a soft felt hat standing in the flames. His face was covered by the flames, and only his clean chin was exposed. He raised his arms in the flames, and the corners of his mouth were raised, showing his prey-like expression. With a mocking smile, his fingers lightly slid across his throat, making a provocative throat-cutting salute. Who? Dagu closed his eyes, but the bloody image still lingered. He knelt down on the ground, and the shelves he was supporting continued to fold up. "Tell me who you are, and what you want." The man in the flames smiled disdainfully, held onto the brim of his hat, and disappeared into the increasingly fierce flames. The flames gradually heated up from crimson red, and gradually turned blue. The disordered flames gathered together and condensed into an indescribably terrifying giant beast, puffing high temperature and rushing towards Dagu. What? A scream resounded above the hiding place, and Dagu felt as if his eyes were being tortured with a red-hot iron. The pain he hadn't felt for many years stimulated his brain along every nerve. It is even gradually spreading to his old soul. His sense of pain has long been numb over time, but this pain has awakened his memories accumulated over the years. The shelf, meanwhile, folds completely and snaps together to form a silver suitcase with handles. The screams attracted passers-by and shopkeepers around, and Dagu felt that a group of wizards who appeared on the street at the same time were divided into 2 teams and outflanked towards him. Who is it? He had no energy left for anger, and if he hadn't passed Nelson in Boston before, he would have known who owned the floppy hat, but without knowing it, he would even have nothing at once. The wizard was getting closer and closer, but his weak and trembling hands could no longer hold the box due to the severe pain of his soul. In the end, Dagu, who was good at surviving, made the most correct choice. He let go of the silver box, and his body exploded a second before the wizards broke in, turning into a group of moths covered in scales. Eyes, they quickly drilled into every gap in the store, leaving only the empty facade. Boom. There was a bang from the door, and the next second, the door and its frame slammed against the opposite wall. A small wizard with a wand came in murderously with a group of wizards in black robes. Shouted, "Tax Inspector! Hold on tight, everyone." No one responded to him in the empty shop, but the surrounding shops closed their doors tightly after hearing the shout. Boom. It was the same magic again, and another group of wizards in the same costume, broken through the back door. There's no one behind. Oil the soles of your feet. Yes, the short wizard ordered. Don't take it lightly. Follow the procedure first. Before he could even finish talking about the anti-apparition charm, the last moth hiding in a crack in the floorboards resignedly exploded into a swarm of reptiles, burrowed into the ground, and disappeared. After repeated inspections, the wizards confirmed that there were only the boxes placed in the center and the top hats left on the side, and there were no shelves left in the store. The saint who led the team picked up the hat with magic, inspected it, and finally sighed. It's a pity. It looks like he just ran away. If the guys from Nermengard came instead, they might not even be able to find a hat. Yeah, if another wizard comes, maybe even the store has moved. The saints behind him comforted their little leader. What are you talking about? My lord's information is so timely that we can't catch anyone. What's the difference between us and the boring mediocre you say? We were wrong. Please don't send us too. If you make a mistake, you have to make up for it. According to your lord's instructions, move all the things in the store to the center and put them in the warehouse next to his office, the floor, the wall, and the signboard at the door. In short, except for the building, pry away everything other than the main body. The saints inside and outside the store were busy, but the shopkeepers next door were terrified. Their hearts were full of fear. When did the tax inspection become so scary? What are you doing? Tom looked at Nelson like an idiot. At this moment, Nelson was closing his eyes, and he had put on full armor, put on the invisibility cloak, picked up the elder wand, and even the tip of his little finger appeared. The snake-like green ring imprint, but this looks too funny. A solitary head floats in the air. The imprint on the little finger casts a layer of green on the head, and the hand holding the old wand is on the neck. The position is drawn and pulled. The way he scratched his neck was too funny, as if some strange illness had aggravated. I have to say that, although the Heerbo people are disgusting, his curse is still very useful. Nelson opened his eyes, as if he had noticed the strangeness of his own image, so he quickly took off the invisibility cloak and put it on the lonely head. He took off his body and showed Tom the nameplate that was dyed green in his hand. Curse, the effect is outstanding. What's the situation? It seems that Dagu's magic is a bit dull. He doesn't seem to be able to obtain the information from the quickly annihilated clone, Nelson said in a relaxed tone. His own magic may be much worse than I imagined, but even more peculiar. Strange? It's so strange that it doesn't look like a wizard, but it looks like those magic users who have been lost in history. Nelson put away the sacred artifact, thinking, Professor Binns may understand these histories. What we need to figure out now is, Dagu, what are you going to do next to Hogwarts? Chapter 382, Treasures in the Empty Classroom. Phew, it's so hard to get up early. Early the next morning, Nelson came to the History of Magic classroom early. The furnishings in this classroom on the ground floor were exactly the same as it was hundreds of years ago. If there were no accidents, it would remain so for the next few hundred years. Nelson held a bottle of gin carefully wrapped in an oak box, carefully placed it on the lecture table, randomly chose a front seat in the empty classroom, and waited quietly for the class to begin. Welcome, Nelson. Professor Binns' voice floated faintly from behind the blackboard, followed by his transparent body and those milky white eyes that could clearly see the joy. If getting up early makes you feel, if it is painful, we can change the time for class. Let's follow the class schedule, Nelson said with a sneer. Professor Binns overheard his yawning complaints and felt a bit embarrassed to be caught on the spot. After all, other students' time is also arranged according to the class schedule. That's not a problem. Professor Binns slowly floated in front of Nelson and even sat down on the seat next to him. You may not know that you are the only student in this course this semester. I'm the only student? Nelson was stunned. He knew that History of Magic was not popular among his classmates, but he heard from Boraux during the vacation that Professor Binns scored well in the advanced class, so there was always some way to save trouble. Students who are not fully enrolled in the course like to take this course. Professor, as far as I know, Myrtle Warren of Ravenclaw also chose this course. He couldn't help recalling the exchanges between the few people during the holidays. Could it be that he remembered it wrong? Could it be that Jacunda secretly poisoned himself again? He stroked the back of his head, trying to find the wound left by the crooked demon. Ah, I know her. Professor Flitwick approached me to discuss this matter yesterday, Professor Binns said calmly. After talking with Miss Warren herself, I don't think she chose it, because she likes the history of magic. My improvement class, so I persuaded her to give up, and change to the more useful arithmetic divination. For most wizards, peeking into the future, seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages is more valuable than burying themselves in piles of old papers. Hearing his words, Nelson's heart twitched. Some courses, such as the study of magical animals, may be unpopular, but they are not so unpopular that there is only one student left, and Professor Binns' understated tone made this unwelcome pain hidden so deep, he even included history of magic as a useless course. Professor, there is a student like you who really loves the history of magic, which is more gratifying to me than the elective list is full of people. Professor Binns didn't seem to want to listen to Nelson's comfort. He raised his hand and pointed to the blackboard. The silver numbers that emerged stood out like fireflies in the dimly lit classroom. I have come up with a rule. When the wizarding world encounters an accident, the students in the 6th grade, the desire to choose the advanced class of history of magic will decrease. For example, since the year you were born, I have hardly taught any advanced class, except for the few classes before you. Miranda, who is also a Slytherin, Goshak chose this course, but many people don't realize that the more they are in a changing situation, the more they should look for similar answers from history. Professor, has class started yet? Nelson asked with a smile, and raised his hand. That's right, Nelson, history is more inclined to help those intelligent people who want to understand it, said Professor Binns softly. The grand history of wizards in other countries who came from nothing. Nelson obediently took out a thick notebook from his school bag, and the magic wand in his pocket quickly turned into a beautiful quill, and appeared in his hand. In the next 2 years, you will learn about the role of magic in history. Professor Binns floated to the back of the desk, and said forcefully to the only student under the podium, I hope that in this classroom in the future I can mention your name more than once during my lectures. The eyes of ghosts and humans met in the air, and the picture spanning thousands of years flashed in Professor Binns' sight. He changed from the drowsy scriptures of the past, and even without textbooks, his passionate voice seemed confident. For him, thousands of years of history are just his daily memories in his life, and those histories that he has never been exposed to are also well versed in the thousands of years of lesson preparation and teaching. Nelson acted as if he had never listened to Professor Binns' lectures, and felt that a heavy history book was slowly being opened in front of him. Let's turn our attention to the north. In that cold place of extreme day and extreme night, when civilization was ignorant, a group of people who can feel the existence of magic like us have appeared in the settlement of the Nordic people. Professor Binns rushed. Nelson smiled, and his first class chose the history of magic in Northern Europe. According to legend, when every wizard in Northern Europe was young, their elders would plant an unknown seed in the place where they were born. And the towering giant trees that grow rapidly in the magic power will become their magic wands when they are adults, using their branches as the medium for them to cast magic, similar to the wands used by British wizards. Nelson buried himself in his notes, and thanks to wizards' contempt for history, it was difficult for him to find the histories of other countries in easily accessible libraries or bookstores. Compared to other places, the wizards of ancient Nordic have a more tolerant and unrestrained attitude towards muggles. They are willing to build homes with muggles living on the ice sheet, and they have left countless magical legends. Compared with city-states, compared with the confusing family ethics drama of ancient Mediterranean wizards, compared with the knight noble novels of ancient British wizards who ride horses and fight chaotically, the history of wizards in Northern Europe is undoubtedly the most easily researched and most majestic in the history of European magic. The history of ancient Nordic wizards has been recorded in Nordic myths and legends in a literary way. The battle between wizards and wizards, the fight against magical animals and natural disasters, and even the prophecies of destruction have been clearly recorded. Do you mean Ragnarok? Nelson raised his hand and asked. Even though there was only one person in the classroom, he strictly followed the classroom order. Isn't it referring to a catastrophe that will destroy the world? That's right. Professor Binns nodded, but Muggle myths are a bit exaggerated. Nordic wizards are not extinct, but with the spread of magic, they replaced them with better British ones, and joined international wizards. The Federation, after the International Statute of Secrecy, disappeared from Muggle sight in the same manner as prophesied. I see. Nelson nodded and jotted down a few notes in his notebook. Maybe some famous scenes are just that Muggles occasionally saw wizards capture a giant dragon grinding its teeth under a tree, but this is exactly the case for the study of the history of magic. Find the active figures of wizards. To give you the simplest example, Professor Binns looked at Nelson with a smile. Wildening is not a rare surname in Northern Europe. Its etymology is stream water. Most people with this surname have mixed blood. The power of magic has long since disappeared, but in the genealogy of magic, Wyrtling refers to a family of wizards who have lived by the stream for a long time, and are famous for their flowing transfiguration. And you, Nelson, maybe its only descendant. Nelson stopped writing, and it was the first time he had heard about Wyrtling from someone else. Trust me, you will feel that this course can bring you more than you can imagine. Professor Binns blinked, and in the dark classroom, the words and symbols on the blackboard flashed alternately and alternately. Other magic uses in Britain before the wizarding unification? Let's talk about this in the middle of the period. These are the last words of Professor Binns in this class. An hour later, Professor Binns left the classroom with the bottle of gin and a happy expression. The moment he opened the door, his expression returned to the rigid and dull look. Perhaps it was because Nelson's love for the history of magic moved him. He has completely let go of himself in the lectures, from legends to mysteries, from situations to magic. For most British wizards, the Norse has always been shrouded in mystery. The history of magic is undoubtedly revealed under his scrambling. Professor Binns seems to have not prepared many courses in this area. In just one class hour, Nelson received a lot of knowledge far beyond usual, until a group of second grade students walked into the classroom. He was still sitting at the front and center of the classroom, staring at the book that had been written down. Stacked notebooks, mesmerizing. When the class entered the middle, he even had to use magic to make the quill pen record the words of Professor Binns by himself. His writing speed could not keep up with the speed of the excited Professor Binns, and Professor Binns seemed to be soaked in the sea. It seems that the sponge that has been living for too long has finally come ashore, trying to squeeze all the water in the body into a small bottle. Cough cough. Just when the second grade students were wondering why Nelson was in the classroom, Tom coughed at the door, and the chattering classroom fell silent for an instant. The mischievous little wizards had a feeling of embarrassment for the prefect who could deduct points from them, than the awe of the professor. Don't whisper in class, listen carefully. Tom carried a long gift box, walked up to Nelson with his chest upright, pulled him up from the chair, and glanced at his open notebook. The opened page was full of strange symbols. Only then did Nelson wake up from the huge amount of knowledge. He looked like Tom. He quickly noticed the surrounding environment, closed his notebook, and left quickly. What? Didn't Metal call you before he left? Tom rubbed his chin and analyzed blindly. I didn't expect Professor Binns' class to be so scary that even Mr. Encyclopedia of History of Magic couldn't resist the Sandman. What are you talking about, Tom? Nelson said, stuffing his notebook into his bag as he walked. Myrtle dropped out. She chose arithmancy, divination class and arithmetic divination together. It feels more torturous than history of magic. Tom was still analyzing blindly. Merlin's teapot. Could it be that you are studying history of magic alone? It's still so early. No wonder you're haggard. It looks like that. But speaking of Merlin's teapot, someone gave me a teapot that is said to have been used by Merlin today. You believe that too? Nelson curled his lips. You missed the best class at Hogwarts. Believe me, come and sit in, if you have time. What's possible? Tom waved his hands disdainfully. You may be the only one in the world who thinks so. Nelson was dumbfounded. Indeed, Professor Binns' drowsy and aging appearance made many people forget the fact that he was once a powerful wizard who dared to sacrifice his life for victory. In this unique history of magic class, what Nelson has learned is not only the history of magic. To Professor Binns, the obscure ancient rune is just a common foreign language that has been studied for hundreds of years, and some magic that has been lost in the long river of history is even easier for him. In the second half of the course, Nelson often tried the spells mentioned by Professor Binns with his wand, while controlling the shorthand quill, to record frantically in his notebook. Professor Binns may not have the body to hold the wand, but he is completely a living magic book. Really, Tom, I didn't lie to you. Frowning, Nelson roughly recounted the content of the class, showing Tom the complete pronunciation of the runes he had learned in a class, and when each syllable came out of his mouth, and the vision represented by the rune will appear beside him. Although it is jerky, it is undoubtedly much more surprising than the seal cutting he used in alchemy before. Actually, Slytherin is also teaching me these things. Tom shrugged and said, think about it, if there are other students in the advanced history of magic class, would Professor Binns teach these things? Even if it is according to the script, for others it's already difficult. Yes. Nelson's brows stretched. It's a pity that I'm the only one to enjoy it. Anyone can tell that he has a preference for you. Tom pouted. This is your exclusive treasure. Oh. Nelson sighed and looked at the gift box in Tom's hand. Are you going to find Minerva? No wonder you got up so early to find me. Let's go to the classroom that Phileas applied for first. His dueling club is open for registration today. Tom shrugged. I have to report the name of my ticket first. I don't know if there is a chance to duel with Phileas. Nelson was eager to try. I feel that I'm a lot stronger after taking a section on the history of magic. That's your illusion. Wait. What's the reason why you wake up so early? Tom discovered the blind spot. Do you think I'm your kind of person who needs to wriggle in the quilt for 10 minutes to get up? Have you ever seen Hogwarts at 4 o'clock in the morning? 383 visitor. It's here. Tom led Nelson to an empty classroom at the bottom of the Ravenclaw Tower, and at the end of the corridor on the first floor of the castle. The elongated duel club writing on it has not yet dried. There's no one there. Of course, Tom said indifferently. Phileas posted a note on the door of the office, which contained several spell games, so that the cracker can't know the location of the dueling club. The furnishings in the corridor are very strange. Thick cushions are randomly placed at the skirting line of the walls on both sides, just like a warehouse for stacking sports equipment, but it seems to be worried that passing students will stumble on the flat ground and then fall to death here. There's something weird about it here. Nelson stared at the neatly arranged cushions and thought, maybe Phileas didn't expect anyone to solve his puzzle so quickly. Tom shrugged and said proudly, after all, I'm Lord Riddle who can take off a Ravenclaw door knocker. Nelson followed suit. Hush. Tom quickly covered Nelson's mouth, for fear that someone passing by would hear about it. Fortunately, Flitwick's riddle was only guessed by him, so there was no one in the corridor. That's Helena Ravenclaw gave it to me, you see. Understood. Nelson nodded. So what are you doing with it now? This topic is not suitable to talk about here. Tom put down the gift box this time, covered Nelson's nose with both hands. The head of Ravenclaw is still inside. Is it appropriate? After Nelson made a confirmation gesture, Tom let go of his hand and wiped Nelson's sleeve in disgust. He tidied his school robe a bit, put his hand on the doorknob, lowered his head, and suddenly noticed a top-like instrument stuck on the edge of the doorframe. It seemed to be an old-style sight glass more than 10 years ago. There is no rotation, but there is a faint humming friction sound coming from the inside of the shell. Nelson smiled at the wooden door with his head hooked, put down his hand that was about to open the door, turned around, and said seriously to the confused Tom, I think, since you are the first student to solve the test of Phileas, you should be the first to sign up. At this time, it's time to pay attention. Tom somehow bypassed Nelson and squeezed to the door. He had coveted the title of Flitwick's dueling master for a long time. You can put the broom first. Before Nelson could finish his sentence, Tom, who was in a hurry, had already pushed the door. The next second, with a flash of light and a muffled sound, he flew out straight with the broom in his arms, as fast as a cannonball. Give it to me. Nelson covered his face, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. I finally know what those cushions are for. But Tom, who got up, obviously didn't want to know their purpose. In other words, he had already experienced it personally. Holding the gift in his hands, he didn't even prepare a wand. At that moment, he stuffed the broom into Nelson's arms immediately, and then grabbed his wand and rushed in, accompanied by the sound of ping, 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 Pong, pong. Spells of different colors flashed alternately in the classroom, and from time to time, there was the sound of Flitwick's chanting, and Tom's iconic avatar eating a big melon. Didn't it say that casting spells in the castle is forbidden? Tom didn't really do anything, and even complained leisurely. At the same time, the human-shaped depression on the cushion was slowly rebounding, adding a bit of humor to his questioning. That's the corridor, Tom. As a prefect, you have to know every school rule. Flitwick's answer with a smile made Tom's attack frequency a lot faster. The school rules also say that you can't attack your classmates. Yeah, Tom, but it didn't say that professors can't attack students. Came two familiar laughters from a man and a woman in the classroom, belonging to Flitwick and McGonagall respectively. This is a test, Tom. Professor Dumbledore told I not only want to train the students' dueling skills, but also teach them how to deal with emergencies. Yes, Tom. McGonagall finally spoke. I'm curious, the preset blocking spell shouldn't simply knock you back. Because I'm holding the present for you. Tom responded angrily, as if he had given up resisting. No one will feel that his friends are going to attack him on the way to deliver the present. The sound of spells in the classroom stopped abruptly, and the three of them fell into an awkward silence. Nelson pushed open the door just in time, and walked in with the gift box in his arms. Minerva, I didn't expect you to be here, he said with a smile on his face, pretending to be surprised. Now, we don't have to make a special trip to send it to Gryffindor Tower. Tom was standing next to a plaster cast with its arms removed, pretending to admire, while Meg and Flitwick were sitting behind a low table, looking at each other awkwardly. Fortunately, at least the Gryffindors may scold me, but they will definitely not attack me. Tom looked at the hairline of the plaster statue, and said eccentrically, Tom. Meg looked at Nelson, who was holding a gift box, with guilt in his eyes. You will definitely like this gift. Seeing this, Nelson hurriedly smoothed things over, and controlled the box to fly to the table of the two. Do you want to open it and have a look? There is a surprise. Mag nodded, stroking the delicate packaging. From the size, she had already guessed that it was a broom. Just when Nelson thought the atmosphere would freeze like this, the door suddenly opened. A boy with a round face and half long hair came in from outside. Professor Flitwick, I have solved the puzzle you left behind. Alastair Moody looked nervously at the four people in the classroom. I'm here to sign up for the dueling club. Hello, Professor McGonagall. Moody, who found the dean, became even more nervous. Very good. It took only a second for Flitwick to put on a professor's genial smile, and Minerva at the side also switched to Professor McGonagall's mode, and the gift box had disappeared from the table. Come on, here, get a sign up form on the table over there, and from next week, you will be able to participate in duel club activities on weekends. Nelson followed Flitwick's gaze to the table he was talking about, and Tom appeared behind the table as if apparating, and nodded at Moody like a conscientious volunteer. He took out one and asked intimately, Alastair, do you need a pen? Ah, thank you. Prefect Riddle. Moody scratched his head. He thought he would be the first to sign up, but then he thought the one sitting in front of him was a Hogwarts warrior. How could it be possible to slow down a step? He walked towards Tom with reverent eyes, took the quill pen handed by Tom with both hands, signed his name on it squarely, greeted the four, and turned to the door. Don't tell the students the puzzle. This is our first event. Flitwick watched him leave with a smile. Remember to help us promote more. The week quickly aroused Moody's sense of approval, and his back straightened a little. The episode of Moody's appearance subtly resolved the atmosphere in the classroom, and Tom's resentful expression also relaxed. Is the topic too easy? Flitwick spread his hands in distress. I can understand why you guys solve it first. Why are there still people so fast? Alastair Moody, Tom explained, is a talent. In my mutual aid club, almost all magic was taught on the first day, and the second time, my friend in Gryffindor told he and I often practice magic alone in our spare time. He is a hard-working kid. Phileas, you didn't take much substitute last semester. Maybe you don't know. McGonagall said, he is talented and willing to work hard. He once told me that his biggest dream is to be an arrogant boy. LUO. Or is a dangerous, Tom said suddenly, a high-risk occupation that is easily attacked. Tom, you know, this is Professor Dumbledore's request. Flitwick said with a wry smile, seeing that Tom was still angry. He could still put on the airs of a professor in front of other students, but facing an old acquaintances and old friends, he could only patiently explain, "This is actually for your own sake. After all, it is more cost effective to suffer a little in school than to suffer a lot after graduation. If you want to blame Professor Dumbledore." Nelson walked to Tom with a smile, pulled out a chair and sat down. "I know the password of his office, and tomorrow I will help you steal all his snacks." Tom has always been an indifferent person. When facing Moody, he politely kept his distance. He only showed his true feelings when he was with his friends. Resentment comes and goes quickly. Thanks to Nelson's efforts, laughter finally echoed in the classroom. It is estimated that there will be no students to sign up for a long time, and the four of them started chatting, enjoying this rare leisure time during the busy time of school. To be honest, when you go out, even if you are a friend, you must confirm your safety, Flitwick said seriously. "Before I returned to teach at Hogwarts, I worked at Gringotts for a while, and that happened in one case. A fugitive dark wizard posing as a pure-blood wizard attacked visiting friends and sent wounded people under the Imperious Curse to come to Gringotts to withdraw money. Can people controlled by the Imperious Curse also pass Gringotts verification?" Tom asked curiously. "I'm just curious." "Of course not. When you are making minicuts, you will pass through a dripping stalactite area where detection magic is cast, and you can detect any mind-controlling magic or potions such as confusion spells and imperious spells." "What a pity," muttered Tom under his breath. "What? I mean, I can save my money with peace of mind." "Gringotts is the second safest place in the world," said Flitwick proudly of his former employer, even before Dumbledore took office, and it often competed for the title of safest. "Speaking of which, I have also heard of a case that almost became a legend. When I was an intern at the Ministry of Magic," McGonagall said suddenly, "it is said that there is a thief in England who can transform into other people and often goes to wizards, steal precious materials and magic props from home, and even ask for property from the relatives and friends of the impersonated person. Although most of the cases involve a group of wizards who owe money and sell their property, there are many real victims, so be vigilant, even with familiar people." Potion? Nelson asked. "They have also considered it," McGonagall said. "Some stolen items are far less valuable than potions. If you are interested, I can ask my former colleagues." Small talk makes time pass quickly, and although the stories McGonagall and Flitwick told were fascinating, there was a buzzing sound in Tom's pocket, and he took out a timing bowl presented by Nelson. "Got up, leave. The divination class is about to start, and I have to leave." He looked at Nelson. "Would you like to chat with them for a while? I'm going to see Adele." Nelson also stood up. "I also want to go to the library. I'm going back to class too." McGonagall said goodbye to Flitwick. "Your class is in the afternoon, right? If you are free, you can help me watch this place," Flitwick said with a smile as he sent the three of them off. "But I have cast a spell on the registration form. They will know what to do when no one is around." Mag hugged the gift box tightly and left with Tom Nelson. The three separated at the stairs and rushed in their own directions. According to the class schedule, Hufflepuff freshmen should take herbal medicine class. Nelson resisted the discomfort brought by a piece of green and glanced outside the nursery. The atmosphere of Hufflepuff can be called the best in the four courtyards. After Dale had a good time in class, he paced away. He didn't rush to the library immediately. He always felt that he should go out to get some air, so he left the castle aimlessly and came to the edge of the Forbidden Forest unknowingly. "I knew you could feel my calling." A rustling sound came from the bushes on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The man's voice was as hoarse as grass blades. Nelson woke up from the empty state in an instant, put his hands in his pockets, and stared at his surroundings vigilantly. "I have no malicious intentions," the man explained. "I have worn an invisibility cloak for a while, so I want to see if I can use it to find you. If there is no response, we should meet in your principal's office. Do you have any impression we met once?" Looking at the black magic power radiating from behind the bushes, Nelson narrowed his eyes, let go of the hand holding the magic wand, and walked towards the bushes. "Credence?" That's great. You still remember me. This should be the first time we talked, Credence said with a long sigh of relief. Hogwarts is really difficult to enter, but luckily I found a secret passage. But can you please don't go any further? I don't look very good now. Nelson stopped and waved to the bushes. Is Nagini okay? Chapter 384 Credence Bellburn. Thank you for your concern, Credence said politely, and for everything you've done for her. That has nothing to do with me directly, Nelson said. Nelson had an extraordinary affection for him, not only because of the rescue when the second Salem was trapped, not only because the invisibility cloak helped him a lot, but also because of Nagini. She has an unusual relationship with him. So she said with a smile, I just provided an idea. The invisibility cloak used to deceive the blood curse was sent by you, and the success of the plan mainly depends on her will to survive. Bear Mr. Ben, Nagini often called your name when he was in a coma. Is it? There was a hint of shyness and emotion in Credence's voice, which was in stark contrast to his hoarse voice. Then what's your business here? Nelson said lightly. Maybe we can find a quiet place under the sun to talk. His shaded hair had an impasse of silvery hue, and Credence recalled some less friendly memories. Swish. The bushes swayed gently, as if thinking about Nelson's words. Okay, Credence said after thinking for a long time. Face to face can show honesty. I hope you won't be disgusted by your appearance. Nelson nodded, took a step back, and stood under the sun. The sunlight golden color reappeared, making Credence feel another kind of familiar warmth. Soon, a thin man came out from the bushes. He had the same sunken eye sockets and hooked eyebrows as Dumbledore. He wore an out-of-season shirt and vest, stepped on a pair of dragon leather boots that had not been washed for a long time, and wore an outdated bowler hat, messy hair protruding unscrupulously from the bottom of the hat. The overly protruding mandible makes him look solid. Black hair and black eyes. Even the skin is a little biased by the sun. Black, still young but not too young. If he had just such a face, not only would he not be as ugly as he said, but rather handsome. But a scar all over his left cheek confirmed what he said. It didn't seem to be a scar, but rather like a weeping person. The tear stains left on the macup slowly expanded from the corners of the eyes, and once occupied half of the chin and neck. It is conceivable that this scar is getting bigger and bigger. He wears a glove on his left hand. It seems that this invisible hand has turned into that kind of black, vowing to divide him into two completely different people, one black and one white. Those black sores were like rotting flesh that had been peeled off, with reflective black pus hanging in the muscle bundles, and on the twisted surface of the scars, a grimace somewhat similar to him was shaped by light and shadow, divided into two parts. The appearance was frightening, and with the movements of his facial muscles, that grimace seemed to be speaking. Fortunately, Nelson is not an ignorant person. He just froze for a moment, and when Credence was about to show a disappointed expression, he asked with a smile, is it silent? Can it be cured? I'm used to it. Maybe it's better this way. Credence's tone relaxed after seeing Nelson's unchanging attitude. This is already the limit. According to their calculations, I should be more than 10 years old. Died before. Scars are the honor of a warrior. I can see the bravery you and Momo fought against, Nelson said with a smile. Nagini must like this scar very much. I remember that the first dress she conjured up for herself was black. Snacker skin-like material. Is it? Credence touched his face and looked behind Nelson. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he stepped out of the shadow of the trees in relief. Under the sunlight, the scars on his face became even more terrifying, as if they were alive. Her clothes are also very strange. No, very gothic. Nelson nodded, as if convincing himself. Where do you want to go to talk? Just here. I don't want others to see me. Okay, Nelson asked again, following his thoughts. What can I do for you? I want to take that girl away. Huh? Nelson asked. Which girl? The one you took from Second Salem. Credence explained seriously. I don't know her name, but she should have been tortured by the Wizard of Second Salem. Once on me, the experiments that have been done seem to have worked out for her. Adele? Nelson frowned, chuckled coldly, and put his hands back into his pockets. Mr. Barburn, this joke doesn't seem very funny. That's not what I meant. Credence suddenly realized that Nelson seemed to regard himself as their kind, and hurriedly explained, I have no ill intentions towards her, Mr. Wurtling. She may have become a silent, or, I can teach her how to control the power in her body. She is much younger than me, and has the opportunity to return to a normal life. I have seen obscurers, and I have seen people who almost became obscurants. Adele is completely different from their situation. She is just a little witch with bad luck and some bad things. It makes no difference to any of them. After rescuing Adele, he once seriously discussed her injury with Zweig. In Zweig's view, she was just a little weak, and her magical talent was roughly opened by the painful experiment, resulting in a magical phenomenon. Larger and more disorganized than their peers, being able to create a kneeling figure with the first use of a wand is a good example. As for the silent ones, Nelson has also checked a lot of books. He knows that silent people are often difficult to control their emotions. In childhood, their magic power will run wild from time to time. On the contrary, Christian, who is somewhat manic, is more in line with this standard. From Adele after calling herself Wurtling, the magic power of this well-behaved girl has always been as calm as a lake. And I don't need her to master the power of the silent one. She just needs to live her life happily like other children, and that's enough. Nelson's tone was a little harsh. Even if she has become the silent one, if possible, I'll address it too, and trust me, I've read as much as anyone. Until the age of 17, my obscurity did not explode. Credence refuted Nelson's words with his own personal experience. Under the teaching of my mother, I have been suppressing my magic, and I have been suppressing myself. Thoughts, oh yes, my mother was that black monster that you ripped apart piece by piece when you broadcast live around the world, and I almost became a part of her. Nelson was silent. He didn't have any research on the magical power in wizards. In fact, for all wizards, research in this field was like a desert, but Credence's example was not enough to convince him. I started following her when she came to London, Credence said while the iron was hot. In Diagon Alley, when you were chasing thieves, the girl next to her used to ask where she wanted to go. College. As far as I know, he should be sorted into Newt Scamander's house, because you said that's the best for her, but do you know where she really wants to go? Slytherin, Nelson said solemnly, but her qualities are more suitable for Gryffindor. And for little wizards, when they first got the wand, the magic power runaway was the most frequent, because they got the medium to use magic power, but didn't know how to use it. Why didn't she run away once? I think even you, during the period from when you got the wand to when you really started to learn, there were times when you struggled, or even made mistakes. Why didn't she? Is it because she is more talented than you? Nelson silently commented on Credence, and there were dark blood vessels on the edge of Credence's eye sockets climbing along the eyeballs to the pupils, exactly the same as Adele. I can't explain it to you, Mr. Wurtling. I don't have a high level of education, but the obscure knows what's going on with her. Would you like to see her like me? Credence took a step forward, the whole person stood in the sun, and Nelson saw that his darkened face was not caused by shadows or sun exposure, but was wrapped in a looming, extremely dangerous black. I just want to help her, because I'm a silent person. I understand the silent person, just like you are proficient in transfiguration, so you are willing to help Nagini. I don't want to see you suffer the same pain as me. Nelson looked at Credence's strange difficult to smile grimace. The lake wind was blowing towards the two of them. The trees on the edge of the forbidden forest were shedding their leaves, and drifted to the center of the two of them. After a long silence, he squeezed out a sentence. I think your education level is not low. Why don't you ask her what she thinks? Credence had great patience with Nagin, his savior, but for anyone else, he was already on his way home. Wilt Mistening, I know that you have given her your surname, and that you regard her as a relative, and that you have the strength and talent to solve Momo, but have you really considered her? Have you? Have you ever thought that for her, you might become a person like my mother? Nelson was somewhat convinced of his words, and asked in a deep voice, who told you to come? It's Nagini, and it's me. I used to be a member of Second Salem, maybe even its only remnant. Credence lowered his head, and breathed a sigh of relief. Will you let me see her? I hear you're not a good talker, Nelson said. You can ask her yourself. He turned his head, and in the direction of the herbal medicine classroom, students after class swarmed out. A small figure lingered at the door for a moment, and then quickly ran towards the forbidden forest. Adele is not as colorblind as Nelson Trouble. Even across the Black Lake, she could still see his sunny hair and pixel-like eyes at a glance. I just don't like to talk, Credence said with a stiff smile, facing the crying face on his left cheek, looking extremely weird. But when I need to talk, well, it's Najani who helps me think. Yes, she thinks she can convince you. What are you going to do? If she is really the obscure. Nelson looked at the approaching Adele and asked softly. I need to be around her for a while, Credence said, and that might be up to you, but I wouldn't advise you to seek help from the school. Maybe I'm being emotional, and your headmaster might prefer avoid danger. Professor Dumbledore shouldn't be that kind of person, but he does care more about most people under extreme circumstances. Nelson pondered for a moment. You may be able to become like me. Will you stay in England for a long time? For half a year at most. I have other things to do, Credence said. Then what do you do? Can there be two of you in one school? Compound decoction is a good choice. Maybe you don't mind if I cast a time-sensitive human body transformation on you? Nelson made up his mind. I may go out to do some things sometimes this semester. Don't you dislike your cultural level? Not high. You can help me with my class. One of your words is wrong, Credence. You are not the only remnant in Second Salem, and Agur is still alive. I just killed him with my own hands last month. I also killed him once yesterday with my own hands. Sorry, I have to have someone stare at you. I have to be accountable to other people to make sure you don't think otherwise. I understand. In fact, you can trust me as you trust Najani. Trust takes time to develop. Mr. Ballburn, I'm sorry, but as a helper, you have to be suspected. Nelson pushed forward. I have to search your memory. I understand. We may be able to make another unbreakable vow. Nelson looked at Credence's dark bloodshot eyes that were slowly fading. Both eyes were equally clear and sincere. I understand. Credence hesitated for a moment and then nodded. At the same time, Adele had already approached the two of them with her long hair tossed. The moment she saw Credence, Adele's smile froze on her face, and she hid behind Nelson vigilantly, burying her face in his school robe. Adele, he's a friend. With one hand in his pocket, Nelson brushed her hair with the other, and said softly, is your name Adele? Miss Wertling. Credence stepped forward. Can you hold your head up? Adele shook her head. The fear in her heart had caused those black bloodshots that were difficult to fade gradually occupied her eye sockets. You've seen people like me, haven't you? But they've all died. Credence continued. You might have even seen me, but they moved you so fast that I got nothing there. You came to save people before. Adele raised her head. Her two originally bright eyes were completely dark. Take your wand, Adele, and come closer. Under Nelson's command, Adele raised her wand and timidly approached the two who were shaking hands in front of the forbidden forest, pointing wands at our hands. Adele did so. Nelson turned his head, looked at Credence, was silent for a moment, and said, Credence, when I leave school, you are willing to become me and help me control Adele's body silently? I'm willing. A tongue of flame gushed out from the tip of Adele's wand, wrapped around their hands, bursting out with a strong flame. Will you do everything in your power to save her from her hideous fate? I'm willing. The second tongue of flame also wrapped around the hands of the two, and the flame became even hotter, making their faces flushed red. Are you willing to bear the danger and pressure that may arise with me, and swear that this trip is only to save Adele? I'm willing. The third flame was hotter than the first two, making Nelson's hair seem to be on fire, and the ghost on Credence's face opposite him also showed a ferocious expression of unwillingness. Sorry, it's not fair to you. This is Nelson's third apology today. He let go of his hand, and the burn-like mark slowly disappeared on the back of his hand. This is what it should be. You are doing what I want to do, and you have even helped me do what I can't do, Credence said seriously. This is the reward you deserve. Keep it away, Credence. Nelson handed Credence a small silver ball inlaid with gold, and said solemnly, if you are in danger, open it. No matter where you are, you will get my help. Please subscribe, collect, recommend, and comment on monthly tickets. Grateful. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Dangerous People. In the evening, Hogwarts Castle was covered with a layer of golden red lace by the setting sun, as if Gryffindor had won the Academy Cup. Sitting on the grass around a tree stump, just like those students who come out to wander before dark. Several bottles of drinks that have been opened, but have not been touched, are staring at each other on the tree stump like wizard chess, like an opposing army formation, no different from the surrounding people with different expressions, a kind of relaxation mixed with tension, trust hidden with an atmosphere of suspicion. The eyes of several people shuttled back and forth around. Is he trustworthy? Tom squinted, looking at the ordinary looking boy sitting on the grass beside him. It's really hard to imagine that the man who supported Nagini to persevere is actually younger than me. Thank you for the compliment. Nelson, who was sitting in the middle, said, it seems that my transfiguration has improved again. Mr. Riddle, said Credence, who had transformed into an unknown student, gratefully, I have never had the opportunity to thank you in person. If it weren't for you, I might have lost Nagini. The three of them seemed to be chatting enthusiastically, but they were actually talking about their own things. Alfred, who was sitting on the sidelines, stared blankly and tried hard to think about whether the topics between them were related. What are you talking about? As the three topics continued to deepen, Alfred, who was already feeling a little headache, put down the empty glass bottle, couldn't bear it, and asked loudly, can someone come and explain things clearly? I even forgot that I came here to. What are you doing? The remaining butterbeer flowed down the side of the bottle to the bottom of the bottle. The empty bottle stood out among the three full bottles. He waited for a while, but seeing no one answered him, he picked up the nearest Nelson's bottle and asked, headache, dry mouth. Nelson, can you give me this bottle if you don't want to drink it? I added some ingredients. Nelson shrugged. You may feel uncomfortable after drinking it, but don't worry, I bought it, not made it. Alfred had seen Nelson's level of potions, and after hearing what he said, he withdrew his hand, grabbing the pumpkin juice as if threatened. Don't even think about it, Alfred. Before his eyes wandered to Tom's face, Tom had just refused him. I can give you mine, sir. Credence touched his intact face and said with a smile, if you don't mind that it has been opened. Thank you. Alfred grabbed the bottle, drank it in a big gulp, and smiled sheepishly. I don't know why, I've always been thirsty recently. The seasons are changing, sir, Credence said with concern. Remember to be prepared, it's really dry recently. Alfred, who grew up among his sister, who was used to domestic violence, the always eccentric Tom and the sometimes eccentric Nelson, had never seen such a gentle person. It's very wrong for you to do this. Tom's blow brought Alfred back to reality. If you want to pretend to be like Nah, you have to understand his style, and you can prevaricate it if your classmates find it unusual. But if was it discovered by the professor? He is very familiar with Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore, both of whom are wizards who are good at transfiguration, and once they find anomalies, they will be easily exposed. Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore? Credence read these two names silently, already in the state of learning. Is there anything that needs to be paid attention to for them? The first thing is that, except in class, Professor McGonagall is called Minerva. Credence's boy had a look of great confusion on his immature face. I understand what's going on. When the sun was sinking, Alfred slapped his numphy and realized this man named Credence Barburn signed a contract with Nelson. An unbreakable vow to become like Nelson and help Adele who might become like Callum. Well, sorry, I don't mean to criticize the obscure's looks. I'm just, Alfred, who noticed Credence's stiff expression, hurriedly apologized. You're right. Credence shook his head and looked at Alfred. Black scars appeared on his face, and he saw a hideous ghost face. Alfred, who was watched by two faces, stayed where he was. Credence said softly, even if the obscure is not crazy or dead, he will turn into this kind of ghost. This is a stubborn disease of wizards, sir. This is why I must help Miss Wertling. I don't want to see anyone suffer the same pain as me, and I don't want them to experience the same sadness as me. Feel sorry. Alfred was speechless in a daze. I will cooperate with you. Tom suddenly looked at Credence and said seriously, "For the sake of Nar and Nagini, I'm willing to believe you. Thank you. Thank you. There are different moods in the two thanks. So you came here just to drink 2 bottles of drinks? Alfred. Oh, I forgot if you didn't tell me." Alfred patted his head and said in surprise, "Father sent Creature a message that there is indeed something underground in the ranch, and he wants you to find a chance as soon as possible. Go to Grindelwald's place." He paused and added solemnly, "It's urgent." "How urgent is it?" "He told me to get Nelson right away," said Alfred. "Otherwise the house elf would not have delivered the message," and he nearly apparated onto the Quidditch pitch. "Is this the first time?" Looking at the night sky full of stars and moon reflected on the empty bottle, Tom quietly told a bad joke. Nelson grabbed the clothes thrown aside and jumped up from the grass. Boraux told him, "If there is an urgent matter, I will notify you directly when seeing off." It seemed that there was indeed an urgent matter. He ordered. Credence nodding, said in a deep voice, "Tom, I leave it to you." Tom shrugged, gasped, non-committal. "Thanks, Christian." Nelson put his arm into his sleeve and walked quickly towards the secret passage. Who would not leave a back door for himself when he had the opportunity to participate in this kind of project? "Let's start with the language habits and spellcasting habits first," he said with a smile as he watched Nelson walking towards the Forbidden Forest while putting on his clothes. "In terms of understanding of Nelson, I may know more about him than he does." "Okay. No one really understands themselves." Credence nodded with a smile, recalling Nelson's entrustment, lowered his head, and called out softly, "Mayfly, it's my turn." His youthful appearance was horribly rolled up like sea waves, and countless gullies and cracks appeared on his face. In the cracks, the silver light of metal flickered and flowed under the moonlight, and his whole face was like wriggling as if alive, reshaping his appearance in places slightly different from the facial features, and after a while, the face that belonged to Nelson appeared in front of him. Meanwhile, Nelson covered his face with his stand-up collar, held out his wand in the deserted street outside Hogsmeade, and stopped the night bus. "Sir, where are you going?" "London." Nelson lowered his voice, and with the help of Mayfly, he made the sound of starting smoking in 60 years. "Yes sir, we've been doing I know the price, so there's no need to look for it." A shining galleon swirled into the arms of the young conductor. "I thought you were already a driver, Ern." "A regular customer?" Ern took the gold coin blankly and wanted to chat a little bit, but found that the customer had already walked up the stairs. The rich have such a strange temper. He shrugged, stuffed Garen into his arms, counted out a few silver 6 from his pocket, and stuffed them into the coin box. Hearing the pleasant sound of the coins colliding, he patted his stomach contentedly and held them steady. Handrail began to wait for the next guest. Nelson, who got off the bus in London, circled around and disapparated to Grindelwald Square. It was completely dark, but Grindelwald Square was brightly lit, and it seemed that he was having an uneventful night. He went to the door and rang the bell. The doorbell rang once and then stopped abruptly, with a wand pointed at his forehead. "Mr. Black, it's me." Nelson lowered his turned-up collar. "Come in." Boraux poked his head out, looked around, and welcomed Nelson into the door. The moment the door just closed, he said mysteriously, "You can't even imagine what we dug up." Nelson looked at the empty old house, where the servants had gone. "I sent them to the ranch." Families like ours who have been out of the Ministry of Magic for a long time have this kind of problem. They can't call people at critical moments, so they can only send servants and even family members. Boraux saw Nelson's confused, explained, "What was dug up was so amazing that every time I think about it, I think it was a dream." "Hybrid fantastic beasts?" Nelson asked, and there were only so many rare items that could be produced by a fanciful animal expert such as snails or something. "This is also the limit of my imagination." Boraux took Nelson to the reception room with urgent steps. "It turns out that my imagination is not enough. If someone tells me that Melissa Sykes is actually, I'm also willing to believe that she is a lunatic. After all, her father's crazy mind will inevitably be passed on to her." Merlin's pants. They even said in the introduction they gave me that they were the place where the Sykes family used to treat injured magical animals. What is it? Could it be a combination of magical animals and people? Or a chimera? He sewed many kinds of animals together? I can't describe it to you. It's a dangerous man, or dangerous thing. Anyway, the Black family has basically completed the excavation work. Borlux strode to the fireplace, drew his wand and held it in front of his chest. He grabbed a handful of shiny silver flue powder from the small box above the fireplace and sprinkled it into the fireplace with a weak flame. Turning his head, he said, "But I can't guarantee what will happen there after I come back, so be careful. We'll see you there. House of Love." As Boraux reported the location, the flames expanded again, and the flames were licking the bricks of the fireplace like the tongues of wild beasts. Borlux took a step forward and was consumed by flames. Nelson wanted to follow him indirectly, but seeing Boraux's ready appearance, he took out his wand from his pocket, hung it by his side, and took a step forward. A rare sense of tension suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. He said that he didn't believe in fate, but he was still used to the convenience brought by the sixth sense, and it seemed that danger was waiting for him. Dangerous person? Nelson stopped in his tracks. The fine hair on his forehead fluttered slowly with his breathing. Silver lights emerged from various parts of his clothes and converged towards the wand. He took out the old wand and held it in his left hand, together with the palm of his hand hide it in the sleeve. The light gathered on the wand in his right hand became sharper and sharper. Nelson took a deep breath and stepped forward while the green fire in the fireplace was still extinguished. House of Love. He chanted this somewhat inappropriate and even humorous place name, and his figure disappeared into the flames. Raw. Nelson's eyes were covered with a green filter by the bright flames, which made the dark night scene in his eyes seem to be covered with a layer of poisonous green. Stepping out of the middle, a deafening roar appeared in his ears. He could even imagine a big mouth in front of him in the dark. It could open wide like a snake, as if it wanted to completely devour its enemy. A rotten smell mixed with the smell of blood filled his nostrils, and he felt a burning sensation in front of his eyes. Under the dark night, a row of sharp lights was close at hand. Nelson took a step back, felt the solid wall behind him, and raised his right hand. A sword made of countless fragments was particularly noticeable under the night. Supporting the right hand holding the sword, the silver light of the iron armor curtain mayfly instantly covered the whole body, except for the shining sword tip. It's really exciting. Looking at the danger coming from the darkness, Nelson's tone was flat, but his heart sank. Under the light of the sword, he at least saw the reflection of pupils and teeth. At least it was a living thing, not something indescribable. Just like the script arranged by Nelson, the thing in the dark opened its mouth wide and rushed towards him. After the 2 rows of sharp teeth, there were layers of densely packed messy teeth. They were equally sharp and even more dangerous. The comer was aggressive and seemed to have caught Nelson off guard, but its disorderly advance wrapped the sharp sword tip just right. Puff. The sharp teeth collided with the iron armor curse, making a teeth-stinging rubbing sound. At the same time, disaster entered the mouth, and the sword was slightly blocked for a moment. In the next second, the smelly and hot liquid drenched Nelson's body. Chapter 386 Crazy Experiment. Raw. No matter how hard the bone is, it can't resist the repeated explosions of the small parts at the tip of the sword. The unknown attacker in front of him screamed in pain. Its head was pierced through by this ordinary sword. The sharp teeth collided with the blade. Even though its hardness was far beyond Nelson's imagination, they were not integrated with the gums after all. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a crisp sound like wind chimes, densely packed teeth were stuck on the spine of the sword in the gap between the gears. It penetrates deeply into its relatively soft oral mucosa. Nelson's left hand was not idle either. The elder wand was pressed against the monster's abdomen, which was also as hard as a steel plate. He could vaguely feel the scale-like touch. Although there was no time to prepare any powerful spells, the equally powerful small spells one after another, they bombarded its body at 0 distance. But this layer of scales seemed to be tougher than the giant skin and alchemy armor. But it only stopped for a moment. All this happened in an instant, and in the next second, the monster slammed on Nelson's body, and its own weight slammed Nelson into the thick wall behind him under the momentum. At the moment when the cracks in the brick cracked, bright orange red light and hot temperature came from behind him, followed by a strong smell of herbs. Under the light, Nelson saw the huge silhouette of the monster in front of him. It is not much different from ordinary creatures, with its two arms clamping its head, but the hideous barbs and sharp horns on the outline all show the powerful talent it may have in killing. Feeling the crater-like temperature behind him, Nelson secretly thought that something was wrong. He clenched the hilt of his sword and spun it forcefully. The parts attached to the wand disintegrated instantly and swirled around in the monster's body. Countless small sharp blades attacked its head frantically, as if to completely crush its flesh and blood. The Elder Wand left the monster's belly and turned his head to look behind him at the last second. He had already been knocked into the interior of a certain building. A pool of crimson scorching fluid was bubbling under his feet, making Nelson think of boiling water. Fresh blood, pieces of white bones whose owners could not be seen rose and sank with the air bubbles. The blood pool was in a regular circular shape. At the 5 corners stood 5 cylindrical sarcophagi bound by red chains. One of them, the chain of the sarcophagus, has been broken and fell into the pool, and there is a big hole on the top. Although its interior is too dark to see clearly, you can figure out with your toes that the occupant inside is a monster that attacked Nelson in the dark. A human skull that already showed some signs of melting rolled up, and the empty eye sockets met Nelson's gaze for a moment. In the next second, Nelson's receding body disappeared in the distorted air, and the monster that was furious because of the pain, however, he couldn't stop his figure and fell straight into the pool of blood, drawing a not so elegant parabola in midair. PFFT. The monster fell into the pool, but Nelson apparated again to the hole that was knocked open. He found a respite from the sudden attack and observed the surrounding situation. He raised his wand, and the bright light source lit up the surrounding area. The environment, the wall that was knocked away, does not seem to belong to a building in the conventional sense. He is in a curved bunker hidden on the ground, surrounded by blue-black stone bricks, and every distance there is a black crystal-like wall with a bright mechanism next to it, and the scene behind the wall can be seen through the crystal. It is precisely because of the underground pothole that there is so little light source here. At this moment, the clouds above the head are slowly drifting into the distance with the evening wind light up here. Noticing the torches on the wall, Nelson waved his magic wand, and the warm flames burned together, and this place finally belonged to the world again. Mr. Black, are you alright? Under normal circumstances, it is best to keep your back against the wall when you may encounter a sneak attack, but this rule does not work at this moment. If the wall behind you is not even, something will explode and something will be drilled out. There is no one in the circular field. The person in the mouth did not know where it went. Nelson's robe trembled, casting a silver glow that quickly disappeared into the air around him. Strange, did I go to the wrong place? He looked at his feet. There were indeed traces of a fireplace built here, but it seemed to have fallen into the pool of blood along with the half of the wall that was knocked open. The fall of the living creature made the tumbling bubbles in the blood pool dense, like boiling lava. There was a faint howling sound from the bursting bubbles, and the monster that fell into the pool seemed to be still struggling. Nelson waved his wand and used the flying charm to pull up a tibia floating on the water. This tibia was much longer and thicker than a human's. The surface was covered with sharp burrs. It seemed to belong to some kind of tall animal. The joint connecting the knee, there is not a small difference in the position and shape. It should be some kind of anti-joint magical animal similar to human beings. Werewolf? Nelson frowned, pointing at Shin with the Elder Wand. Tell me what you are. As if the film was reversed, thick, bundled muscles mixed with blood vessels and ligaments grew out of the dead bones. This calf was thicker than Nelson's waist, and soon it was rough skin, black and hard, hair and the stench of blood. It's really a werewolf. Nelson relaxed his wrist, and his fur and muscles disappeared instantly. The shin bone hit the ground with a bang, and the residual heat scorched the wet ground, and a cluster of strong steam rose. Nelson kicked Shinbone back into the water and stood still, waiting for information from the mayfly point. After a while, most of the mayflies who were scouting around came back, but many of the mayflies behind him did not return the same way. He turned around, and there was nothing behind him, as if the air had eaten those mayflies. The pool of blood behind him boiled more and more. Nelson dropped a few small silver balls, enough enchanted crossbow bolts, to install himself on the wall, ensuring that he would be able to shoot and kill the thing coming out of the hole in the first place. If you are so tenacious, then you should also feel the taste of being attacked. After finishing all this, Nelson released an illuminated mayfly to lead the way, walking towards the center of the circular room. Before he could take 2 steps, the Pathfinder mayfly suddenly disappeared. Nelson stopped and stared at the location where the mayfly disappeared. Just 5 meters away from the hole behind him, he released several Pathfinders one after another. No matter which direction they go from, they will disappear 5 meters away from the wall, and disappear without warning. He moved 2 steps forward again, and stomped the ground with his feet, feeling as hard as metal. Nelson lowered his head, and wiped the dust off the ground with the sole of his shoe, revealing a line of shimmering runes. Hide, channel, identify. Nelson recognized the meaning of each word one by one, and had turned around unknowingly. This strange test site has been used to combination alchemy that can hide the scene in the soil. If an intruder, if it hits the edge, then his body will go through a passage similar to a portkey, directly coincide with the soil outside, and become fertilizer on the spot. The builder has extremely high alchemy attainments, and there are many other things related to harmony. The use of the runes related to smelting, and energy is unknown, but they have been running all the time, so they should be related to the testing ground in the space behind the wall. Nelson paced around the inscription, stopping from time to time to mark the ground with his feet. Compared with fighting a wizard with a wand, communicating with an alchemist across time and space is a test of knowledge and patience. Found it. I don't know how long it took. Nelson stopped, bent down and squatted on the ground, and inserted the wand in his hand into the gap between the 2 characters. There was no shocking special effect, but the space in front of him seemed like a painting soaked in water. General twisted, forming a ring-shaped wall of air. After doing all this, he straightened up, walked straight forward, and passed through the barrier in front of him without hindrance. The eyes suddenly lit up. Nelson blinked, and found that there were nearly 10 wands pointing at him, including Borlux lying on the ground leaning on the oak barrel. A group of wizards were lying crookedly in a circular basement similar to a wine cellar, and everyone was wearing a banner. Seeing Nelson, Borlux put down his wand and said, "It's one of our own." The distressed wands were put down in unison, and a group of wizards moaned while covering their wounds. The scene looked a little funny. "Mr. Black, I'm glad you're alright. I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. I thought you made a mistake when using the flu network." Borlux turned and said, "Let them come back. They have been found." "What happened here?" Nelson asked. "Who? What hit you? You can ask them." Borlux held his chest and smiled dryly. "I wasn't like this when I came here, but I was kicked here by something right after I got out of the fireplace." Nelson nodded and turned around to look for people who were still in good condition among the rickety crowd. Many wizards avoided Nelson's sight, and they didn't want to recall the experience just now. Boraux was a little dissatisfied. He coughed twice. The wizards had to temporarily forget the pain and recalled everything that had just happened. "At first, we dug this wine cellar in the ground. We thought it was wine, but we didn't expect it to be full of precious materials." One more person. "That's not human at all." After their chattering introduction, Nelson finally knew what had just happened. A few days ago, the wizards belonging to the Black family received an order from Boraux to clean up this ranch, called House of Love, which is actually a defective magical animal processing plant. There are only a few worthless buildings left here. The house and the weeds on the ground. There is not a single magical animal, not even a few animals. Even the weeds are growing with it, as if in a dead place. The task assigned by Borlaux was to digging the ground 3 feet. These wizards also worked hard. They really dug 3 feet and found a strange secret room in the vast wilderness, full of oak barrels. It appears to be Dr. Sykes' former wine cellar. The wizards didn't pay much attention at first, but after opening a wooden barrel, they were dumbfounded. The wooden barrel was filled with all kinds of precious alchemy materials, almost all of which were taken from rare magical animals. The warehouse where Dr. C stored materials was a considerable amount. After reporting to Borlaux, they began to organize the materials in the barrel separately and moved them back by category. If that's the case, it's just a not so small windfall, and it's not a big deal for the Black family who are not short of money. However, it was filled with coagulated blood. A certain wizard suppressed his nausea and opened a wooden box containing blood clots. After cutting open the blood clots, a humanoid object that seemed to be sleeping in amniotic fluid appeared in front of them. It's called an item because it's too monstrous to even be called a monster or an animal. Limbs of various magical creatures crudely assembled onto a half-human torso, a werewolf arm, an ocelot, the legs of a warthog, the skin of a warthog, and the paws of a young dragon, all sewn together simply with some kind of thick thread of leather, gave an eerie nausea. Borax had already vaguely guessed what Dr. Sykes had done. He wanted to graft the characteristics of different magical animals onto humans through methods other than mixing blood. I thought that this kind of thing was already the limit of imagination, but everything I saw later was even more shocking. The wooden barrels piled up on the outer layer seemed to contain early defective products. The more they were cleaned, the more delicate the oak barrels would be. Even the soaking liquid has been replaced with an amber translucent colloid, and the completion of the things in it is getting higher and higher. The hair of the whole body has been replaced with feathers, and the arms have been turned into a pair of wings, replaced with cat's eyes, and also grew ears. Some put human arms on baboons. All kinds of outrageous and curious things abound. What shocked Borax the most was the last object, which was a person through and through. A woman's head was attached to a man, and the scars left on the man's body, the hollow skeleton of a bird and the internal organs of a strong beast are exposed. And the most frightening thing is not that it looks too much like a normal person, but that it reveals traces of life. It does not resemble the other things curled up like that, but showed a frightened expression and caressed their own body. The facial expression and body dynamics perfectly matched, as if they were one. We were ordered to build a temporary fireplace, but after the master arrived, a black claw covered with spider-like spikes suddenly protruded from the pile of barrels. It elusive attacked each of us. And the walls kept going back, and finally disappeared along with the fireplace, together. Chapter 387. 3 lines of message. Hiss. Strange statues of different shapes were placed in front of Nelson in sequence by the wizards of the Black family. Under the gloomy lights, they looked like a curious wax museum or installation art gallery, and like a group of hardcore role-playing enthusiasts wearing furs. Set of organized Halloween masquerade. Nelson was wearing the ring of the Gunter family, closed his eyes and gently rubbed the resurrection stone on the face of the ring. The world in his eyes instantly turned into pure white. Amidst the rolling white mist, the silhouette of the wizard of the Black family appeared in front of him, and beside him there is nothing in front of it, and the souls of these dead people are still completely dissipated. Although he couldn't restore the truth of the incident through his soul, Nelson was still relieved, at least proving that the weird things in front of him were indeed dead. If one of them was still alive, it would be the scariest horror story he had heard this year. Starting from the first poorly sewn specimens, he carefully observed them one by one, drew their silhouettes on the small notebook he carried, and recorded their characteristics. With the progress of craftsmanship visible to the naked eye, Nelson needed to record more and more things, more and more. The stars and the moon above their head deflected, and when the white belly quietly appeared in the east, Nelson finally walked in front of the last body, the human body, that was out of place with the same kind, with vivid expressions, as if he had really lived. Nelson stood in front of it for a long time. If you don't look at those hideous wounds, no matter what man's body has a woman's head, then it is almost a normal person who can no longer be normal. Things that are extremely similar, but know that they are completely different, can often bring people stronger fears. Even Nelson, who lives in the grotesque and runs to the land of the dead all day long, feels hair standing on end and nervous. He shook his head, excited by the pre-dawn cold wind, cheered up, and continued to record its characteristics. After a night of rest, the conditions of the wizards of the Black family improved a lot. The lightly injured people who received treatment had already started to search for suspicious objects around under the command of Borax. Borax, who noticed Nelson's body trembling, waved, "Call the housekeeper and tell him to light a fire in the bunker to keep the temperature." Nelson raised his head to observe from time to time, and wrote down a few notes from time to time. The eyeballs of the body in front of him had become cloudy with time, but they were still not rotten, as if observing the person coming. If he didn't know that these things have no soul, he would be frightened. At first I thought they would be very valuable, at least some kind of strange and unique magic. I was afraid that they would be discovered by others, so I sneaked in. Borax walked behind Nelson, clutching his chest, and laughed at himself. Where? I know it's not a unique one, but an evil one. Did you solve the thing that sneaked up on us just now? It must not be a similar freak, right? I guess it's some kind of watchdog. Nelson was silent, staring at those cloudy eyes. Seeing this, Boralx secretly thought something was wrong, and quickly added, it must not be. It can't really be the same thing as these things, right? Congratulations. Nelson shook his head. You guessed it, Mr. Black. I'll just say no. Boralx breathed a sigh of relief. How could this crooked way succeed? It must be some kind of gatekeeper animal. It's not surprising. After all, there is everything in the ranch, isn't it? I mean, you guessed the last sentence right. Nelson calmly repeated what Boralx said. It's the same thing as these things. Judging from the information collected so far, what is stored in these oak barrels may only be rough experimental products. Nelson stared at the face of the woman with a grim expression in front of him, and met her empty eyes that were full of huge emotions. Watching, every bunch of muscles under the shriveled skin stayed at the last moment before it died. Nelson's gloved fingertips brushed her cheeks. Those swelling, relaxed, tough, and broken emotions were like crossing time passed to his hands from pain to the struggle of resentment, followed by powerless endurance. The pain used to be the resignation of fate, to the later habit, the numbness of enjoying the huge pain gap. Until the death narrator he could feel it all. Nelson withdrew his hand like an electric shock, looked at the woman's face in doubt, and murmured, except for it, no, her. What's wrong? Boralx asked. It's nothing. Nelson moved his fingers. The clear emotion he felt through the glove was not fake, but no one would believe that he would feel emotion on such a patchwork corpse, as if in a dream, but he did not repeat it. Stretching out his hand, he just turned around, looked at Boralx, and said, what is stored in these wooden barrels should only be the experimental work of Dr. Sykes. Judging from the monsters that attacked you, his technology and magic should be useful in the future. A lot of effort. That is to say, unfortunately, the monsters that attack you are the same as they should be. What? Boralx only felt a moment of fear. Even though he was well informed, he was also stunned by the news and was speechless. Let's call that monster a werewolf, Nelson recalled. It has the body and habits of walking upright like a human, and the joints and physical strength of a Siberian werewolf. This is the only werewolf in the world that can reproduce by itself. They are more wolf-like than other werewolves. Its body is covered with werewolf hair, barbs similar to spider legs and scales of some kind of crustacean, which are enough to resist most magic damage. In addition, its teeth are somewhat similar to those of a shark, but with a stronger and more precise bite. Is it still alive? When he heard resists most magic damage, Boralx took a half step back, but he quickly walked back with his chest up, and said, it must be wiped out? Definitely. It won't bother you again. Nelson pondered for a moment, then recorded in the notebook he carried with his wand. The magical defense ability comparable to that of monster makes ordinary wizards have no means of attacking it, and it even requires a well-trained team of wizards to knock it down. But it's also not as easy to hit as large magical animals like fire dragons or venomous leopards. Its speed is enough to dodge most of the deadly spells, but its sharp teeth can easily tear through the defenses of ordinary wizards. The mayfly and the armor curse can only resist sharpness, but cannot defuse the impact if it has a human brain as I did use. Then it will be the most effective killing machine against wizards. What are you writing? Boralx glanced at the notebook curiously, but quickly looked away, not wanting to pry into the privacy. I'm imagining, Mr. Black, Nelson explained, if the monster just fought one-on-one with a normal wizard, how it would attack. Haven't you experienced it? Oh, it might die in one encounter. For some reason, Boralx had blind confidence in Nelson. He squeezed out a smile and said, what if it was me? What would the result be? Woolen cloth. Nelson shrugged awkwardly, if I'm going to be honest. Okay, I get it. Body alone, these monsters are already very powerful, Nelson guessed. Now I don't know whether the human parts of these things come from wizards or muggles. If they are wizards, then they can use wands and even cast spells. Is it magic? If part of the monster's body comes from some magical animals that are born with magical abilities, such as thunderbirds and fire snakes, can it use these magics? Hiss. This kind of monster seems to be specially made to kill wizards, but in ancient times, there were actually perfect techniques for breeding magical animals, such as Calamay and Manticore, which are typical hybrid magical animals. Taking into account both advantages and strengths, and even Hayabo's technology of cultivating basilisks with magic, these are already very mature. Nelson was still puzzled. Why did he choose such a novel and inefficient method? Is it because of hobbies? This is too perverted. Maybe his thinking is indeed different from ordinary people. Borlux rubbed his chin and analyzed. After all, going to a Muggle school is very weird. Did you find anything like a manuscript? Nelson turned around and asked, are there any marks or accords on those oak barrels? Borlux turned around and looked at the staggering wizards. After feeling the master's gaze, they shook their heads in unison. That might be hidden in some other room. Nelson's mind conjured up the bunker's terrain of many small circles surrounding a large circle. My lord, those oak barrels are all exactly the same. They are the barrels commonly used in the wine cellar at home. The butler of the Grindelwald Place mansion raised his head and replied, really, they are exactly the same as our home. Damn it, you said that. Borlux retched, I don't think I want to drink anymore in my life. Sorry, sir. The butler lowered his head. I'm going to take a look at the barrels. Nelson turned around, left the person who was looking weirder, and walked towards the barrels piled up in the corner. Have you seen the inside of the barrels? Inside? Isn't there these things? I mean the inside of the barrel. The jelly that soaked the specimens and had frozen was carefully collected by the wizards, ready to be taken back for more detailed testing. Those empty wooden barrels were put together with their own lids and stacked in the order of discovery. Corresponding markings are carefully made on the edges. Nelson didn't look at them one by one like observing specimens. He went straight to the last barrel, illuminated it with his wand, and looked down silently. It was empty, as reported by the wizards of House Black, and Nelson shook his head, ready to leave. Just as he was swaying and preparing to take a step, the swinging wand changed the angle of the light source. On the inside of the barrel wall, a line of scratches emerged, flashing past his sight. Nelson raised his eyebrows, used the floating spell to move the barrel out, covered his nose and mouth, bent down, and irradiated it from different angles with his wand. Soon, the row of scratches reappeared, this time more clearly. He divided the barrel into two along the scratched edge, and placed the part with the mark on the ground to observe. The colloid soaking it is yellow like pus. If the solidified colloid is embedded in the scratches, it will be difficult to find the scratches from the outside of the barrel. Barlux stepped forward wonderingly, and saw the blurred line at a glance. The notch on the barrel looked like a child's practice work when learning to write. He turned around, and gave the wizard who was in charge of inspecting the barrel a hard look. Nelson cut off the whole piece of the notch, and used a magic wand to control the fine whirlwind to clean out the deep colloid little by little, for fear of damaging the text with excessive force. Not long after, 3 lines of English with completely different fonts appeared in front of Nelson. They all seemed to be carved out with fingernails. I don't know who I am I or me? But what I know for sure is illegible. This passage is like a knife carving. Each stroke is straight and crisp, and the handwriting is deeply embedded in the wooden board, which is the most recognizable of the 3 lines of characters. I think I should eat raw meat. I want to go back to the egg. I want to swim, but I feel like I'm him. The font of this line is beautiful, but the place where the pen is written is hesitant, and the writing is so light that you have to widen your eyes to see it clearly. It is the descendant of that demon who hopes to find me. Have you seen his price? Unfortunately, he died too quickly. But you will feel this pain soon, believe me. The bottom row of characters is crooked, like a wild beast. The letter with the strongest force penetrates half of the board, and the last exclamation point almost pierces the board, but it can be seen through the light. This row of characters is the clearest, but also the hardest. Recognition, as if half of the roar of a wild beast. The pleasure of the writer can be seen from it. The air in the bunker seemed to freeze. Nelson, who was squatting on the ground, and Borlux, who was standing behind him, fell into a long silence. Boom. A clod of soil on the ground fell from above, breaking the silent atmosphere in the bunker. Mr. Black. Nelson turned his head and said wordlessly, it seems that my guess has been confirmed again. They may indeed have the brains and wisdom of a human being, Borlux said through gritted teeth. He didn't know what was behind the barrier that Nelson walked out of. Voted. Damn it. What the hell is this lunatic doing? Home of love. My fucking home of love. Then, turning to Nelson, he asked, shall we give this place to Nermingard? Mr. Black, this is your land. Nelson shrugged, but if you don't want to see this kind of thing everywhere in 2 years, then you'd better not do it. There are a lot of typists recently, the cache of the input method has been cleared, and the vocabulary associations are gone. Chapter 388. I hope you have the same attitude towards your life. Not long after, the sky was bright, the sun was rising, and the sun shone through the thin clouds on this barren land. The mist that belongs to the night condenses into drops of water in the cold wind at dawn, covering the dry soil, and covering the withered yellow earth with a layer of light hoarfrost, making the whole land dyed with a kind of paleness like the skin of a sick person. It's really weird. A dusty wizard stood in the middle of the pasture, bent down and dragged another person out of the ground, and said, why doesn't this place grow grass? It's already September, buddy, said his companion who was dragged to the ground, patted the dust on his palms. This is not our house. Only pine trees grow in this season. As he spoke, he bent down and grabbed another person. Maybe it was cleaned up before we came here. The third wizard looked around and guessed as he climbed up, this place seems to have been abandoned for a long time, and it must have been covered with weeds before. How could the gift not be wrapped properly? You may not have seen that the locket that the master received last week was packed in a wooden box framed with gold thread. According to me, the box is much more valuable than the old things inside. What do you know? The fourth wizard wore a pair of glasses and seemed to be the most knowledgeable among the group. Where are they giving gifts? It's clearly because the master and Lord Grindelwald are getting closer. Recently, Minister Rich is flattering Lord Grindelwald and beating them by the way. This is paying for his life. How can this kind of unwilling bleeding be cleaned seriously? You must not read the newspaper, right? The guy who came last, I will tell you. Feeling gossip filled, the three of them approached the wizard wearing glasses without taking care of themselves. He's not just a young man passing by in trouble like the Daily Prophet said. He approached the three people by the pit and whispered, he's an important figure in Nermingard, and the US Secretary of Magic even claimed that he is a relative of Lord Grindelwald. I subscribed to an unpopular newspaper and saw Lord Grindelwald trim his collar seeing the three people on the opposite side frozen in place with pale faces. The glasses wizard smiled smugly. They must have been shocked by his news. Just as he was enjoying the feeling of being admired, he felt someone poke his shoulder. Why don't you guys talk? Hey, are you shocked? He winked and smiled. His exaggerated expression was magnified by the glasses, making it even more funny. But the feeling of being touched behind him came again, and he turned away impatiently. He lowered his voice and scolded angrily. Can you die if you stay down for a while? Didn't see me. Ah, Mr. Housekeeper, you are here. He clasped his hands together. His face was full of smiles, and his expression changed so quickly that even the naturally deformed transformation magus and some magical animals who are good at imitating. He smiled obsequiously. How do you? Are you coming up? The butler, who was usually respectful in front of Nelson, showed an extraordinary aura at this moment. He squinted at the glasses wizard and snorted coldly. Do you think I don't have long legs or can't use magic? How could it happen? The glasses wizard rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, your magic level. The butler didn't want him to finish these compliments, but said coldly, there is no Ministry of Magic in the United States, let alone a Minister of Magic. Ah. The glasses wizard was stunned, his mouth widened, and he stood in front of the three who were trying to hold back their laughter, unable to speak out awkwardly. Some things you can talk nonsense like those beggars at the corner door, the butler said expressionlessly, but the Black family will not accept a guy who likes to chew on the master's tongue. Feel sorry. The glasses wizard lowered his head in trepidation, kept apologizing, and was about to slap himself. This action is common all over the world. What are you doing? The butler held his arm. I just hope you don't spoil Lord Williams's interest with your stupidity like a noisy crow. I think you should remember the way the master got angry. The wizard closed his mouth tightly and stood straight in place. His lips seemed to be stuck with some super glue. The butler gave him a last look turned around and walked towards the other direction of the pit, and the three wizards who were full of gossip also calmed down the burning fire of curiosity, endured exhaustion and pain, and worked harder work up. On the fence in the distance are dense vines, emerald green covered with withered yellow, which have not been cleaned for a long time. On the flat wasteland, wizards of the Black family are pulling their companions back to the ground by their arms. Not long after, Borlux also emerged from the ground. His face was covered with mud and blood, completely different from his usual handsome appearance. He supported his waist, panted heavily, and exhaled a white air column from his mouth. Seeing this, the same butler took out a woolen coat and put it on him. "Thank you." Borlux tightened his clothes, stomped his feet and looked around. As the morning fog receded, the ground became as pale as the saline alkali land, and the dilapidated houses in the distance, the 3-story big houses, were repaired like castles. It looks like those small arrow towers are dotted with faded pink paint and broken jack-o'-lanterns. It seems that they were made by Dr. Sykes in the early years to please his daughter. There is a big barn behind the miniature castle. Next to it is a mill for grinding bran. Only the shaft of the windmill on the top of the mill is left, and the 4-leaf fans are gone. There is a yew tree planted in the courtyard, but it seems to have been dead for many years. Bring it when firewood burns. It doesn't last long enough. There is also a row of hitching posts next to the house, 2 of which are slightly shorter, which seem to be for the pets of the 2 young daughters. These objects full of life have added a touch of family warmth to this old photo-like manor. At other times, Borlux felt that he would shake his head hypocritically and lament the misfortune of this family, but now he didn't even bother to pretend. But these warm things made him shudder. The more Dr. Sykes had a happy family, and the more he loved his daughters, the more terrifying Borlux thought he was. What kind of person would be so divided? A man who, in his own impression, has almost no flaws, except a little madness. A man who takes care of his family and loves his wife and daughter. A man with superb magic and an expert in the field of magical animals is almost the perfect person in everyone's heart. But the ferocious monsters made up of broken limbs and arms in the bunker are silently accusing Dr. Sykes of the horror and cruelty. According to Nelson, there are more than one room around the bunker, and even the werewolf who attacked him just escaped from that room. How many unspeakable crimes did he commit? Borlux recalled the time when the Sykes family had an accident. It happened to be around Halloween. Some gossipers said that he had committed too many crimes and was avenged by ghosts. Borlux thought it was nonsense, but now he believed it. He imagined Dr. Sykes' experiment when he put a living person. Borlux felt a fishy smell go straight to his throat, and he bent down and retched. The housekeeper hurriedly supported his shoulders and patted his back, trying to smooth his breath. "It's okay." Borlux waved his hand, wiped his lips, and said with an ugly expression, "I just have too much imagination." "Ugh, master." Of course the butler understood why Borlux was retching. In fact, he didn't go around to the distance just now for inspection, but actually found an opportunity to vomit secretly. "Ugh, you wait a moment. Cooperate with Nelson and seal this place as requested by Nelson." Borlux ordered intermittently. "Damn it. I will never come to this damn place again." "Sir, don't you need to continue your research?" the old housekeeper said anxiously. "At least we should organize people to kill the remaining living creatures in the bunker." "Ouch. Don't talk about living things, please," Borlux wailed and said with force. "You can do whatever he asks you to do. Help me to the red pine forest over there. I can't bear it gone." Hearing this, the butler nodded and helped the master to the red pine forest that was located in the shade of the mountain during the previous investigation. It just so happened that he could find a chance to vomit. Nelson still stayed in the bunker, quietly standing in front of the last most human-like experimental subject, took off his gloves, and stared at his palm, as if wanting to see flowers. Emotions can be magic, so can magic leave emotions? This is obviously a person who can't die anymore. He can't even be called a human being, and he has confirmed again and again that there is not even a little dross left in their souls, and their souls may even be dissected when they are cut open by Dr. Sykes has disappeared. But you are obviously so real that it seems to be a story I experienced personally, and the emotions I experienced personally. Nelson curled up his palms, opened them again, and repeated this movement, not knowing who he was talking to. I even think you look a little familiar, but I don't know who you are. Nelson tapped his temple lightly. I don't have any memory of this. I shouldn't have seen you in the past, but that sense of familiarity, where did it come from? The person who stood silently before him did not answer him. Maybe we will meet in the future? Is this a prophecy? Nelson said hey, trying to liven up the atmosphere between himself and a specimen. The assumption of the prophecy made him laugh. Nelson, are you alright? Borlux's voice came from above his head, and Nelson raised his head. His face was pale, but his condition was much better. He probably had finished vomiting, but at the moment he was squinting his eyes, trying to only take Nelson into his sight. Please ask the wizards of the Black family to stand where I said, and take these balls. Nelson raised his head, and a dozen small silver balls flew towards every wizard including Borlux. I will give them a break. Borlux nodded, and retreated to a position where he could not see the situation in the pit. Seriously, only a B-movie would dare to do that. Nelson murmured softly. He shook his head, took out the silver lighter from his pocket, popped the lid open with a bang, and polished the flame. He stretched out his hand, pinched the flame from the lighter, pinched it on his fingertips, and felt the burning and pain of fiend fire. Even though Grindelwald's lighter could easily control fiend fire, the power it leaked was still not to be underestimated. Well, a good birth. Nelson doesn't condense the hallmark rifts of twilight, and they don't have souls that can find a home. He tossed the flame casually and threw it on the chest of a specimen. It took only a second for the greedy fiend fire to burn this excellent fuel into a blue torch. Crack. Boom. This is the sound of the leather thread used to suture the specimen breaking, and then, the arm that does not belong to the torso falls to the ground. There was the crackling sound of flames, and the face in front of her eyes seemed to be scorched by the heat and deformed. A tear actually appeared in her eyes. Nelson was stunned. After it was baked, his eyes widened in surprise. Nelson, it's hot. Borlux yelled from above, and Nelson looked up and replied, at once. Seizing the last moment, Nelson reached out his unprotected hand to the woman's face. Bang. The high temperature in the pit caused the surrounding wizards to retreat involuntarily. A sudden gust of wind blew towards the small castle of the Home of Love. Half of the remaining rotten wooden door collapsed with a loud noise under only a little force. Raised smoke and dust all over the sky. Call. Jacunda woke up from the dream and sat up suddenly in the sleeping bag. Her eyes were wide open, her chest heaved violently, her eyes were full of panic and fear, and the sound of the stubble breaking was something she could never get rid of in her life. Shadows, just when her home is broken into by intruders. Squeak. A scream came from under her, and she raised her waist. It turned out that the steel coin was crushed. When she woke up, the sore and limp Jacunda hugged Zixiu, and hugged it to his chest, feeling the rare warmth. Steel. The door has collapsed again. Zixiu gently licked the corners of her eyes. It should have collapsed a long time ago. The half of the door was not strong. After being knocked over, it should have collapsed long ago. It has collapsed long ago. She raised her head. Judging from the light coming out of the tent, a broken branch should have fallen on the top of the tent, and Jacunda, who was struggling to escape, had no conditions at all to use a wizard's tent with a 3-bedroom set, and even only a simple one can be built with tarpaulin. So it's a tree branch. She closed her eyes and lay back in her sleeping bag. I'm in the woods, so I can't be scared by tree branches. Zixiu nodded and was pillowed under her head. Take my head as a quilt. Zixiu couldn't move. The quilt was a bit heavy, but in order to let the owner sleep well, it didn't dare to struggle anymore. If you want to go to the Sahara, don't take me with you. On the trunk of the pine tree above her, the surveillance duo had another argument. Master Wurtling doesn't care. He doesn't care that you make mistakes, but he cares that you fail because of mistakes. It's a big deal to chase after, and the Sahara is not bad. I went to New York during my last rotation and bought a cactus cookbook in an antique store. You bastard. Now she finally feels that her escaping skills have improved. She has relaxed her vigilance and started talking in her sleep. We must seize the opportunity. If she finds that we can easily catch her, then we will give it to her next time. It will be much harder for her to have this illusion. Oops. I have already reported it to Lord Penguin, and he promised that if you fail, he will send you to Azkaban as an undercover agent. Azkaban? The prison where the British Ministry of Magic has an average of 0.7 escapees per year. Who is undercover? You sound interested? Huh. I don't mind telling you. Undercover guard. Prison guards? Prison guards are pretty good. They eat well and drink spicy food. They can beat people if they have nothing to do. Well, I hope you have the same attitude towards your life when the time comes. To tell you the truth, there is only one prison guard in Azkaban, and that is the Dementor. What is our next plan? I will prepare now. At their feet, Jacunda was sound asleep and did not hear what they were saying. Chapter 389 The Adventures of Credence Belburn. Nelson? Why are you here? A high-pitched scream broke the morning silence of Hogwarts Castle. Professor Slughorn's smiling expression immediately changed color. He held onto the classroom door and stared at Nelson standing at the door, his eyes full of disbelief. Ah, this professor. Good morning. Credence, who turned into Nelson, raised his head and looked at Professor Walrus, who was filling the doorframe with his eyes with thick dark circles. He stood on tiptoe, trying to see the situation in the classroom clearly through the gap in his arm. This is potions class in the first grade. I think you must have missed me so much that you walked into the classroom unknowingly, Slughorn said with a stiff smile, showing a look that did not match his figure. Skill, blocking the gap that can see the interior of the classroom. I'm very moved, but Nelson, shouldn't you be preparing for the ancient rune course that will be waiting for a while? This course needs to be well prepared. Under the surprised eyes of Professor Slughorn, Credence took out a thick book from his bulging pocket, turned a few pages back, and found a few pages that read Professor's Guide to Hogwarts on the parchment. Credence found a page belonging to Professor Slughorn. Fat, especially fat belly, Professor Slughorn likes to praise. Don't take his class. HMM. Credence nodded, yawned, and muttered, Slughorn, compliments, let me think. What's wrong with you, Nelson? You look bad, Slughorn asked with concern, noticing Credence's dark circles under his eyes, which were as thick as sunglasses. I see, you want something to overcome. Is it a potion for dark circles? I have a bottle of bubblefish eye cream in my office, and while I'm not in class, I can. Professor Slughorn. Credence closed the book and stuffed it back into his pocket. With determination in his heart, he stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and patted Professor Slughorn on the shoulder. Said in a strong tone, today is very handsome. I can be regarded as seeing a real hunk. Work hard. I will go first. After all, as the polite word said, he took a step, carried his bag, and walked away humming, leaving Professor Slughorn with a doubtful expression standing where he was, rubbing his stomach, and then thinking of the title macho. He subconsciously retracted his abdomen, stood up and raised his hips. He scratched his head and walked back to the classroom for no reason. Thinking of the tiredness on Nelson's face, he suddenly realized, it turns out, that the illness is in the brain. I have to talk to Tom later. Professor, are we going to learn how to make an antidote today? A pink girl sitting by the door blinked and asked, I just heard you mention the disease. We learned how to do it today. Oh no, sneezing potion. At this moment, Credence has gone around to nowhere. He rubbed his temples while shaking his head. Don't young people nowadays need to sleep? Tom dragged Credence to talk about the precautions at Hogwarts all night, but he only forgot the most important thing, how each classroom should go. Credence was like a headless chicken. He also ran around in the castle and finally asked for directions, but was dizzy by the spiral staircase and muttered all the way from the potions classroom to the door of the principal's office. Don't young people nowadays need to sleep? He sighed again, but the young men who passed by listened to him. They recognized Nelson's face, and they were very impressed with the senior who played 1 against 3 last year. They thought he was teaching themselves, so they both stood at attention, like two the guards stood beside Credence. Sorry senior. We will never go on night tours again. Well, do it well. I'm optimistic about you. Credence kept in mind what Tom taught. Nar is a good person who treats everyone with gentleness and makes you feel like a spring breeze. So he practiced it and hammered it, looking at the chests of the 2 boys. They said approvingly, that's right, great guy. Work hard in the future. He quickly passed between the 2 of them and wandered to the back of the corridor like a ghost, leaving the 2 survivors young men looking at each other. They looked at each other, and one of them said, "I heard it right. Just now is Senior Williams encouraging us?" "Yeah, I heard from the boss of 2 Broomsticks that he met Williams when he was in the 1st grade. The other nodded. Sure enough, every outstanding person dares to challenge the order of. The rumors are true. He is indeed a gentle person. We were even afraid of idols before. We should have asked him questions earlier. Yes, he should know a lot of secret passages." But the instigator had gone far away, and Credence wandered unknowingly to the corridor in front of the headmaster's office. At this moment, Aurelius Dumbledore and Albus Dumbledore, who was heavy in the office, were only separated by a wall. But neither of them apparently realized this. "Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Nelson?" Suddenly, a golden and stone-like scolding appeared in Credence's ear. He lowered his head and rubbed his sleepy eyes, feeling inexplicably horrified. Who could see through Nelson's transfiguration so easily on the first day he mixed into Hogwarts? He lowered his head, as if he didn't hear clearly, but his right hand has slowly reached into his pocket. "Haha, good brother, how about my opening remarks?" Credence looked up to see a barbell of armor laughing beside him. What a good joke. It seems that he is also an acquaintance of Nelson, but Tom did not mention it. This really shocked Credence. He breathed a sigh of relief and gave up the idea of killing a bloody road, but the next second the armor said, "This is not a joke." It made him nervous again. "What do you mean?" he asked cautiously. "Don't you know? A few days ago, several medicine shops in Diagon Alley were stolen, and a lot of compound soup ingredients were lost. The Ministry of Magic suspects that the disguised thief from a few years ago has started to operate again." The armor saw in the corridor. There was no one there, so he took off his head in a relaxed manner, held it in his arms, and used his other hand to clean up the floating dust in the crevice of the shoulder armor. Albus said that when this kind of nervousness, the more attention should be paid to the safety of the students. So in the past few days, I cooperated with the professors to set up a lot of magic to prevent outsiders from entering, and I will also be assigned the task of screening students. Do you think that opening sentence is a little deterrent? It's intimidating. Credence said sincerely. It almost scared me. Haha, are you a disguised fake? The armor laughed ha 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 ho, which made Credence's forehead drip with cold sweat. But don't worry, Albus has done enough. Protection will definitely guarantee your safety, and it is impossible for any capable person to sneak into Hogwarts. Ahahaha. Credence laughed dryly. You are right. Who is Dumbledore? How could such a small thief succeed? Yes, it's a pity that some little thieves disappeared after passing through a piece of armor with great military exploits. Well made, heroic domineering, and outstanding performance, the armor said in a dull voice. Let the poor armor just stand in the corridor. It's so pitiful. Even when some people are chopping melons and vegetables abroad, they don't think about showing their good brothers. Could it be that Nelson still owes such a wicked emotional debt? Credence respected Nelson and didn't worry about how the armor was exposed to the wind and sun in the corridor. He just patted the armor's head in his arms vigorously and said, "Aren't I here to see you? Hey, what's your tone? It's disgusting." Jayagia retracted his hand, holding his head a little bit. "My good brother, you won't be replaced by someone, right? How is that possible? I'll come over tomorrow to wax you," Credence said, withdrawing his hand in embarrassment. "By the way, what protection did Dumbledore set up? I'm a little curious." The armor seemed lonely for a long time, and he couldn't help but start talking. Facing his trusted Nelson, he poked out the defenses of Hogwarts like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Credence was frightened for a while, and the secret he found on the afternoon when Tao sneaked into the school, he was set with a powerful protective magic. After a while, one person and one armor sat next to the stone pier at the door of the principal's office and chatted enthusiastically. Several students who wanted to take a shortcut saw Nelson sitting here with a pair of armor at the stairs, so they chose to take a detour. If you want me to say that a small thief is not enough to mobilize the teachers, hey, isn't it because that kid Grindelwald is starting to get restless again? Armor sighed and said, "Listen to my brother's persuasion. You should break up with that side earlier. He doesn't have any good people under his command. Isn't he busy making money recently?" Credence asked curiously, "What can you be restless about? I'm not trying to scare you, my brother. My days on the battlefield, maybe older than your age, said the armor. You need money to fight the war. Especially when you single-handedly killed everyone in the magical Congress of America. Alas, what you did is really nothing to say. Yes, those beasts would have been hanged in my time. But, no brother said you. Brother, talk about yourself. Credence was about to light a cigarette on the armor. The street habits he had learned from wandering around all the year round were completely drawn out. He cleaned up and said, I'm listening. You know, when Grindelwald was in trouble before, almost all the wizards who stopped him came from the Ministry of Magic of the United Kingdom, the United States, and France. The armor opened the chatterbox, talking, who were around him at that time. All kinds of fugitives and inner ghosts fought to a turn, and finally let go by the dog teammates in Germany. Now it is different. He has many soldiers under his command, and there is also a mysterious weapon experts. There are always people who make conspiracy theories that Grindelwald's technology is provided by you, but brothers know that you are not that kind of person. You are just used as a shield. Oh, brother still understands me. So, he has no good plans for those factories and those deviant things. Now wizards like Germany, Austria, and Bulgaria are willing to serve as servants. Just this group of people, no matter how weak they are. France, the people under his own hands, are enough for the UK to drink a pot. Not to mention, that Nobby Rich is still a poor guy who is suppressed by those pure blood families, and can only seek to break the situation in Nuremberg. The last Magic Congress of America he fell, which also means that his power is only stronger than his old opponent more than 10 years ago. You understand what I mean? Hiss, that's really scary. It's fine if he's thinking about making money like your friend, but he hasn't shown up for a long time. Who knows what he wants to do? He didn't dare to go to war with the world before. Now it depends on whether he wants to or not. So brother still wants to advise you, don't get involved with him. You know so much. Credence nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the armor. Brother doesn't want to lie to you. This is actually what Dumbledore said. Armor suddenly became humble, scratched his head in his arms, and said, he seems to have some solid evidence, but brother didn't hear it. It's already powerful enough. Credence gave a thumbs up, helped the armor put his arm back, looked at his watch, and hurriedly said, it's a great help. By the way, I almost forgot the business. You know the ancient magic where is when's classroom? You still have class, and you want to talk for a while. Jiajia turned around, and pretended to shake his head in disappointment, and said, go straight from my left, go to the end, and go up the stairs to the 6th floor. Upstairs, there is a pair of Gallic chainmail at the door, green. You can see it at a glance. Thank you. Credence stood up and picked up his backpack. I'll come and wax you tomorrow, and we'll continue then. Armor nodded and returned to work. Credence trotted to the ancient rune classroom, greeted the chainmail with the same way of patting his shoulder, and hurried into the classroom with his bag. Tom beckoned to him from the back of the classroom, and Credence walked over, sat down beside Tom, and said, honestly, finding your way around Hogwarts is hard. You are wrong, Tom said sternly. At this time you should smile. Take out the book. Don't talk. Even if you are late, you should pretend that the professor misremembered the time and came early. Oh, Credence nodded. I see. At this time, the professor holding the handout stood on the podium. I've heard something interesting that Mr. Williams would be interested in. Let's talk about it. Tom shrugged. You don't need to attend the lectures. Nah should have learned this knowledge last year. I put a small bull in front of the podium to help him record it. What if I get up to answer questions? Credence, who had never been to school, was a little anxious. I heard that students have to sign in for exams and write papers. No. Tom shook his head and handed Credence a stack of parchment. You can use it to write to Nah. If it's urgent, just call me. I can contact him directly. Mr. Riddle, can you answer this question? As soon as the words fell, the professor's voice floated faintly from the podium. Oh, pretend I didn't say that. Tom ruffled his hair and stood up. Chapter 390 The True Silent One. My assessment is, that's all. After class, Credence, who was full of confidence, patted Tom on the shoulder. picked up his school bag smartly, slung it on his shoulder, and said confidently, "It's a pity that I didn't go to school before. Otherwise I can become a school bag if I don't keep it all together. A student as good as you. Thank you for your evaluation." Tom pulled Credence's hand off his shoulder with a blank expression, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "I'm also gratified that you have built up your confidence in intelligence because of a course content introduction class. I hope this confidence can be maintained in the next class." "Oh, huh." Credence raised his eyebrows, shook his shoulders, and said slowly, "It turns out that the previous hour was spent introducing the content of the course. It's incredible. It's not all." Tom walked to the podium, grabbed the small silver ball he had set on the eaves of the lectern table, lightly wiped it with his magic wand, and filled the hollow dugout before. Turning his head to Credence he said, he also introduced his achievements in his research career. "He is extremely talented, icy, and snowy, as good at ancient runes as he is, and under his guidance, he got a full air level in the wizarding level examination, successfully found a job in the Ministry of Magic and Minis who bought a house in Diagon Alley. Let me check the class schedule." Tom shook his head, found a class schedule, and looked at it, and said, "Aren't you going to check on Adele's situation? It just so happens that she has no class for the next day." Credence gently rubbed half of his face. He didn't understand what kind of magic Nelson had used, so that under this strange face, those manic scars eroded by silent magic power seemed to be asleep. The tingling and itching that tormented him day and night in the past, as well as the sleep talk that echoed in his ears all the time, were silent. From the day Credence felt the monster in his body, he never there is no such light-hearted feeling. "Don't touch it, or people will think that Na has hives later." Tom glanced at Credence, as if he could see what he was thinking. "Na has a lot of research on this kind of out-of-control magic power." "Well, I saw it." Credence nodded. "I saw the live broadcast of the Nermengard Water Curtain vs the Triwizard tournament in the Wizard Settlement in Brazil. He is indeed good at fighting the Obscurus." "That's right." Tom and Urangan said, "When you're free, you can even ask him to see if he can solve the problem. After all, he can even solve blood curses. Let's talk about it when the time comes. I'm not like Najani. It has already been a part of me." Credence Barborn. Credence paused with his hands covering his face, feeling the burning pain at the moment. Besides, he was not used to it, and even felt uncomfortable all over. "Let's go and see the situation of that little girl first. She is different from me. She has the opportunity to choose, and she also has this condition." "Well, but don't be discouraged. We are omnipotent." Tom imitated Credence's movement and patted him on the shoulder. "I used to hear rumors that you were a taciturn and boring good. It's quite interesting, if you don't want to have." "Really? Haha." Credence laughed dryly. Having suffered from peeing, he cherished this short time that he could spend on campus as a normal person, and he could also repay Najani for healing. The benefactor, the two joys are added together, and more happiness is gained. "I just don't know what to say." "Well, I understand." Tom nodded and said, "Let's go and see Adele." Room of requirement. After all, Tom still didn't bring Credence to the secret room. Compared with Najani, Credence's sense of trust was not enough for him to share this secret point, so he took Credence to find Adele at the door of the potions classroom and took her to the room of requirement. Hogwarts Castle promised them a spacious, bright, quiet place suitable for therapy. "I don't want to be there." This was the first sentence Adele said today. She pointed to the iron bed in the center of the white and bright room that was illuminated by the spotlight. Credence looked down at her fingers. His brows were furrowed, obviously recalled bad memories. He sneered and said, "Could it be that the gift of second Salem is still using the same bed back then?" Adele didn't speak, but kept shaking her head. Credence smiled, stretched out his hand, and shook his palm in the direction of the iron bed. He didn't use a wand, but there was an extraordinary pressure in the air out of nowhere, and in the sealed room, streams of air flowed continuously. Made a strange sound like hey hey hey. I saw a giant black hand suddenly appearing in the air, holding the iron bed like a drink bottle, and holding it gently. The steel made a creaking and groaning sound, was quickly crushed into a ball of scrap iron. Tom narrowed his eyes. The power of Credence, the silent one, was not at the same level as Keelian. It seems to be true. Credence threw the iron ball aside, grabbed a chair from the base of the wall with his black hand, and carried it over, and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, that place has disappeared. I went to it some time ago. Come by, nice statue." He sat Adele in a chair, and stood aside like a barber. "Can I become like you?" Adele sat obediently, and asked in a low voice. "Same as me?" Adele's voice was so low, that Credence couldn't hear it clearly. He shook his head with a smile and comforted him. "Don't worry, you won't be like me. I mean, can I be like you? Same as me?" Credence had curiosity in his eyes. "Why do you have to be like me? Don't think too much, I will cure you. I want to be as strong as you." "Oh." Credence raised his eyebrows. "I was taught by someone before. If you really want to, then I will teach you how to control it, but I think Mr. Williams would rather seeing a healthy you. Your brothers are already strong." Credence turned his head and glanced at Tom. "Now told me." Tom's voice floated faintly from the corner of the room. He hoped that Adele would make her own choice, and the things that arranged other people's lives should have been the thing he would most reject. Credence smiled, turned his head, and stretched out his hand to Adele's cheek. "Keep your eyes wide open." At this moment, he seemed to be a different person, with an extremely dignified expression. He pressed Adele's forehead with one hand, and opened her eyelids with the other. "Black blood shots. They are like barnacles parasitic on the sunken ship, but they don't float on the surface. On the contrary, they smudge the color of her eyeballs, making her eyeballs look like a broken egg." After the blood streaks were revealed, the girl's originally pure eyes became ferocious, as if they were a different person, even with a hint of irritating mockery. "Do you usually feel anything?" Credence slowed down and asked softly, "Such as pain, tearing, burning, or hearing some fragmented voices echoing in your mind?" "No." Adele shook her head and said ignorantly. "I do know," Tom said earnestly, leaning against a side post, "that something black came out of her eye socket during the battle at Second Salem. In fact, many those who suffered misfortune in that experiment had such mutations, as if their eyes were the eggs of some kind of creature, which needed life as fuel to hatch." "Huh. It shouldn't be. Have you matured?" Credence changed his face, put down his hand holding Adele's eyelids, turned around and asked eagerly, "Can you describe it in detail? What's in my body?" Emma Ran was in a similar situation when she woke up for the first time, but the little girl shouldn't be like this. She shouldn't. He frowned and kept repeating, "I thought Adele was fine." Tom said after thinking for a moment that Dana used some method to activate the motley magic in the surviving victims of Second Salem, where I could see monsters rushed out of their eye sockets one after another. They felt like dementors to me, but they had significantly stronger mixed magic power, which was different from the coldness of dementors. Just like fire, its size, and like normal people, there is no face, only an abstract expression, and the edges are blurred, as if they are constantly collapsing and regenerating in the air. Very similar to flames, but according to my observation, almost all of them are composed of magic, but it is silent compared to what I saw. For example, compared with the product of the combination of Kalian and that woman in the last match of the True Wizard tournament. How should I put it? Small? Well, added Tom, nodding. A lot less. A lot. This is normal. Silence is the same as the wizard who gave birth to it. It also needs to grow continuously. It was born by the wizard out of strong despair. It is another self with two sides in one body, Credence said seriously, but it is different from the symbiotic relationship between rhinoceros and rhinoceros that we are familiar with. Is different. The silent and powerful one-sided trade-off, absorbing the belief and magic power of the wizard. When it becomes stronger, the symbiotic wizard will also become weaker, but the wizard has no way to feed back from it at all. Everything you just described is completely in line with the silence of a newborn, so I don't understand why you think the little girl is fine. But it's already dead. Tom turned his head to look at Adele. Nelson pulled it out of its eye socket and crushed it to death. Squeezed to death. Credence didn't quite understand Tom's description. Can you tell me about the situation where Mr. Williams suppressed silence at that time in a concrete and unembellished manner? I've said it objectively. Tom spread his hands and said, you also said, just now, that he is indeed good at fighting silently. Na has some magic for the soul, and even the legendary wizard, as long as he can see as far as the soul, he can also break it off. In Na's words, there is not much difference in the essence of obscurity in Patronus and Dementor, but a group of magic power driven by strong emotions gave birth to its own logic. Silence is a bit special, similar to another personality, born for the purpose of self-protection in an extremely depressive environment. Do you understand what I mean? Just like some people will change their temperament drastically, this is a mental illness. Very insightful. Credence had never heard of such a theory, and since the obscure was too rare and short-lived, there was little research on it among wizards, so anyone's theory was almost new. Na grabbed these monsters out of the wounded's eye sockets and shattered them with magic power. Those black shadows have no ability to recover, they can only turn into a pile of fragments and return to their bodies. Tom snapped his fingers, a silver ball appeared at the fingertips, and the picture of Nelson trying to save the postman began to play by itself. Frankly speaking, the treatment effect of this method is not good, but time is tight, so this is the only way to go. Credence stared at the image of Tom's fingertips with an increasingly strange expression. Incredible. When the impactful scene of eyeballs bursting was over, Credence couldn't help sighing, but he didn't wait for Tom to reply. Instead he bent down and met Adele's eyes, and he grinned, showing her with a sorry smile. Her eyes were closed tightly. In the next second, her dark pupils pierced into Adele's heart like burning will-o'-the-wisps. Her expression froze, her eyes widened, and the black bloodshot pulsed like arteries. It spread towards the pupils, but the speed was extremely slow, like a snail. Look straight at me. Credence's voice still had an echo as rough as sandpaper. He yelled sharply, and Tom, who raised his wand, stopped his movements. He could see that the target of Credence's threat was not Adele. The bloodshot that was slowly growing on the surface of Adele's eyeballs shrank back in fright at Credence's scolding, and the eye sockets instantly regained clarity. He leaned down, whispered a few words in Adele's ear, raised his head again, made a silent gesture to Tom, and comforted Adele. It's okay, even if it's me. In Grindelwald's it took a while to get used to it with help, and you just think about yourself most. Boom. Before Credence could finish his sentence, the spotlights above their heads suddenly exploded, and glass shards fell like rain. Tom raised his head with his hands on his hands, and saw that the ceiling of the room of requirement had been lifted, and countless people lost their support from the floor. The chamber pot fell like a rain of frogs, accompanied by dust from the sky. Tom raised his wand, and a transparent barrier appeared above the heads of the three. He knew this room, and it seemed to be part of the room of requirement. Dumbledore once used it as a chat speak out. Is it possible that the room of requirement has this kind of structure? Tom stood there dumbfounded. He looked between the ceiling and the floor of the upstairs room. The section of the masonry showed a dark purple-black color like the night sky, with silver ancient runes shining faintly in it. This was what Alfred dreamed of, but Hogwarts' continuous improvement of protection over thousands of years made his dream look like a joke. What's the matter, Mr. Barburn? Adele's voice sounded in a cloud of smoke. It took a while for Credence to respond. Good job. Keep it up. Was it Adele? Tom's hand holding his wand aloft relaxed slightly in surprise. The barrier above his head disappeared, and those luxurious chamber pots of various styles fell down one after another, almost hitting the heads of the three of them. Can you hear it, Miss Wertning? Credence stopped calling her little girl. No, Adele's answer was extremely convincing. I can't even imagine what the voice you describe is like. Chapter 391 The Secret Past. Help me, who will help me? Nelson opened his eyes suddenly, surrounded by pure darkness. Only a 1 meter square light source under his feet. A woman's faint cry for help came from all directions, as if it sounded directly in his mind. He lowered his head, and there was a smooth mirror under his feet. He leaned over to observe, but his reflection did not appear in the mirror. Instead, he looked down into a pure white circular room, and the surrounding walls were regularly inlaid with light-transmitting dark glass. You can vaguely see different rooms. A woman tightly covered by a white sheet is lying on a cold silver metal bed. There is a square opening in the sheet, and a strong heart, that does not resemble a human being, is exposed to the air, like the cry for help beating weakly. Black blood oozes from the edge of the wound, clinging to the white quilt. This is exactly the woman who was found in the bunker, and was attached to the male body. At this moment, her eyes widened, her complexion was as hen, and she made a screaming expression, but no sound came out, as if her vocal cords no longer existed. Nelson tapped the glass under his feet lightly with his knuckles, as if he had knocked on a rocky mountain. There was no movement, and there was no knocking sound. It seemed that only the room and the mirror was flowing with time, and everything else was nothingness. He is like an audience watching an immersive movie on a very small screen. A gloved hand stroked the woman's forehead, and a wizard in a black cloak of medieval medicine tapped her convulsed eyelids with the other hand, comforting something softly, but no sound came to Nelson's ears. During this time, his world has been in absolute silence except for the call for help. The woman struggled in horror, but she could only move very few muscles in her face, so she could only watch the wizard close her eyelids, and as she closed her eyes, the mirror in front of Nelson slowly returned to dark. He raised his hand and touched his body and pockets. It was himself. The one still existed, and the mayfly he carried with him could respond to his call. He took out one and put it in the air, and the mayfly's red eye lit up the whole body. A piece of space covered his vision with a blood-colored thin curtain. While the mayfly's wings were flapping, the same sound came from behind him. Nelson turned his head, and an identical mayfly was slowly floating over him. Behind him, he directed the mayfly to make movements, and the mayfly behind him also synchronized with it. This seems to be a limited, but circular space. This kind of situation often appears in the dreams of wizards, and the owner of the dream is imprisoned like a cage. Among the memories he least wanted to face. It took more than a while for Nelson to locate himself in the woman's memory. "So, is this your dream?" As soon as the voice fell, there was the sound of glass shattering in his ears, and then, the external sounds rich enough to explode appeared around Nelson like a tide. The sound of saw blades slicing through bones, the roar of wild animals, the sound of heartbeat, and the sound of crying and laughter, and the sound of dense footsteps. The woman's hearing seems to have recovered, and there should be many people around her watching. "Okay," a man's voice came from under his feet. "I promised you, honey, I will definitely save you." "Honey?" Nelson pondered. He recognized the voice. When spying on Jacinda's memory, he met the man and replaced him. The owner of the voice was Dr. Sykes. The mirror under Nelson's feet suddenly lit up, and the man in the black cloak, who was pushing the woman's eyelid, slowly overlapped with the figure of Dr. Sykes in his impression. He looked much younger than when he was dying, and his tired face was covered with excitement. The gloves were covered with filthy blood stains. The exposed heart was beating vigorously, and every beat delivered abundant energy to the woman's exhausted body. With the beating of the heart, black, his blood also turned bright red. "It's disgusting." A woman's mocking voice sounded from the side, and Nelson looked in the direction of the sound. A petite woman with good features was standing on the workbench in the corner of the room, filled with the only yellow instrument that Nelson knew among all the strange instruments. Copper balance. This balance is somewhat damaged, so that the normal state is tilted. "What's so disgusting?" Dr. Sykes shook his head, bent down, and kissed the woman's forehead lightly. "Dirty manure can grow the most luscious fruits, Isabel. I don't think you don't understand this reason." The woman let go of the brass scales and let them sway wildly. She turned around, revealing a face that surprised Nelson. "If my melons and fruits grew up eating excrement, I would rather not eat it." "Doctor, you are already bewildered. Can a human figure made of various pieces of meat still be called a human? I thought you. What an unexpected discovery. I didn't expect to come here to perform a Muggle suture technique." Her doctor was full of sarcasm. "Also, don't call me Isabel. I'm Madam McGonagall now." This woman is exactly the mother of the one Nelson met in the Scottish Highlands, who was defeated by Minerva McGonagall on the way home to visit her relatives and find her first love. The terrible woman who turned the world upside down and finally exploded into a pool of venom, but she treated Nelson, who had only met once, very well, and was full of love for her family. This kind of contradictory double-faced person can indeed get together with Dr. Sykes. Have they met so early? Nelson narrowed his eyes. That's right, the age gap is not that big. Lunatics can always attract each other. "Okay, Mrs. McGonagall," Dr. Sykes said with a complacent expression, spreading his hands. "You may not know what my work represents. On behalf of you, put your wife's head on the body of a wild man and stuffed so many dinner ingredients bought at the butcher shop into it like a doll." "Wife?" Nelson was puzzled. Wasn't Dr. Sykes' wife the mother of sisters Jacunda and Melissa? If the head was their mother, who was it that mopped the living room on the day the Sykes died? The sudden information dazzled Nelson's eyes. Haha, don't be too hostile, another person interjected. He was sitting on a chair by the door of the room, wearing a silver wizard robe, blending in with the surrounding environment. Nelson didn't even see him. Let's take a look at what the doctor has created. If it's this kind of installation art, then I don't mind teaching him a lesson with you. Do you think I do? Dr. Sykes showed a crazy smile. This disgusting smelly man is her own brother, and her beautiful head resists anyone except blood relatives. Help me find it. Those bodies are useless at all. Really? The man by the door smiled stiffly, and he had already raised his wand. It seems that I have done something wrong with good intentions. Not at all, thank you, Dr. Sykes said hastily. After noticing the man's anger, they provided good data for my experiment, and also allowed me to formulate a perfect plan that would not make mistakes. With their dedication, I have successfully rescued the person I love the most from hell. Why do you think your wife will be in hell? Isabel wondered. You may go to hell, but your wife should go to heaven. No, she won't, said Dr. Sykes with a happy smile. I know I will go to hell, so she will come to hell with me. Isabel gasped, feeling cold all over. She couldn't help but hold her shoulders, and after a long time, she sighed. Among all the perverts I've seen, you are the only one. Thank you for your praise of my love, Isabel. Dr. Sykes straightened his back nervously and bowed to Isabel to salute. Isabel, who was shocked by the pervert this time, didn't struggle with what he called her, but wrapped her clothes tightly and leaned against the test bench. Dr. Sykes continued to say intoxicatedly, when my daughter grows up, they are the closest blood of my lover, then she can come to this dirty world to accompany me again. Isabel felt a chill and moved a few meters away. Let me interrupt. Doctor, the man by the door, raised his hand with an ugly expression. I would like to ask you to translate what it means to wait for your daughter to grow up. The eldest daughter or the youngest daughter? How old is your youngest daughter now? Is it not as old as Isa, Mrs. McGonagall's daughter? So you called us here today to show our loneliness, just to inform us to wait another 10 years. My eldest daughter is too much like me, and she is not compatible with her mother. Dr. Sykes shook his head. The younger daughter is very much like her mother. She is the most perfect carrier, and as for the results, it has been a complete success, Mr. Dagu. Because my wife does not match her body, she can only feel but not express. But I can show you her life later. As for the bodies you want, they have already been completed in the final experiment ready before. The man by the wall turned out to be Dagu, but his appearance was very different from what Nelson saw. Under the bombardment of repeated messages, Nelson was even ready to wait for Grindelwald to crawl out from under the bed. I hope so. Dagu nodded sternly. I don't want my money to go to waste. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Dr. Sykes waved his hand. So what's the purpose of calling me here? Isabel said with a straight face. If it's to disgust me, then I have to applaud you. You succeeded, and you exceeded your goal. Why do you think so? Dr. Sykes showed an exaggeratedly frustrated expression. I can't wait to share my joy with my closest friends, but you always doubt me so much. I can't afford to be your friend. Well, Isabel, Dr. Sykes said sternly, during the experiment, I successfully put the head of a muggle on the body of a wizard. Thanks to Mr. Dagu, who provided me with many wandering wizards. Of course, I also want to thank Ms. Mary and Mr. Dagu who are still on the way. If I didn't wash my hair, I would like to take off my hat and salute you. Dagu waved his hand, motioning him to get down to business. Isabel, didn't you always want your husband, the respected Mr. McGonagall, to be one of us? Dr. Sykes blushed and spoke excitedly. I have already mastered the authority to plunder magic power. The discrimination caused by magic is just a matter of knife and knife for me. Just replace him with enough. Doctor, Isabel yelled at Dr. Sykes. I don't want to chop off my husband's head and put it on a man I don't know. Maybe when I find the wizard's magic organ stop talking. Isabel didn't know what to imagine and clutched her chest and retched. Well, it seems that you still have the illusion of using potions to change his body. With all due respect, you might as well think about changing the soul into a second body, or consider Ms. Mary's attempt to create wizards in second Salem. Dr. Sykes shrugged. But I still need your potion support. Those potions are too effective in robbing life and giving life. Isabel just retched, non-committal. Suddenly, the mirror under Nelson's feet flickered, and Dr. Sykes rushed to the woman's side and asked with concern, "Are you awake? You must be awake. Look at me. Look at me." Boom. The door was roughly pushed open from the outside, and the eyes of the other two were immediately attracted by the two who walked in. Nelson's eyes widened, and he was an acquaintance again, the former headmaster of Hogwarts, Armando Dippet, and Salem, who attacked Hogwarts during the Triwizard Tournament. Why are these two people together? The entry of the two of them added a smell of gunpowder to the room. Professor Dippet, Dagu greeted happily. "I didn't expect you to come with Ms. Mary, which is really rare. I caught an owl on the way to find this woman." The grey-haired Professor Dippet snorted coldly and let go of Salem's wrist. "I still think you are too stupid to believe a Muggle promise. She is also worthy to think of a way to suppress the obscure. I actually want to hand over the life of my grandson to her." Mary, who called herself Salem, rubbed her wrists and remained silent. On the contrary, Isabel, who was at the side, became interested. "Professor Dippet, isn't this your own choice? But I thought you would lie to yourself for the rest of your life." It turned out that the child was already admitted to be an obscure. "Don't talk to Professor like this." Dippet stared at Isabel and said sharply, "Woohoo." Isabel shrugged. "I finally understand why that child became an obscurant. I hope Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Witchcraft will not be renamed the Obscurant Training School under your leadership. When Barry comes of age, for whatever reason, whoever it is, whatever the excuse, if that monster is still with him." Dippet ignored Isabel, turned around, stared at Salem, and threatened said, "I will crush every bone of every scourer and anti-witch Muggle with my own hands. I need you to help me get rid of the control of the American wizard." Salem lowered his head and whispered, "Mr. Dippet, we will wait and see." "Why should I help you? Self-righteous Muggles." Now even Dagu didn't know how to smooth things over. "Look at me. Look at me." Only Dr. Sykes, who was touching the woman's cheek, shouted loudly in the silent room. Squeak. The door was slowly pushed open, and a well-made but mud-stained black leather shoe stepped out of the door. Everyone who was attracted by the sound had different expressions, but most of them had fear and disgust on their faces. "It's all there. I made a prophecy while sleeping on the night bus. Anyone want to hear it?" "Nelson. Wake up, Nelson." Nelson was awakened by a cry. He blinked and found himself surrounded by fiend fire. Borlux stood above and shouted anxiously, "Come up." Fierce flames scorched the woman's skin. Moisture was squeezed out and slid down her shriveled cheeks like tears. Nelson shook his head, helped her close her eyes, and left the bunker in a twisted air. Behind him, the row of charred bodies crashed down, waiting for time to turn them into piles of Lois. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Blockade. What happened? Borlux asked with concern. He patted the corner of Nelson's clothes that had been scorched by the fire and said, "Did some magic erupt below? Are you injured?" "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Black." Nelson shook his head, staring at the blue fire burning like a stove under his feet. "I'm just a little curious." "You must not be curious about this kind of thing," Borlux persuaded through gritted teeth. "I understand why the Sykes family disappeared overnight. Dr. Sykes is undoubtedly guilty of doing this kind of thing. Everyone's taboo. No one will allow him to try. At least I don't expect to find anything valuable from it." "I understand, Mr. Black." Nelson nodded, looked at the wizards waiting solemnly around him, and said softly, "We can start now. Is the ultimate guardian enough?" Borlux confirmed to Nelson. "Just release it when I start shouting." Nelson thought for a moment, then said, "I noticed that some of them didn't wear earplugs." "It doesn't matter," Borlux laughed. "They caught the wicked bird with me once, and I'm afraid they won't hear the command." "Okay." Nelson shrugged and said nothing. "It's not a big deal. Long before the dawn, Nelson discussed with Borlox how to close the Love House bunker, and Borlox quickly arranged Nelson's request. The ultimate protection is not too difficult, but has a high magic power. The magic spell required. Fortunately, there are not too few wizards here, so it is not difficult, but Nelson's strange request for the release of the magic spell has caused many people trouble. But the ultimate protection in this plan is not used to block the bunker, on the contrary, is to protect themselves. Nelson asked them to stand on the edge of the pit evenly and release the barrier to the surrounding open space so as to form a funnel shape. Professionals easily dispel their doubts. At this moment, fiend fire in the bunker has become increasingly hot, and the ring-shaped alchemy barrier maintained around the circular room has emerged a conspicuous outline under the high temperature. All kinds of ancient runes flickered violently on the barrier, like a tsunami. The sails almost collapsed. The masonry on the ground had been burnt to powder, and the sunless soil deep underground rolled and cracked under the high temperature, forming a hard shell-like pottery, which quickly cracked due to the unbearable high temperature, and was swept away. The exhausted gases blown into fine dross. The row of unknown experimental bodies had long been turned into coke, mixed into the dust and disappeared. It's time. Nelson nodded, pulled out his wand, and raised it high above his head. 3 dazzling light spots surrounded the pothole. The light gradually condensed and became 3 interlaced beams of light that shot straight into the sky. A pyramid-shaped light tower was built on the top of the pit. What is this? The same confusion flashed in the eyes of many people, and they didn't feel any strong magic power from it, as if it was just light. It's really just light. Nelson understood their confusion. He maintained his movements and counted the time silently. It's just a striking light. The wizard of the Black family standing opposite the pit suddenly felt a chill. The surrounding air seemed to be drained of temperature and quickly cooled down. A black shadow passed over his cheek, and when he raised his head to look at the sky, the black shadow covering the sun enveloped his whole body. It's now. Nelson yelled, and the wizards subconsciously raised their wands while chanting, "Ultimate Guardian." The azure blue barrier instantly appeared on the wilderness, like a paper funnel, inserted into the ground, but fortunately there were no people living around, otherwise there would be another strange story here. The sky-watching wizard widened his eyes in horror. He didn't have time to exclaim, and he didn't have time to remind his companions. In the next second, with a loud bang, everyone's ears became deaf for a short time. The beeping sound like a brain-piercing sound pierced their hearts, and a huge sense of dizziness and nausea followed. Those wizards who did not wear earplugs as required regretted it. They only saw the black shadow passing by, but did not think of it. The roar was enough to injure the cochlea, so that I almost lost my balance ability, and the whole person was staggering and staggering. After the impact, those wizards wearing earplugs also felt the same feeling. They lowered their heads and suddenly found that the ground under their feet had become undulating like sea waves, and the funnel-shaped barrier was squeezed outward by some kind of huge force, like the phonograph horn's average point inside the barrier. Crimson magma and molten iron were slowly flowing along the inner wall, and blue flames splashed from the bottom and quickly extinguished. Nelson didn't control fiend fire with a lighter. What exactly extinguished this black magic flame that claims to burn everything? The wizard looking up at the sky may know all this, but he has already passed out and is unconscious. Nelson held Boraux by the shoulders, took him away from here, and quickly returned, using apparition to repeat the action just now, bringing every wizard to the courtyard of the Home of Love in the distance. What just happened? Boraux lay on the ground, covered his head and yelled. No one answered him. Even he couldn't hear his own voice. His ears were filled with buzzing like flies, and a cold touch came from his hands. He lowered his head, holding a bottle of emerald green liquid in his hand, and a piece of parchment next to it. Boraux shook his head. The dizziness made him see everything as a double image. He blinked his eyes hard to distinguish the situation, until the 3 lines on the parchment slowly merged into one. He resisted the desire to vomit, and read stand up. 2 drops on each eyelid can effectively relieve dizziness. Sorry, I miscalculated the power of magic. There is Nelson's signature on the back. He propped his upper body upright on the ground, and looked around at the 3 times the number of people around him. He didn't find Nelson's conspicuous blonde hair, so he dripped 2 drops for himself, lay back on the ground again, and turned his head to look at the bunker direction, waved his hand weakly, and said, "Is anyone still alive? Take this thing, and put 2 drops on everyone's eyes." The butler staggered over from the side. The experience just now made his old bones a little unstable. He silently took the crystal bottle from the master, and walked towards the wounded. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, I didn't get anything when I came here. Borluk swears angrily, and quickly comforts himself. At least I found an invincible tactic. As long as the enemy is stunned, they see us as triple people. At times like this, the British Borluk looked like Alfred's father. His eyes were concentrated on the underground palace in the distance. On the ground, filled with smoke and dust, like a doomsday, a mushroom-shaped black cloud slowly rose, and the surrounding air became distorted. I can feel the heat inside. Can anyone tell me what just happened? No one responded to him, and everyone had the same doubts. Such power was no longer pure magic, and the wizard who had witnessed everything was still lying quietly on the ground with a satisfied smile on his face. Sink into sweet dreams. Wisps of white mist drifted out from the top of the mushroom cloud. Borluk stared at the magic in front of him with wide eyes, but under the cover of smoke and dust, he couldn't see the doorway clearly. Nelson was in the center of the explosion, standing proudly on a giant stalagmite-like tall metal wedge. The wedge was regular in shape, and made up of countless small parts. There was a part of nearly 10 meters exposed on the ground. I don't know if it was inserted below the surface. How many? It's for nothing again. A huge red one-eyed lighted up behind him like the setting sun, and Alexander revealed his real body under the cover of the lost fog. Mirror smooth, a nearly transparent lavender flame burns in the blast furnace on the chest, which seems to have been stolen by Nelson from Grindelwald in Salem. It no longer has the same hot and oppressive feeling as the original blue fire, but understands people who are fiend fire will understand that the temperature of this kind of flame is much higher than that of beginners. Alexander's fist has become more flexible, almost like the hands of normal people, and its strength has also been increased far beyond before. In every joint of it, there is a dangerous blow light under the light armor. It is also equipped with a blast furnace that burns magic power with fierce flame, making every tiny movement of it full of powerful explosive power. While Nelson is getting more and more familiar with the twilight illusion, the lost mist sprayed from the trachea also adds to the power of magic. It can sneak into the twilight illusion at any time, and come to the world at any time, and it can also sneak with a part of the body. On its left shoulder, newborn mayflies flew out of the castle-like window in a row, and quickly disappeared into the air. It was not only a war machine, but also an arsenal, that would never rest point, and those shining magic lines all over the body and the cold barrels that can be seen everywhere all reveal the firepower of its one-man army. If someone still regards it as a stupid big man with only strength, he will regret it. Alexander bent down, and looked silently at Nelson at the top of the wedge. Nelson nodded, jumped, and turned into a white cat in the air, stepped on the protruding parts, and jumped on top of its head. On the throne, stroking the armrest of the throne, as if stroking the hair of Alexander the Great. Crack. The soil clods not far away cracked, and a claw covered with bristles and sharp barbs broke through the ground and stretched out. Most of its skin had been burned to pieces by the high temperature, and even charred muscles and bones could be seen. But this vitality is amazing enough. But Nelson didn't look at it at all, and Alexander didn't even think about moving. A red light shot out from its little finger, drawing a straight line in the air. In the next second, a red line appeared on the ground, where the claws were. The incomparable claws were easily divided into 2 halves, and the red line was the appearance of the melted soil exuding high temperature. It's so ugly. Nelson sighed with his eyes closed. Let's give the things that are still alive below a piece of cake and leave a text. Each. No, just leave a slice for each person. As soon as he finished speaking, Alexander's left hand trembled, and a net woven of red light quickly passed by. No one noticed what happened, but the mayflies wielding blades were already dispatched to leave slices. Bury it completely here. Nelson raised his hand, and slipped his wand into the armrest. Alexander's fists were crossed, and held high above his head. His arm slammed down with hot steam and blue pillars of fire, and he slammed down against the wedge. Boom. A wave of air spread around the center of the impact point, and Barluk's who just felt better sitting up, only held on for a second before lying down. The smoke and dust shrouded in the surrounding area were instantly blown away. In a vague way, Borlux saw a burly giant, but his eyes were quickly blown by the strong wind and had to be closed tightly. When he opened his eyes again, the ground has long been empty, and only a person can be seen standing in the bunker from a distance. A crack appeared on the ground, which was born from where Nelson was, and extended to the foot of Borlux in a zigzag. He could see that Nelson several cracks extending radially from the center to all directions. What surprised him the most was that there were circles of wrinkled hills on the originally flat wasteland, like the water waves of a stone falling into a pool, which were solidified on this troubled land. Standing up, he noticed Nelson nodding in the distance, and apparated to Nelson. "Is the blockade successful? The underground palace is gone, replaced by a silver metal disc that is flush with the ground and the size is similar to a podhole. Dozens of concentric circles filled with runes are engraved on the disc runes, but he found that he could not understand the meaning of these runes. The combination of those radial cracks and the disc is like another sun lying on the ground and looking far away from the sky." Nelson handed a stack of old and yellowed parchments to Borlux and said, "Drive Psych's research records. You must keep them." Borlux, who was very interested in this place, quickly waved his hand and declined. "I can't bear such a wicked thing." I flipped through it roughly, and there are still some things worth noting. Nelson shrugged. "When I find something useful from it, I will share it with you. Let's talk about it later," Borlux said with a dry smile. "I can't give you this stack," Nelson said, showing a thinner volume of leather notebooks that looked new, as if they had been written in recent years. "They are very important to me." Borlux glanced at it, and there was a dizzyingly large eye drawn on the cover. "You don't even need to tell me." Borlux looked at the three Nelsons in front of him sincerely, and smiled. "I'm already very touched that you can tell your heart like this." Nelson put the notebook away carefully. "I'm sorry to trouble you." Chapter 393. On November, the weather was fine. I found a devil's net in the garden today, which should have been brought by a guest with seeds on his body. Logically speaking, the dry weather in the pasture is not suitable for the growth of this plant, but strangely, it grows however. It is very lush, and has even begun to sprout air roots, ready to develop in other directions. I don't know much about magic plants, just ask Mariah. If it poses a threat to our lovely Melissa, I will go and shovel it. On November, the weather was overcast. Mariah told me that it was not a devil's net, it was just a kind of drought-tolerant rosaceae plant. Maybe it will bloom again next spring. I have some expectations. Then I can put the flowers in the vase in the living room. The color of the love home is too monotonous. Well, maybe growing some flowers and plants can also make the magical animals who have left their homes feel better. But to be on the safe side, I still have to cut a section and study it. On November, the weather was very foggy. I was too busy before, and Borgenbok of Nocturne Alley took the lead in buying a batch of the venom of the winged demon from his home. This thing is a dangerous product, but fortunately he vowed not to let it flow into the country. As for selling it to foreigners, what does this have to do with me? After signing the contract, I finally remembered the branch I had forgotten in the basement. I haven't seen it for a few days, and it has changed a lot. Even the thorns on the vine have become hairy. Are all magic plants so magical? I have some regrets. I should have listened to the herbal medicine class in the first place. This 15 centimeter long plant is not much different from a normal plant. After being dissected, the rhinocore is made of thick fibers that store water. There are some growth lines, and there is a blood vessel-like passage in the woody center. It seems that it can be used to deliver nutrients, but its sap turns red as thick as blood when cut open, and it smells a bit like raspberry jam. Are other magic plants so magical? Last time, Mariah laughed when she mistakenly identified the devil's net, but this time she didn't ask her. On November 24th, the rainstorm turned cloudy. Caractacus Bork brought people to receive the venom, and he had to admire the dedication of these wizards who bought and sold dangerous goods. In order to disguise themselves as muggles, they walked from the nearest town, walked away, and walked back and forth for 2 days. They hadn't even used magic during their time together, so I almost thought they were real muggles. But how could that be? The Miss Mary who takes the lead seems to like Melissa very much and often plays with her, but Melissa is a bit rebellious at this age and doesn't like to talk to her very much. As expected of my daughter, she should have such arrogance. I have never been able to tell the difference between the two blogs in the Birkin blog store. It feels like they have looked like this since I can remember. On the way here, I lost a strange mixed breed Shapper shifter. I heard that it is a novelty, the only one in the world. He wanted to show it to me for identification. It's a pity. It would be great if he could see it with his own eyes. On November 27th, the weather was overcast. Damn it, the Shapper shifter Caractacus was talking about was that rose vine. Why didn't he tell me that thing can turn into a plant? Different from real Shapper shifting beasts, its Shapper shifting mechanism is not imitated by magical power at all, but the most primitive devouring and digesting. The tree branch I left in the basement ate a mouse, and it became so hairy. The owls in the family suffered heavy losses, and they were unable to escape when they were locked in cages. When the employees found out, there were only a few sporadic owls and a lot of bird feathers left in the sun. The rose in the garden climbed up the wall and came to the owl room. When I found it, it almost grew wings. Fortunately, I found it in time, and it didn't escape and cause a catastrophe. I just pitied those little guys. Just saying goodbye to my mother, I died at the hands of this monster. Its reproductive ability is stronger than any mouse I have raised. When eradicating vines, I found that it will grow a lot of aerial roots. After the aerial roots are stable, it will cut off the connection between the aerial roots and itself. Just like a gecko losing its tail, those independent aerial roots will soon develop into a complete plant, repeating the actions of the mother. If I didn't find its abnormality and let it grow like this, what will it look like when it blooms next spring? Inviting the goblins from Gringotts to come over and build a bunker to seal it up is another big expense. This account has to be charged to Caractacus, and he will get more money in the next transaction. As for his recent reward for this deformed beast, I'm sorry, but take this as your compensation to me. On December, the weather was rainy. The rain seemed to freeze in the sky, like a knife. Damn it, it was too cold. The good news is, Marianne is pregnant. I couldn't believe it when I heard the news. Is another cute little angel coming to me? If it's a boy, I'll call him Arthur, and if it's a girl, she's called Jacunda. Both very nice. Another good news, I found new sap again in the core channel of the rose. This time it is green, with a smell of eucalyptus leaves. It seems that it is a residue of the prey digested by it. I don't know what happened in my strictly guard against what food it finds again. There is magic in these liquids. Although I don't have a clue yet, I think it must be something of value. Mariah persuaded me to destroy it, but it is the only orphan in the world, not a so-called Shapper shifting beast at all. Although most tragedies in the world start from curiosity, I think I can eliminate those risks. I hired someone to dig a few circular rooms around the bunker that sealed off the rose, and when they are combined together, they look like a real rose. This is a worthless business. If I don't find anything in the end, I wasted my time playing polo. If there are any good research results, their ridicule of my doctor title will be praise and praise from now on. December 24th, Christmas Eve. I don't know what the weather is like today, but before I know it, I've been in the bunker for a week, and this combination of magical plants and magical animals is really amazing. It really fascinates me. I found a lot of interesting properties. Except for some of its own characteristics, the creatures swallowed by roses will turn into a pool of liquid in the core material. Roses will not absorb their magic power, and those liquids will eventually be discharged and become waste, but this kind of waste is indeed a treasure that is so precious to me that it cannot be more precious. They are not simple puddles of water. When observed under the lens, they are clearly clusters of cells that Muggles call. My Muggle University study was not in vain. These cells are constantly dividing and deforming, and they are different from any kind of cells in magical animals, lacking many characteristics. I just realized that today is Christmas Eve, so I came here. On December 25th, the weather was fine. Mariah thinks I'm a little too obsessed, I admit this, but its charm is too great. I see all the possibilities of magical animals and even human beings in it. I keep feeding it with different materials, hoping can find something different. Her complexion was a little pale. Maybe she was too anxious, and she had to take a good rest. After Christmas dinner, I made it to Rose Castle without stopping. That's my new name for the bunker. Awesome, isn't it? I drank a little wine at night, and my hands were not flexible when feeding Kyangli. I failed to give this poor bird snake a good time. I cut off half of its body and a wing. I didn't find out until after Kyangli finished digesting. I killed the half of the poor guy who was still panting. I wanted to give it a good time with a knife, but my hand slipped again and cut off my precious rose with a knife. Many great inventions come from accidents, and the great Dr. Sykes personally verified its correctness. The body of the bird snake digested by the rose turned into a pool of purple-green slurry, which sprinkled on the section of the bird snake. I watched the liquid slowly solidify at its wound, and finally grew into a much younger section new body. I couldn't wait to observe with the lens. Those cells lacking in characteristics differentiated themselves after touching the wound, and became its muscles, tendons, bones, skin, scales, and feathers. Rose restored them. After taking away the characteristics of the prey, it has become the most primitive state of the prey. Catalyzed by some kind of magical power that I don't understand, they can reshape the missing parts for him when they touch the wounded, and they are stronger, younger, and have more vitality and vitality magic. If we can reproduce the magical process of Rose swallowing prey, we can do many things in this way that we couldn't do before. This discovery is a major breakthrough in magic medicine. I like to call it a Sykes reduction. Nelson sighed softly, stepped on the metal disc under his feet, and quickly flipped through the rest of the stack of yellowed parchment. Wizards don't seem to be in the habit of making detailed experimental records. This stack of parchment is actually Dr. Sykes' diary, at first life-oriented, interspersed with occasional discoveries he made while caring for fantastic animals. His wife, Mariah Sykes, is a witch who is excellent in herbalism and potion science. The two met at a magical animal exhibition. Dr. Sykes married at the age of 24, and soon after, they had their first daughter, Melissa Sykes, who later taught Hogwarts charms. From these words that record daily bits and pieces, Nelson can see that a smart and passionate wizard, but a little frustrated, who loves his family and his magical animal career, is happily sitting by the ranch and introducing himself to a wonderful family. This is very different from the crazy behavior of his insane experiments in the future. All this changed from the day when Rose was discovered in the courtyard. The content of the research in the diary gradually increased, and his wife and daughter appeared in the diary less and less, and sometimes he was in the diary for several days in a row. For the content of the research in Rose Castle, Mariah's body and spirit became worse and worse with Dr. Sykes' alienation from the family, and she even needed to go to St. Mungo's Hospital in London for treatment. But Dr. Sykes turned a blind eye to this. As smart as he is, it is not difficult for him to find out that his lover's condition is getting worse. On the contrary, he keeps expressing his dissatisfaction with Mariah's behavior of holding him back in his diary, even though Mariah's lower limbs were already damaged, festered because of being unable to exercise for a long time, and he just wrote lightly in his diary, "As long as I complete the restoration of Sykes, even if she has only one brain left, I can revive her." Melissa, who came home from vacation, had a fierce quarrel with her father. Dr. Sykes' indifference to her mother made her feel that her father seemed to be a different person, and even wanted to sneak into the Rose Castle to destroy the rose plant. For this matter, Dr. Sykes did not have much description, but wrote, "Melissa's ability to bear is as poor as her frail mother. After seeing the most beautiful creature in the world, she fainted. I can't bear it. To imagine myself having such a useless daughter, who, while doing well, doesn't look like the Sykes at all." Nelson just imagined it, and he felt a little empathetic with Professor Sykes. He didn't find any Rosaceae plants in the bunker. Maybe Professor Sykes had successfully eradicated it. She has never appeared in the diary since then. Dr. Sykes is also working hard to study the so-called Sykes reduction, to find a way to cure his wife, but isn't it a kind of medicine to let the disease worsen? Behaving irresponsibly, Mariah persevered by her love for the daughter in her womb, and died soon after giving birth to Jacunda. During this period, Professor Sykes' ideas gradually became crazy, and his experiments became more and more terrifying, from letting Rose restore the whole prey, to letting it prey onto at the same time. to pouring the liquid of one creature onto another, and then experimenting with his own kind. The experimental subjects that Nelson had seen in those bunkers came from this way. After Mariah's death, the man who was responsible for the tragedy grieved for 2 days and finally realized the importance of Mariah to him. But he did not return to his life as Mariah entrusted. In his last words, he poured himself into the crystallization of the two, but plunged headlong into the laboratory. A bold idea that he thought was feasible. He wanted to find a way for his wife to live in a perfect strong body. The bold idea of resurrection in a beautiful disease-free body. Dr. Sykes sealed up his wife's body and went completely crazy. The man who loved his family and magical animals completely disappeared from the world. Soon after, under the lead of Borgin box business rival Dagu, he met a group of outcasts. This is what he called himself, who challenged the impossible for various reasons, and in incredible ways, help each other with research, and get crazier in helping each other out. The memory that Nelson saw in the bunker was a meeting after that. Fate is really a thread. Nelson put away the diary inside the outcasts. I would call you the bewildered. Chapter 394, Giving and Friendship. I might be crazy, it's not magical at all. Nelson Mosso is holding the relatively new stack of parchment in his hand. The paper quality of the parchment is similar to that of a diary, but it is more delicate. It looked as clean as new. It was the diary left by Dr. Sykes, which recorded in detail the process of his creation of the magic Sykes restoration and the detailed spell and casting process. Turning to the first page, I saw a sentence written on it that may not be some kind of natural creature. It should be a gift from magic. Fantastic beasts, transfiguration, and alchemy are common. Maybe all magic, they are all in common. And as lucky as I am, I have already grasped the key to unlock all of this. In the lower right corner of the page, Dr. Sykes wrote a new looking line in tiny scrawled handwriting. I feel like I'm not me anymore. It's not something that someone as stupid as I can grasp. It's missing something, but I can do what I want. Mariah, please forgive me. This may be the man's last confession, but Nelson's previous experience with Isabel and Salem told him that it was not easy. He frowned and quickly flipped through a few pages. This diary should be stuffed after completion. It was revised by Dr. Kex, and all its uses were described in detail in the first few pages. Soon, when Nelson saw the complicated and clear list of alchemy materials, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. His brows tightened, and he remained silent. When he first started reading, Nelson always felt that the book was shaking. Now that he thinks about it, it should be that his hands were shaking constantly due to the shock. This formula, combined with these magics, Nelson thought of the spell mastered by Peter Pettigrew in the future to revive his master Voldemort. Back, Dr. Sykes revived Mariah without even recovering her soul. Although she didn't understand the principle, Mariah, who left the text in the oak barrel in the bunker, has confirmed this. Maybe there were some omissions, but Dr. Sykes succeeded after all. Up. When this miraculous magic, which can bring people back to life, transform creatures at will, and even plunder the magic power of other lives to other individuals, fell into his hands in a way that was almost for nothing, Nelson had a strong entanglement in his heart. Deeply taking a deep breath, he had to admit that few people would not be indifferent when faced with this kind of temptation, and as a lonely traveler, being able to bring back those who left him is undoubtedly the most attractive thing to Nelson. He was panting heavily, and his magical power was uncontrollably uncommonly. A majestic mist of confusion gushed out of his eyes, and in just a moment, it drowned him and everything around him, including those who stood aside and didn't know what happened. Borax. What's wrong? What happened? Borlax's calm voice came from not far away, and Nelson woke up suddenly. The figure of Jonas admonishing him in front of the tombstone flashed in front of his eyes, and the temptation to play with death sounded in his ears like the whisper of a demon. Nelson suddenly understood the choice that Tom, who became Voldemort, should have had. He looked deeply at the cover of the diary and closed it forcefully. A corner of the black curtain gently brushed Nelson's cheeks, and the cold touch stirred his frenzied and almost chaotic mind. Yes, the dead will pass through that curtain and go to death, even if the so-called sex reduction can make the corpse standing up again with a fresh posture, can even remind the resurrected people of their life before death. But that is not the real old person after all. Snapped. The sound of the parchment colliding gave Bollocks a sense of security in his heart. In the blink of an eye, the sudden mist dissipated quickly, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Nelson, who was holding the parchment tightly beside him, tensed silently. Standing in place, it is difficult to approach. After an unknown period of time, Nelson let out a foul breath, and his posture gradually became calm. "What is this?" Borax walked up to Nelson and asked curiously. He quickly realized something was wrong, and hurriedly added, clutching his chest, "If it's something disgusting, don't say it gone." "No, Mr. Black." Nelson raised his head and looked at the sky while touching the cover of the journal with his magic wand. Several chains made of countless tiny electric lights slowly crawled out from the tip of the wand, slowly extending to the four corners of the journal. The flickering arcs are arranged in wonderful patterns like stars in the sky. This is the result of Dr. Sykes' experiment. He has successfully developed the magic he wanted. As you can see, the monster in the bunker is created the spell. Maybe there are other uses. Are you interested? No. Borax waved his hands again and again and declined. I can't control that kind of thing. Nelson, it's not the kind of magic that should appear in this world at all. Yeah. Nelson nodded, continuing his own magic, uttering an obscure and strange tone from his mouth. Borax had never heard such a strange spell. What are you doing now? I'm going to seal it up. As a businessman, although he showed strong physical discomfort to Dr. Sykes' magic, Borax quickly realized its value. After he calmed down, even if he could only create monsters, they were still powerful monsters. Looking at Nelson's performance, it should have more and more promising applications, and its potential value may be unimaginable. Seeing the flashing chains reach the back of the log and are about to completely seal the log, Bollocks persuaded, although I can't control it, I think you should have this kind of talent. What do you think? Nelson didn't answer him, concentrating on offering magic to the magic in his hand. Sealing is necessary, he thought for a moment, then said to himself, that's right, before everything here is cleaned up, this thing can't be exposed. It won't be too late to study after the things here are over. Borax analyzed the timing and possible use while talking to himself while watching Nelson release his magic. In Borax's impression, Nelson was known for his efficient and complex transfiguration. Grindelwald's rapid apparition powers, whichever they were too fast to be seen, and it was the longest spell he'd ever seen Nelson cast, either in person or if from Nermengard in the water curtain. Seeing that Nelson sealed it up so carefully, Borax nodded reassuringly. This time it will definitely not be stolen by the little thieves. The arc wrapped around the log became more and more solid and dazzling, and the jumping arc penetrated the ground from time to time, hitting sparks on the metal platform under his feet, but never hurt Nelson at all. Finally, when the entire book was wrapped by the arc, he let go of his hand and put down his magic wand. The log that had escaped from his palm did not hit the ground, but was instead suspended in the air. The arc that had lost its magic power supply did not stop growing, but instead continued to expand at a faster and faster speed, and even became unstable. After being controlled, the manic arc even attacked Nelson, but was absorbed by the mayfly that came out of nowhere in an instant. Mr. Black, it may be different from what you think. The pale Nelson smiled with a drop of sweat on his forehead. Don't talk about the little thief, even I can't solve this magic. What? Sorry, I didn't understand. Nelson turned his arm up, revealing the palm holding the journal. The palm and most of the forearm were dripping with blood. Drops of bright red blood dripped from the arm and flowed onto Nelson's robe. This spell needs the enhancement of blood to become powerful. Some of the flesh had even been roasted black by the electric arc. Bollocks noticed that his pale face might not be due to the waste of magic power, but due to blood loss. The loss of many magic spells is not because they are not powerful enough, but because the wizards cannot master their counter spells. For the stability of the order, they are gradually lost under the tacit understanding of the wizards, so that the ancient runes have become it is an obscure language that few people master. Of course, it may also be because the spell itself is relatively evil. For example, it requires bloodletting to use it. Nelson explained, this spell originated in America. I learned it in the restricted area when I was a student at Alvermorny. the magic that the native wizards of America imitated from the process of protecting eggs from thunderbirds. It can resist almost all external tampering. The thunderbird uses its own blood to build protection to protect its children. The blood can also provide the magic power needed for the eggs to develop. When the thunderbirds grow up in the eggs surrounded by lightning, the natural talent of lightning magic will be activated, so that the eggshell can be easily pecked from the inside. While Nelson was talking, a silver-white film slowly appeared on the edge of the wound on his forearm and palm. It was a small mayfly hiding in the air. They were transforming in a uniform manner, while cleaning up the gangrene on Nelson's wound, stretching to cover the wound, and isolate it from the air. Barlex's eyes were attracted by this magical alchemy tool. Full of interest, the silver metal quickly covered Nelson's arm completely, like a close-fitting silver soft armor. Nelson took out a bottle of white fresh and orbed it on the metal at will. These herbs were quickly absorbed by the metal and sprayed evenly on the wound. But you sealed a book inside. Borax immediately understood the joints. Yes, Nelson shrugged. The book is not a living thing, but even if it were some kind of living monster book, it wouldn't hold the power of lightning. Ah, it's such a pity. Borax's eyes widened. But fortunately, we didn't lose anything. Don't worry, Mr. Black, I will compensate you and your subordinates for the injuries caused by my miscalculation. That was not what I meant. That's a must. Haha, you shouldn't refuse such an interesting healing alchemy item. It's a new item that Nermengard will supply in limited quantities in the future, and it's also my thanks for your help. Nelson raised his hand shining armor, smiled at the beaming Borax. This book is simply a devil. Mr. Black, do you know that? When I hold it, it looks like a devil in a fairy tale. It is also tempting me. You should be able to imagine what kind of forbidden knowledge is recorded in it. If you are not by my side, maybe I might really be tempted. Borax shivered. He remembered some black magic props he had been in contact with. The feeling of fear surrounding him was terrible. From the moment he dug up this damn bunker, everything became abnormal. Maybe it's really tempting you, Borax said dryly. I wouldn't be surprised, even if this book suddenly reaches out to say hello to us now. Crack. An electric arc fell from the lightning bolt wrapped in the log to the ground. Nelson and Borax raised their wands almost at the same time and turned to the direction of the lightning bolt progressively. In case the log in an ovoid lightning ball, after the shape was settled, it stopped growing and just arced around every now and then. It seems to be just a normal discharge phenomenon. Nelson waited for a long time, and the lightning ball also shot out several lightning bolts in coordination. He was relieved, looked at Barlux, and said with a smile, "It's like someone reading a horror story. It was as if you were slapped on the back suddenly, which really shocked me." Fortunately not. To tell you the truth, I also felt a thump in my heart just now. Barlux wiped the sweat from his forehead, showed a guilty smile, and made up his mind in his heart that he would not casually say some bad words in the future. He quickly adjusted his mood and said angrily, "Speaking of which, those guys with eyes above the top don't take us and Nermengard seriously at all, and the pasture they sent is such an unlucky thing. This situation will never happen again in the future." Nelson relaxed and said with a smile, "I assure you. Is there any inside information?" Barlux asked with interest. "Do you still remember the Nermengard merchandise that appeared in Diagon Alley a few years ago?" Nelson said with a smile. Seeing that Barlux nodded, he found a bulging envelope from his pocket and handed it to Barlux. "Lokes said, my people did research in Diagon Alley in June this year. At present, half of the finished magic props market of British wizards has been occupied by these high quality and cheap commodities from informal sources, but their inflow is not, because the magic factory is poorly supervised." Barlux raised his eyebrows, and a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. "From next year, Nermengard will only open trade channels that comply with the regulations to the United Kingdom." Nelson stretched out his hand. "Mr. Black, you are very foresighted. The momentary reputation is just a cloud, and only Jingallan is the eternal life of wizards. Equivalent. Do I need to pay anything?" Barlux's eyes lit up wildly, and he took Nelson's hand. "Mr. Black, I can tell you a secret. As the designer, builder, and rule maker, I have absolute control over Nermengard's magic factory. Nelson squeezed Borlux's palm vigorously, the corner of his mouth tilt. Emotionally, you and your family are my friends, and in this regard, real money has actually made our friendship stronger. Now is the time to make it work. The Blacks are your forever friends. Chapter 395. Fortunately, they are all empty. It seems that this room is equipped with cleaning staff, even if it is used as a toilet. Credence wrinkled his nose and kicked a brass gilt enamel chamber pot hanging on the corner of his robe. He turned to the side, looked at Tom, and said, I need a place that is wide enough and inaccessible enough to practice magic. After actually inspecting Adele, a little girl who is similar to him but very different, Credence became more interested than before going to Hogwarts. The huge magic power contained in Adele is exactly the same as Moran, but it has never revealed its violent and uncontrollable characteristics, as if the desire to destroy has been obliterated by some kind of higher magic. Hope rose in his heart that maybe a devastated child like himself could find a real and effective way to heal childhood. Isn't there enough here? Tom asked, frowning. He set up a barrier at the last moment when the chamber pots fell, protecting the heads of the 3 people. When we are in the room of requirement, no one else can come in. Are you sure? Credence pointed to the top of his head, and the 3 of them looked at the dark section between the ceiling and the upper floor. The magic power of the Silent One may need a larger space to be perfectly displayed. Isn't it enough to blow up or down to layers? Are you really a student at Hogwarts? Credence raised an eyebrow and made a face that Nelson could never make. The right place is better. Adele, can you go back to the dormitory first? Tom looked at his watch, walked up to Adele, pulled up her sleeves, and said softly, stay in the dormitory for a while, and then go to the auditorium for dinner. I have something to say to this brother. Adele gently tugged on Tom's sleeve. If you don't know the way, you can ask the paintings on the wall, and they will show you the way. Tom didn't let Adele finish speaking. He rubbed her hair, half helping and half pushing. She walked to the door of the room of requirement and said softly, you should be very tired after casting that kind of magic just now. Go and take a good rest. Adele nodded, turned to look at Credence, and after receiving the smile of the kind with Nelson's face on her face, she turned and left the room. Boom. The door of the room of requirement was slowly closed. Credence silently looked at Tom's back standing at the door. His expression gradually regained his composure. After a while, he said, actually, you can trust me completely, just like Najib I trust you. But you're not Nagini. To be honest, I don't trust you to take Adele away from Hogwarts. Tom stared at Credence with a sullen face, his eyes sharp. I'm different from Na. He always thinks the best of people, but I'm used to expecting the worst. I understand that if someone suddenly came to me and told me that he could cure Nagini of the blood curse, my attitude would not be better than yours. Credence nodded and said with his hands open, what is wrong with the moment? Those who may erupt in obscurity should indeed be vigilant at all times. It doesn't matter what you are, I only care about whether you are a person who can communicate and communicate. Tom said coldly, whether you are a muggle, a wizard or a silent person. Even if you are a troll, we said straight to the point. Sneaking into Hogwarts at this time, I have to suspect that you have some ulterior motives. During his wandering career, Credence has long been used to this kind of distrust. Almost all wizards will regard him as a monster or some kind of weapon that can be used. In comparison, Tom is not euphemistic. But it's much better to be open and honest. At least he is willing to treat himself as a human being, not a bomb, or like Grindelwald, treat himself as a pawn to use against Dumbledore. I know more about you than you can imagine. Credence Barburn. Tom continued, I know you once overcame the side effects of the obscure with the help of Grindelwald, and I know you. I used to work for him for a long time. Although Na has a close relationship with Nermengard, I don't believe anyone who has anything to do with it. Even Grindelwald himself can't say that. Because of the so-called clearly the greater good, members of Nermengard can sacrifice themselves. I'm not the kind of person with high beliefs, I'm just a common man who cares about myself. I'm not on the same side as them. Credence maintained the movement of spreading his hands and smiled dryly. Tom didn't speak, just looked at him with a half smile. Well, I know it's not convincing. Credence shrugged resignedly, put down his hands, and said, but I have signed an unbreakable oath with Mr. Williams, and you should understand this magic. It would be deceiving, not to mention everything you have done for Nagini. I will go through fire and water for everything. Credence was angry, and had asked to go together, when Nagini entrusted him to come, and repeatedly emphasized that Tom was a twister, but Credence patted his chest, and assured that he could handle everything. Wasn't he the kind of person who was twisted to the extreme in the past, and then he was smoothed out by life? From Credence's point of view, as someone who had experienced it, a kind kid like Tom could easily be persuaded, but Tom's next sentence easily tore through his defenses. The unbreakable vow. What does it cost? Death. Tom said, I don't disrespect your life, but I really don't know your attitude towards it. It's not expensive. I didn't mean to be harsh on you, Mr. Bearburn, said Tom self-consciously. Do you know Nah? Everyone who knew him would say he was a gentle, friendly fellow. Credence nodded. He had this feeling when he first communicated with Nelson face to face. Almost no one has ever treated him like Nelson. This feeling made him feel strange and cherished. He is indeed a very emotional person, but at the same time he is much cooler than most people in the world. Tom sighed and continued, he seldom gets angry, and as a person like Grindelwald who can see a future wizard, he doesn't really care about many things. Many things that can anger him seem like a fool dancing to him, but this does not mean that he doesn't care about anything. I have seen him lose the most precious thing. If you also have such a friend, then you must not want to see this scene. Is this little girl important to him, too? Credence asked. I know she got Mr. Williams' surname. I mean, they only knew each other for a short time. You know Second Salem better than I do, Tom said, shaking his head. Nah has looked through their research records, and according to him, they are still using the methods of your era. During the holiday, we two guys busted the sins of Second Salem. That's the second time I've seen him put on that look. Why? They obviously don't know each other. If you have lost something, you will cherish it even more when the opportunity to redeem it is in front of you. Tom sighed. The most important person in the world passed away for some ridiculous reason. In Second Salem, he saw thousands of people who were also fooled by fate, but with our strength, he only saved more than 30 people in the end. I've seen a group photo of them in an American magic newspaper. Credence nodded. So you understand? Nah loves Adele not because she is a sister who looks a bit like him, but because her existence represents the ending of that tragedy. Nah transformed his powerlessness for remorse. He pinned it on Adele. He is such a contradictory person, he will randomly affect the outcome of several countries in order to end the war. It doesn't matter, but if there is a connection, he will be responsible for it. During the journey back to the UK by boat, Lul always said to me, if I knew what happened in Second Salem earlier and used a faster method to go to the United States earlier, would it be possible to save more people? Tom said heavily. Nah doesn't want to see this single seedling suffer any further damage. I swear, Mr. Barburn, if Adele is hurt, the result after that will definitely not be what you want to see. Credence was shocked by Tom's words of affecting the outcome of the war at will. His eyes widened, and he was speechless for a long time. Actually, I just want to tell you Nah's attitude. Tom pouted, and said, actually, for me, no one will trust me, unless time endorses me. For me, there is more simple reasons to reassure me. What? Come to a duel, Tom said in a deep voice, pulling out his wand, and raising it to his chest like a knight raising a sword. I'll keep an eye on you. Before that, let me try the true strength of a really powerful silent one. Haha, Credence laughed out loud. He raised his head, looked at the penetrated room above his head, and suddenly put away his smile. Does it have to be like this? Tom was silent. Credence smiled, and half of Nelson's face was immediately covered by the lingering black magic power. A perverse black smiling face slowly unfolded on his left cheek. With the combination of faces, it was even weirder and more terrifying than Credence's original face. Be careful, Mr. Riddle. I can't ask for it. Tom stood ready. Black magic power poured out from behind Credence in an orderly manner. No wizard could possess such a huge amount of magic power. In Tom's view, Credence alone was enough to compete with the top three. At the final scene of the Tournament of Hegemony, the wizard synthesized by the digital second Salem was silently comparable, and suddenly there was a thought of comparison in his heart. Since Na can, then I should also be able. The black shadow bloomed like petals behind Credence, almost completely covering the wall behind him. Before the black flowers bloomed, the giant hand that had been always black rushed towards Tom from behind him like lightning. While waving the wand, two huge black shadows with slightly different colors collided fiercely in the air. I didn't expect that. There are rooms in the front, back, left, and right of this house. Not long after, Tom and Credence appeared in the corridor of the castle like two innocent people. The attitudes of the two became inexplicably closer. Tom clapped his hands and wondered, what kind of situation is this? Structure. As I said before, it's better to find a suitable place outside to demolish the castle. Credence shrugged, his breath was steady, and he didn't notice that he had just had a duel with someone. You are from Hogwarts. Student, according to what you said, what if an urgent student stumbles upon the room of requirement here in the future and falls down after opening the door? So he can solve it in the process of falling in the air, Tom said blankly. His ribs were aching, and at this moment he finally envied Nelson's golden bones. What a rare toilet experience. I think the vast majority of people in the world don't have that opportunity. I don't think anyone would want this kind of opportunity. Credence took advantage of Tom's inattention and put his hand behind his back and hammered it, but it's really interesting to think about it. Speaking of which, your magic, at first glance, I thought you were an obscure too. It's just a special color. Oh, by the way, Tom took out a small silver ball from his pocket, checked it carefully, changed another one, and handed it to Credence. This is what Na sorted out. Regarding the materials and some speculations about the obscure, he said that they are more complete than most of the materials on the market. Why did you just give it to me now? Credence took the small silver ball, feeling its heavy weight, and said, I have already customized a plan for Adele. The first thing we need to do is to teach her to use the magic power of the obscurant, to simulate the effect of a wizard's normal magic. This is my experience in the rivers and lakes for many years. Otherwise, in the senior grades, she will definitely reveal her secrets even if her magic power is better than any silent one I have ever heard of. Both are much more stable. The second step is to teach her to discover the strength in her body. When we can't resist misfortune, we can only try to accept it like me. Of course, how to fight silently is the most important thing. Actually, there are some things I forgot to tell you, Tom said suddenly after hearing Credence's words. Do you remember those people who died in the second Salem experiment I told you? I remember the woman who forced us to call her mother like a demon. Credence nodded and clenched his fists. They treated me that way at the beginning, and the second Salem resident has not yet moved in front of Boston. There were only a few more weird kids like me, but I was the only one who survived. Before they died, they used their own will to leave a gift for Na and Adele each, and before Na killed Mamoran with his own hands. I think there should be a big difference between her and you. Huh. Credence thought it was a little funny. Tom was really like a young man. After fighting with himself, he said all these important information one by one. He chuckled lightly and leaned closer said, expand and talk. Chapter 396 Uncle Na's Cabin. You're awake. Jacunda opened her eyes and jumped up from the bed. The thick fur slipped off her body and a chill instantly enveloped her body. She lowered her head. Her clothes went somewhere. A simple fur waistcoat was wrapped around her body to maintain the temperature of her body. Jacunda quickly grabbed the blanket that had slid down to her waist to cover her exposed skin and looked nervously in the direction of the sound. A tall and strong man was sitting in front of the fireplace with his back to her. A pile of firewood arranged in a hilly shape was randomly placed beside him. The unique fragrance of pine wood permeated the room, making people drowsy. The man had no hair, and the back of his head there are several scars that seem to be scratched by animals. He is wearing an old sweater with thread ends everywhere, and a fur coat is piled casually on the stool beside him. The sweater has been washed and faded. On top of the pattern, a sun. Seen from the back, the man was like a wall, or a bear, as if it would turn around at any moment and tear her into pieces on the ground. Don't worry, my daughter helped change your clothes, the man said without turning his head. When I fished you out of the lake, You were covered in ice shards, and you were holding a snowball that looked like a carbon ball. Mink, you two are lucky. If I go fishing a few hours later, you will become real ice sculptures. Jacunda felt a headache and tried hard to recall what happened just now. Her memory was broken at the moment of jumping into the lake, and there was nothing afterwards until she woke up in this hut in a daze. Those demons, yes, the ones that chased themselves here from the east coast, they chased themselves from the beach to the forest, from the forest to the town, to the wasteland, to the mountains, and finally to the open in the Great Lakes region of China. While no one was paying attention, Jacunda left the steel coin on the shore and plunged into the icy lake water by himself. Black Ferret, could it be that the steel penny also jumped down together? Jacunda sighed, and from what the man in front of him said, he seemed to be a hunter here, and he fished himself out of Lake Ontario. Is that lake called Lake Ontario? Jacunda has no impression of it. To her, these lakes are as cold as what happened to her. They are simply the best graves for her hopeless self. I know some people like to push the envelope, but Lake Ontario is not suitable for winter swimming. The man used the iron bracing in his hand to beat back and forth in the fireplace, throwing a few pieces of chopped firewood in from time to time, like a sunset in a house. Jacunda did not speak. She stared nervously at the surrounding environment. This is a hut made of thick pine logs, some scattered dried vegetables, abundant bacon, dead fish and a stick shotguns, a few hunting knives, electric lights, clocks and other things can't be seen here at all, which makes Jacunda confused about the era he lives in. The window is white, and his clothes are hanging on the wall next to the hut, blowing in the wind on the shelf. I thought I caught a big fish and could make a lot of money before the ice age, but I didn't expect it to be a mermaid, the man jokingly said. His rough voice and careless words revealed his rude and savage attitude. On the one hand, you have to pay for your own rations. Hey, you know, when you were in a coma a few days ago, I was afraid that you would wake up suddenly, and I didn't dare to eat green vegetables. This morning, the doctor on the other side of the lake came to help you check. Swear you'll be comatose for at least another week before I dare do something good. And guess what? He stood up. The small wooden stool under his buttocks creaked, and there was a small pot on the fireplace, which was being heated by the fire through the hole dug. The man lifted the lid of the pot, and the sound of gurgling echoed in the room. He picked up the spoon on the side and stirred it. A scent filled the surroundings. Jacunda swallowed when he smelled it. The gurgling sound was much louder than the boiling soup. When the man heard it, he was immediately happy. He sat back on the wooden chair, warmed his hands, and said with a smile, "You are lucky." The little girl. Although the doctor's level is not very good, he can't predict the time, but he also said that eating more carrots is right. How about you, sickly fellow? You know, carrots are precious. Jacunda smiled involuntarily, unaware that she had escaped from the tension of fleeing. Are you here to hunt? Let me tell you, it's better for your brother or father to come, the man said in a low-pitched English with a Siberian accent. I put your prey in the stable. That kind of a baby ferret doesn't taste good at all, not to mention it's black and its fur isn't worth a penny. It should be a steel coin. Muggles don't know how to sniff, and it is understandable to mistake it for a snow sculpture. Jacunda suddenly feels relieved. At least he is no longer those vicious wizards. Maybe you have come here like this before, but North America is extremely cold this year, and it snowed in September. The man turned around and looked at Jacunda, who was sitting on the bed, tightly covering his chest with a blanket. Little girl, didn't the adults in your family tell you? Hunting in snowy days requires at least 2 companions. His face appeared in the eyes of Jacunda at a glance. The moment she saw this face, she was stunned. The round blue eyes were piercing, and the slightly mean aquiline nose was placed squarely in the center of her cheeks. The broad apple chin, double chin on the buttocks, gives people a sense of reassurance and weight, all of which are very similar to her father, who only exists in memory. Jacunda stared blankly at the man's face, and his hands gradually disappeared. With strength, the blanket slipped off, and the man turned his head quickly. The stubble on his chin quickly brought Jacunda back to the present. Concerned in the reproach, Jacunda recognized the stranger as Dr. Sykes. Even so, her attitude eased a lot, and she was not as tense as before. Jacunda stroked the sheets under her body with her hands. The smooth fur was soft and warm. It was like heaven to her now. What's your name? Jacunda sat on the bed and finally spoke the first words in this hut. Her voice was hoarse, as if a part of her throat had been cut. British? Drink some water. It's on the stove next to you. There's some tea from Boston in it. The man heard her accent and instantly recognized her origin. From England immigrants? Few British people wanted to come to this miserable place 100 years ago, but a few years ago, when you were fighting there, many British gentlemen came and lived in the big villas in the south of the Lake District. Just left last year. What? Is the war over? He was very talkative, talking in a babbling manner all the time, and he seemed to be someone who lived in a deserted place all year round and had few opportunities to communicate with each other. Jacunda gradually regained his composure from the face that resembled his father in memory, and she shrank back. She shrank, her waist and hips pressed against the knitted pillow, her back leaned against the bedside cabinet, and she grabbed the blanket to cover herself. My grandmother is British. Speaking of which, she helped me to choose my name, although I have never seen her. The man tilted his head. Half of his face facing away from the fire was hidden in the darkness of the shadows. Only those sparkling blue eyes reflected the brilliance of the snow outside the window, looking crystal clear. Noticing the movement of Jacunda covering the blanket, he turned his head. The whole face became bright and clear again, and said with a smile, "My name is Nelson. Do you know what is the special meaning of this name in your UK?" The moment she heard the name Nelson, Jacunda's body trembled violently, her eyes widened, and she recalled the unbearable experience she had after landing in America. The wizards who played tricks on him actually obeyed the orders of the junior whom he had affected. Jacunda didn't know if he had hidden the news well, or because they just wanted to let him know. In short, for according to Jacunda, who lived in the open air and had never had a sip of hot water, Nelson's name has become a nightmare that makes people tremble when they hear it. In front of her eyes appeared another figure of a ghostly man laughing at her whenever Jacunda thought she had escaped from the sky. The man with the penguin doll on his waist would be waiting on the only way she had to pass, in a goofy gown, bowing to himself like a comedian, holding a silver cane. Meet you again. I still have to introduce myself. I'm Penguin. Penguin will always leave a few pieces of sour black bread like a reward to a beggar, and will also leave magical animal ration that is times more luxurious than black bread. Sniff. This is a greeting from Lord Wertning, Miss Sykes. I hope you can appreciate the true meaning of life during this journey. Penguins and changing greetings have long been a nightmare for Jacunda every night. She once thought about fighting back, but she would always be knocked down by Penguin as easily as bullying a first-year freshman. Dawn's very humiliating spell hanging her in the sky in order to prevent Jacunda wearing a skirt from being exposed. He will also intimately lock Jacunda's skirt and legs together. This spell can be used every time. It lasts exactly 15 minutes, long enough for the penguins to slowly and leisurely leave. I think Miss Jacunda's brain is a bit lacking in nutrients. I hope that with the nourishment of blood, you can come up with some more subtle escape routes. The penguin's taunts can always break through Jacunda's psychological defense just right. In this way, I can write a more exciting report to please Lord Wertning. Jacunda also thought about turning around and surrendering herself, but there will always be wizards blocking her way behind her. She doesn't want to think about the mockery she will receive when she falls into the hands of those wizards. They even give her a chance to escape, just to have fun. She also thought about dying, but the most ridiculous thing is this. She didn't have the courage to end her life. At the moment, when she submerged in the cold lake water, when the lake water poured into the air pipe and her consciousness began to blur, her heart still thinking about how to survive. At this moment, the levee in Jacunda's eyes quickly collapsed when she recalled all the things in the past. She burst into tears, choked up silently, covered her cheeks with her hands holding the blanket, and her thin body was exposed to the air again. The bald-headed Nelson quickly turned his head away and said, "There is a coat that can be worn next to me. I used to wear it. You can make do with it first. I have asked my daughter to wash it." Jacunda ignored him, but kept shrugging his shoulders. Tears spilled from his hands and fell onto the blanket drop by drop. Huh. Is this name unlucky? The man who called himself Nelson threw away the pipe he was holding and said angrily, "No wonder my father always said that he has a bad relationship with my grandmother, but why would he give me an unlucky name if the relationship between mother and child is bad? I should take the advice of my neighbor old Tom who drowned in a treasure hunt last year and change the name to Charity World Peace. He kept stomping on the ground, looking distraught and helpless at his late grandmother. But at this moment, Jacunda quickly adjusted. She basically confirmed the fact that the man in front of her was a Muggle hunter, and the same name was just a coincidence of fate. In fact, this Muggle hunter was her best chance to avoid being hunted down, and she had more important things to do, so she couldn't fall down here. Saved himself, and made tea for himself. This person is obviously not the style of those devils. Grateful Jacunda lowered her head, grabbed the clothes next to the bed in the house, put them on her body, and silently apologized for her insincerity in her heart. Soon, she raised her head and said softly, "That is the name of a ship. An elder of mine died in the shipwreck of that ship." "Oh, I'm sorry." The man's gruff voice could not hear any apology, but he asked instead, "That must be a very big and imposing ship, right?" "Yes, my elders are proud of that ship." Now, Jacunda, who was relaxed, started talking, but she really had a shadow of Nelson's name, so she asked timidly, "Sir, may I call you Mr. Ship?" "No problem, you can call it whatever you want," the bald Nelson said with a hearty smile. "It seems that the ship is very big. Have you seen my belongings?" Jacunda asked while the iron was hot. "There is a bag, and I put the storage for you." The bald Nelson stood up, walked to the small round table in the center of the wooden house, and picked up a dark stick. "And this is yours too, right? I thought you came to pick up firewood, but then your loot would be pitifully small. The material of this small wooden stick is rare here. When it was picked up, you were all wounded, but you still held onto it tightly. It should be important to you." "Yes." Jacunda stared longingly at the small wooden stick, which was his wand, and her heart rose to her throat again. "It is very important to me. A souvenir." "Yes, a souvenir. The workmanship is not bad." The bald Nelson shrugged and threw the wand over. "I have seen people who like wood, but they usually make wood into beads and string them on their wrists. It is a British custom to have a stick." "Is it? I have to say, it's really strange." Jacunda took the wand, settled down, and lay down on the bed. "I'll help you get your stuff, and there's an egg. I haven't seen it before." After speaking, the bald Nelson pushed open the door and walked out of the hut against the fine wind and snow. Jacunda became a little nervous again when he heard the egg, but the door of the hut was closed again. She noticed that the bald head dangled in the snow and quickly disappeared. Behind the cabin, Nelson put his hands in his pockets and whispered to the two standing there, "Moon." The two black-robed wizards stood with their heads bowed, their expressions respectful. "Give me that bag. Damn it, why are me, Bayo, and Jacunda always getting involved?" Nelson stomped his feet. "The snow needs to continue to fall. It will be heavier these days, and the lake will be frozen. Orion also needs to make compensation." After the matter of the Home of Love came to an end, Nelson came to North America to personally guide the work, as the Penguin team expected. Chapter 397. "Oh, my dear sir. It's a pleasure to see you. I've been so disoriented by this annoying blizzard that I thought there was no one in the Lake District." After the crunch of leather boots on the snow, a greasy voice came from outside the cabin. Inside, Jacunda was nervously gripping his wand. She recognized the voice, a wizard who called himself Johnny, and his partner. Caught her twice in just a few days. But she had long since lost the strength and energy to escape. During the tense escape journey, she was still able to grit her teeth and persevere, but lying in the warm bed, the energy that had been hanging had already been vented. Jacunda pulling up the blanket to cover her head. The smell of rough processed animal fur permeated the bed. She suppressed her fear and trembled, not daring to make a sound, nor did she dare to consider whether her ostrich behavior would be seen at a glance. The wand that accompanied her trembled with its master, infected with fear, and it was hard to imagine what spells such a wizard and such a wand could cast. Jacunda pinned her last hope on the heavy hunter outside the house like a drowning man grabbing a hemp rope. She didn't even dare to sneak a peek at the window, and she didn't even dare to think of a strong man. Can muggles rebel against wizards until conversations start coming out of the window again? "I don't have any money, and I don't need your US knife music." The bald Nelson's gruff growl quickly came. "You have to figure out where you are now, and the south of the stake is where you need to collect taxes place." "Huh? The oily male voice froze for a moment. He was silent for a moment and laughed loudly. Sir, do you think we are American tax inspectors? Don't worry, we are not here to collect taxes. I came to look for someone. I heard that a beautiful girl appeared here recently. Do you have any impression? They are here to find me. Mr. Boat will definitely tell them. Jacinda's heart skipped a beat in her throat, and the last fluke dissipated. She tiptoed off the quilt and stood barefoot on the cold wooden floor, slowly crawled under the bed, exhaustion, despair, and weakness all over her head, thanks to the endless pursuit and pressure led by the penguin. At this moment Jacinda couldn't even release a simple apparition. More than one person came. I'm going to die. Damn, you used this excuse last year. I admit that I have been hiding the fact that I have a daughter, but our family has been paying poll tax for 2, and I just don't bother to report it. Nelson yelled. Even the roof, all the snow was shaken by his roar and fell down. And why should I tell you? Where am I now? In the UK. You can't collect taxes from me. Jacinda, who huddled under the quilt and covered her mouth and sobbed, was stunned. This hunter Nelson not only took care of her, but also did not betray her whereabouts. As a stranger who met by chance, under his vulgar appearance was a warm and gentle heart. Her soul was in stark contrast to that student who looked gentle and elegant, but looked like a devil. Dowda's hot tears fell down her cheeks and onto the back of her hands, moisturizing her dry skin, and disappeared before they fell to the ground. Thinking of what happened to her, Jacinda cried and laughed, but she still didn't dare to make any sound. She seemed to have returned to that seemingly peaceful morning, the morning when she was powerless holding the broomstick. What differences are there? Nelson's face gradually overlapped with the figure of her father in her impression. From her point of view, someone else was about to sacrifice for herself. Jacinda lay limp in a large shape on the dusty floor, lacking a voice to vent. Her expression was ferocious, as if she was insane, and she twitched a few times from time to time, as if suffering from some kind of illness. What did you do to her? In the pine forest not far from the hut, a witch with a straw in her mouth waved her hand and closed the water curtain in front of her. She turned her head in dissatisfaction and asked the wizard behind her. My lord needs to get what's in her mind without any risk. If you make people into fools, don't you let everyone do it for nothing? How is it possible? The wizard, who was sitting at the table behind him, raised his head and replied dissatisfiedly, I haven't treated my wife that well. If you want me to say, she just has too much drama and too little brain. I hope so. The witch snorted coldly, waved her wand, and reopened the water curtain. I hope we don't hand over work in the Sahara Desert by this time next year. Do you think I want to? The wizard behind him trembled and wrapped his leather jacket tightly. You're talking like I'm those two clowns. HMPH. The witch shook her head, was silent for a moment, and then said suddenly, I will write to your wife to explain this matter. The wizard behind him raised his head and broke the quill in his hand. Crack. The visitor seemed to have accidentally stepped on a branch on the ground. He paced a few steps in the snow, laughing dryly. The wizard seemed to have never seen such a violent troublemaker, and they didn't know how to communicate for a while. It seems that you have never seen a stranger before. Aren't you just strangers? Nelson whimpered. This bird doesn't shit. Oh no, who else would come to a place where only bad shit? I suggest you walking to the southeast. There are a lot of capitalists sitting in their offices secretly brewing wine in the factory in Boston, and they can collect a lot of taxes. Well, let's come again next time. It seems that you really think of us as I know. Thieves don't leave empty space. Nelson interrupted impatiently and said, let me tell you for the last time, I'm now in the UK, and you will not be able to collect from me in the future. This is a tax for half a year last year. Get the money and get out. Immediately afterwards, the sound of tinkling steel coins came from outside the house, which seemed to be the sound of counting money. Jacinda let go of his hanging heart, and the last bit of strength was exhausted. Unexpectedly, this Nelson would use such a strange way resolved the crisis. Behind the hut, a wizard used a magic wand to control a pile of steel coins to bump into the sky like a circus show, making a crisp and pleasant sound, covering the conversation of the three people beside them in a low voice. Atmosphere. I need atmosphere. Nelson frowned and whispered to Johnny and Joseph. For a successful play, the arrangement of the stage is equally important. The snow has stopped, and the sun will come out when I enter the house. It's going to snow until dinner time at night, understand? I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning and everything will be white, preferably with fog, colorful, crystal-like white, you understand? Ah, here, Johnny nodded ignorantly. Colorful white, I understand, right. Master Wordning, Joseph asked, to what extent do you want to go? Her outrageous father cast a spell on her to silence her heart. Before his death, Jacunda Sykes was just a ridiculous puppet, Nelson said softly, but the key information for me to track down the incident is hidden on her. I need her to tell me all she knows, completely voluntarily. I understand. We will continue to find ways to consume her magic power. You don't need to worry about this. Nelson shook his head, took Jacunda's tattered package in the cage containing Niu, who was sleeping, from the wizard at the side, and turned to leave. Several wizards who co-starred stepped on the snow, and 3 rows of footprints of different shades were stepped on the snow, extending to the west. Honestly, Joseph said suddenly, I feel that Lord Wordning is just looking for fun. What do you know? Johnny glared at his partner contemptuously and said, no wonder you can only help people wash clothes in the center. Mr. Wordling's every move is as the penguin said, and there are sufficient reasons. With an expression of I feel like you're lying to me, but I have no proof on his face. Joseph stared blankly at Johnny. Have you seen the picture of Dr. Sykes? It was in the old newspaper sent by Penguin last week, Johnny said confidently. My lord ordered us to chase Jacunda, but we can't hurt her anyway. It's just to consume her spirit and magic power, so that he can take advantage of her when she is exhausted. The lord did not seduce her with a handsome and charming image of a hermit as we expected. Seduce? Oh no. Influence her. Johnny swallowed his mouth by mistake, glared fiercely at the subordinates who followed him, and continued. He instead adopted the image that should appear most a hunter who lives by hunting in the Great Lakes region. The old hunter. He even set himself a non-existent daughter. For Jacunda, who lost her parents since childhood, this kind of strong, generous, and savage man is the easiest to be trusted by her, and she will not worry that he will become a beast. Why? Because he has a daughter. Is that so? Look at the distorted face of the adult, how similar it is to Dr. Sykes, but if you look closely, you will find that it is fundamentally different. For Jacunda, if someone who is exactly the same as Dr. Sykes will be suspected, Johnny sneered, but a person who looks like a god can help her find the shadow of her father. If you ask me, within a week, she will call an adult dad. For her, a reliable, muggles, who can be easily subdued by magic, are the protection she needs most. You're right. Joseph nodded, then shook his head again, but I still think the adults are just having fun. You'd better go back to the center to wash your clothes. Damn it. Those sons of a bitch tax collectors. Bald-headed Nelson walked into the room cursing, closed the wooden door behind him forcefully, threw the package and cage on the sofa at the foot of the wall, walked to the fireplace, picked up the pipe that had fallen on the floor, knocked it hard on the fireplace, and said, I've moved as far north as I can. Why are they still chasing me like a pack of hyenas-smelling carrion? Is there anything else we can wring out of savages like us? Maybe they are going to take me, squeeze out some water like washing clothes? He looked around in the room, but found no sign of Jacunda, and went around wonderingly, only to see Jacunda's exposed clothes under the bed. Huh? Why did you go there? Beware of being bitten by a mouse. Speaking of mice, his tone became irritable again. These damn mice don't know how to live well every day, so they steal things to eat. What's the difference with those shameless guys? Jacunda slowly crawled out from under the bed. Her hair was disheveled, her face was covered with dust, and she was washed out of the valleys by tears, which made Nelson, a tough man, take a step back. She smiled and shook her head, saying, my amulet fell under the bed, so I wanted to come down and look for it. Yes, come down and look for it. You are afraid of those people, Nelson said with a smile, looking at Jacunda who suddenly clenched his wand. It seems that you are also scared by them, and you are scared to the bottom of the bed. They have come to you. Do you check your taxes at home? They are simply hooligans and bandits. Some people in the family have to collect poll tax. No one has to collect military service vacancy tax. You have to collect church tax if you don't drink alcohol, and you even have to be arrested for drinking. It's like this, Mr. Boat. It's this group of people who are going to arrest me and sell me, so I had to run to the mountains to hide. Jakunda let out a long sigh of relief, thought of an excuse he thought was perfect, and nodded, said, "Can you give me a hand? I'm getting bored." Nelson smiled happily and pulled her up. This is the result of fishing in troubled waters in the Muggle Studies class. If you really understand Muggle society, you will know how much the taxes that Nelson talked about outrageous. The real tax inspector would not be so submissive, not to mention that, although she was a little dark, it was also exposed to the sun, and American slave owners would not sell such slaves. "You stay here at ease." Nelson helped her to the bed, grabbed something from the table, and stuffed it into the pipe, lit it with the fire, put the pipe into his mouth, and took a deep breath. "Anyway, my daughter is not here. If only you woke up earlier. I have always wanted to raise her into a British lady." "Is it your daughter who saved me?" "Yes." Nelson exhaled a fine and straight column of smoke, and the smoke soon permeated the room. Jakunda smelled the smell of the smoke, which was different from any tobacco smell she had ever smelled. Peace of mind. Nelson doesn't smoke. The milky white smoke is just a mist in the world of the soul. Jakunda is slowly approaching him. "She was taken by a teacher from a Laoshizi school a few days ago. I'm gone. I never thought that a person like me who can't read a single word can raise a literate daughter." "School?" Jakunda asked with concern. "Aren't you afraid that she will be taken away by human traffickers?" "No way." Nelson frowned, thinking that Alvermorny school sounds quite formal, and that female professor also looks like a nice person. His expression became strange. He tapped his head hard and said, "Damn, I forgot what she and I said, but it sounds like that." "Alvermorny?" Jakunda raised her eyebrows. "This is actually the father of a witch, but after all, he is just a Muggle, kept in the dark, completely ignorant of the truth of the world." And she even suddenly thought of her father telling her about the method of making Muggles have magic powers. Although this kind of mercy was only short-lived, it also meant that her heart was loosened in less than an hour. "What? Do you know this place?" Nelson smiled and smoked his pipe, and the mist filled the cabin. "How does it compare to Harvard?" "It's a good place." Jakunda nodded, and Nelson's non-stop laughing when he mentioned his daughter reminded her of his father again. "Your daughter will be very successful." Chapter 398 The Vegetable Soup of Trust. "Is it?" Nelson smiled and sat back on the bench by the fireplace, stretching his legs to warm his snow-stained boots over the fire. He turned his head sideways, and the scenery of the lake and mountains outside the window was reflected in his eyes. His peaceful profile did not look like a vulgar hunter at all, but like a lonely poet. He sighed and said, "I hope she has a good future. As a father, I may not be able to help her." Jakunda looked at this sad, but hopeful side face. The way Nelson missed his daughter was very similar to the way his father looked at him in his memory. There was a faint morning song in her empty heart, echoing in this narrow space. But in the warm wooden house, it echoes over the vast Lake Ontario, and echoes in the pine forest stretching in the mountains beside the skyline. The sun slanted towards the window of the wooden house from the south, sprinkled on Jakunda's face, which was glowing red from the strong fire, and a vast pure white snowfield appeared in Jakunda's eyes like a flawless gem. The slightly cloudy brown eyes were washed away by this pure color, and even became a little crystal clear. Those traces of uninvited guests are just filth that can be easily brushed away by blizzard. At this moment, the vast snowfield is not stained with dust, and even a messy footprint can't be seen. Only the snow-covered ice is floating on the surface of the lake not far away. Gay, swelling and rippling on the water along the direction of the waves. Like leisurely sailboats, schools of fish came to the surface of the water while the snow stopped, or floated their heads, or looked for food, making the already sparkling Lake Ontario more colorful and more like a well-cut gemstone. Jakunda lowered her head to avoid the glare of the sun. She was silent for a moment, then raised her head and said, "Mr. Boat." Nelson ignored him and just stared at the lake in a daze. His thoughts had already drifted to the Albanian forest. Tom finally decided to take Credence and Adele there to complete the exercises they needed. Without the interference of magic, then the season on the other side should still be in late autumn, and the vast forest will not be covered by snow like the Great Lakes at the moment, and they should still appreciate the scenery of the crisp autumn and abundant fruit trees. Will a Ravenclaw come to sit in the hut from time to time, look at the tables and chairs made after Hogwarts, and wonder if the bacon he hung in the hut is still there, or whether he are the nuts hidden in the fireplace interlayer moldy? Maybe they were taken away by small animals like squirrels. Thinking of this, Nelson lowered his head and couldn't help laughing. But Jacunda on the side obviously misunderstood. She only thought that Nelson was recalling the little things between her and the non-existent daughter, as if she had made a big decision. She bit her lip and called out again, "Mr. Ship. Huh? What's the matter?" Nelson turned his head, scratched his head, and said with a smile, "Sorry, I was thinking about something else just now. Do you have any taboos? I'm going to get something to cook." "No." Jacunda shook his head, bit his lip again, and whispered, "If you need." But her too small voice was easily covered by the explosion of turpentine in the fireplace. Nelson stood up, patted his buttocks, as if he hadn't heard it, and sucked hard on the pipe, exhaling a fine column of smoke, mixed with a lost mist of pine fragrance filled the air, making the air in the room cloudy and dreamy. "By the way, you must keep an eye on this little bastard." Nelson walked to the sofa, picked up the closed cage of Zixiu and shook it, and said, "It's a little dishonest, always trying to take the spurs off my boots, just like those dragons in fairy tales who are only interested in shiny things. If you don't know how to pick skins, I can teach you. After all, people in the Lake District have to learn to handle their prey by themselves, but with all due respect, this little thing it's too small, and this kind of miscellaneous skin is not worth a few steel coins." The steel coin, whose value had just been measured by the steel coin, was awakened by Nelson's shaking, shivering in the corner of the cage, blinking a pair of mung bean-like eyes, and looking at the bear-like man in front of him, as if out of fear. He stretched out his claws, and covered his eyes, as if the strong man opposite would disappear. Nelson was amused by the action of the steel hammer. He turned around the cage, poked its upturned bud with his finger, and teased, "Little thing, come on and grow up, that chick is waiting for you." Zixiu let out a desperate squeak and tried hard to shrink its buttocks, trying to cover itself with itself, but the rations given to it by the penguin were really good. As a fat Zixiu, hiding in the cage one corner is already its limit. Nelson imitated a bear and gave a low growl at Zixiu. Before it uttered another whine, he smiled and threw it back on the sofa, turned and opened the door, and walked out of the room. "If you want to know about your daughter, I think I can help you." After Nelson's footsteps went away, Jacunda finally said the unfinished sentence. Only she knew how determined she was to violate the Secrecy Act and tell the secret of magic to this person, who had only known each other for a day. Man, I just don't know when she will have to wait until the next time she is willing to make such a determination. "Don't worry, gangbang." She leaned against the head of the bed, looked at the caged gangbang, and said softly, "I won't eat you, but you may have to stay in the cage for a while. We can't trouble Mr. Boat. Wait for him to come back later, and see if I can beg him to let you out." Sniffing as he nodded, a pair of small paws groped in the fur on the belly, and after a while, he took out a gleaming spur, showing off to his master triumphantly. "Okay." Jacunda rubbed his temples helplessly. "It seems that I don't need to ask him." There is no clock in the hunter's cabin, and Jacunda can only judge the time by the movement of the sun. Tired, Zixiu has fallen asleep, unable to respond to her calls, and the only sound left in the cabin is a sound of turpentine exploding. Accompanying her, this kind of anxious waiting made her lifelike years, even worse than sleeping on the cold ground while fleeing. The pure whiteness of the snowfield made double images appear in her eyes, and her thoughts began to wander uncontrollably. Mr. Boat did not fall into the lake, did he? It shouldn't be, he is so strong, like a boat. How could it be possible to drown when you fished yourself out of the lake? But drowning in the river is easy, he won't really. Jacunda's expression was crying and laughing. After experiencing extreme mental exhaustion, she couldn't even control her expression. Soon, when the blizzard came again, Nelson, who was dressed in white, finally pushed away the door of the wooden house door, stepped on the snow and walked in. The noise of the blizzard quickly woke up the dazed Jacunda. She looked up, and Nelson had already closed the wooden door. Before she could react, the room became quiet again. "What are you talking about?" Nelson took off his fur coat and hung it by the fireplace, threw a few balls covered in mud into the fire, and placed a string of fish skewered with pine branches on the wooden table, rolled up his sleeves, and started. He found a knife older than him in the iron box on the fireplace. He rubbed the knife on his sleeve, and said with a smile, "Do you miss home? Where is your home? When the snow stops I'll take you back." "It's nothing, Mr. Boat." Jakunda shook his head, squeezed out a smile and said sadly, "I don't have a home anymore." Huh. Nelson widened his eyes, and pressed the knife hard on the table. The tip of the knife was inserted straight into the thick wood. Jakunda finally understood how this scarred table came about. I only heard Nelson yelling, "Is it because of those goddamn tax collectors? Even vulgar hunters like us know that hunting can't finish a litter, and the animals have to have a chance to have cubs in the next spring. Why do they always what about the set of killing everything?" "No, Mr. Ship," said Jakunda in a low voice, "it's a disaster." "Disaster? They are indeed a disaster." Nelson seemed to be sure that the perpetrators who persecuted Jakunda were those people, and they were still cursing. Seeing this, Jakunda didn't explain anything. Nelson pulled out the knife and said in a rough voice. He said gruffly, "It's okay, you can just treat this place as a home and stay here. I used to be an old widower who took care of my children. It's not too much to have one more of you. When spring comes, I'll send you to the city to find a job." Jakunda smiled and nodded. After many years, she finally found the warmth of home in a completely strange place. "Do you know how to eat fish?" Nelson began to skillfully scrape the scales of the fish, and then smiled self-deprecatingly. "You can't help it if you don't eat it, and we can't pick and choose in this condition. If you can still move, go to add a bowl of water to the pot on the stove, and turn over the potatoes in the fire. I like fish best, Mr. Boat." Hearing Nelson's blunt tone, as if trying to push her daughter, Jakunda actually felt a little warm and enjoyable. After recovering some energy and strength, she lifted the blanket and stepped barefoot on the not-so-cold wooden floor, ready to get off the bed to do things. "There are my daughter's boots in the bedside cabinet. I bought her a big one. I feel that you should wear them just right," Nelson said without raising his head. He had already started chopping fish heads. "The wooden floor may have burrs. Don't get hurt. You know the level of doctors here. You don't even know how long people will sleep." Jakunda opened the cabinet obediently, took out a pair of small felt-lined leather boots, and put her feet in. The right foot was just right, and the left foot was a little loose, but it was still warm. "Jump to the fireplace." "Slow down, girl." Nelson's voice came over the sound of knives hitting planks. "You'll jump if you've got legs." "Oh." Jakunda slowed down, found a broken bowl with a missing hole from the cupboard, scooped a bowl of water from the wooden barrel in the corner, lifted the lid of the pot, and heard the sound of bubbling and hot steam, and the aroma of vegetables made Jakunda swallow her saliva. It has been a long time since she had a hot meal. There is still a lot of bacon in the pot. You can imagine the deliciousness of this pot of soup. The huge bubbles exploded in the process of becoming bigger, and a drop of hot soup splashed on the tip of her nose. Instead of feeling pain, she became more hungry, and her stomach groaned uncontrollably. "Stand up. Don't worry." Nelson's voice came again. "The doctor said that you can't eat immediately after waking up from a coma. Although he may be a quack doctor, he is at least better than us, isn't he?" Jakunda poured water into the pot, swallowed and covered the pot. "Turn those potatoes over and see if the backs are burned," Nelson ordered. "Use the iron spit I used to pound firewood." Jakunda found the clods and turned them over. The smell of roasted potatoes hit her appetite again. She turned around and said, "It's ready, Mr. Boat." "Oh." Nelson moved the cut fish fillets to the plate, and the sashimi with ice shards was piled up into a crystal clear iceberg. He carried the plate and walked to the fireplace, lifted the lid of the pot, and put the fish fillets, poured it in, and said, "I can eat it when I finish smoking this tube." After all, he took out his pipe, and the room became cloudy again. "So this little thing is not a ferret." A steaming pot of half vegetable and half soup dinner was simply placed on the wooden table. Jakunda volunteered to take over the job of peeling potatoes. Mashed potatoes with some salt. Nelson threw the wooden spoon in front of Jakunda and raised the cage to observe curiously. Jakunda picked up the wooden spoon, served Nelson a bowl of soup first, and explained, "Yes, it's called a steel forge, and it's a sniff. Zixiu? Is it some kind of mole?" In this way, the feeling of the ferret is not left at all, and it feels more like a mole. Nelson turned the cage with great interest and said, "Chunksiu, little thing, open your mouth. Let me see your teeth." Zixiu blinked his eyes, looked at his master, saw Jacunda nodded, and opened his mouth reluctantly. "Oh, a very delicate little guy. This pair of teeth can't move bones." "It's my pet," said Jacunda, pouring another bowl of soup for herself, putting her arms on the table, and staring at Nelson eagerly. "It's good at digging holes, and likes to collect shiny things." "That's it." Nelson thought for a moment, opened the cage, and let Zixiu out. "Since it's a pet, let it run around the house." "Huh? Why don't you eat? Aren't you hungry? You eat first." It's strange, and she has pets. It looks like she is a lady from a rich family. Nelson teasingly poured the vegetable soup on the mashed potatoes, mixed it, put a spoonful into his mouth, and looked at Kyo-kun, who started to gobble it up. "Dap," said with a smile, "eat slowly, no one will compete with you." Jacunda's mouth was filled with hot mashed potatoes, and he swallowed it with great effort. "It's instinct to look for shiny things. I'm afraid it will mess up your house." "Sparkling things? Isn't it steel?" "Don't worry, I don't even have a big son." Nelson pushed the soup pot towards Jacunda and sighed. "I didn't expect there to be animals that hunters don't know. The world is really big. This is a magical animal." Jacunda blurted out, and she quickly realized that she had slipped up and covered her mouth. "Is it hot?" Nelson handed her a wooden cup and continued to sigh. "It's really amazing." Jacunda was heartbroken. This Muggle might be the only person in the world who treats him well, so what's wrong with telling him? Is that shit secrecy act worth this meal and these warm boots? She put down the spoon, looked at Nelson, and said seriously, "Fantastic animals are not only because they are magical, but also because they are fundamentally different from ordinary animals. Our family has been raising magical animals for a living before. If you are interested, I will introduce you one by one. To tell you the truth, your daughter is an Alvermorny. Alvermorny school should also receive relevant education. Is that so?" Nelson said with joy. "That would be great, but let's eat before that. By the way, I haven't had time to ask your name yet." "Jacunda," said Jacunda, smiling. "Mr. Boat, my name is Jacunda Sykes." She and Nelson looked at each other and smiled. The smiles of a person with a secret and a person with a ulterior motive intersected in the air, which seemed extremely warm. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, The Witch's Confession. Cluck, Horned Camel Beast. In the early morning, when the first rays of sunlight shone into the hut, Jacunda woke up murmuring in her sleep. She put on a thin unlined garment and tiptoed to Nelson, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa. He fell asleep with his clothes on and covered his body with an old blanket that had mostly slipped off. His elephant-like snoring made the wooden house tremble uncontrollably. The strange thing was that despite his harsh snoring, Jacunda slept peacefully. The last time she fell asleep like this was when she was at Hogwarts. One night she slipped into the kitchen to find something to eat and fell asleep lying on the small wooden table in the kitchen without knowing it. Mr. Chuan is really a reliable and good man. Jacunda squatted in front of the sofa, holding his face with both hands, staring at Nelson's unshaven chin. Nelson was still smoking the pipe before going to bed. Jacunda gently took off the pipe and carefully placed it on the table. The steel coin was lying on Nelson's face, sleeping on all fours, a huge snot bubble dangling on its face, reflecting Jacunda's recovered face. She looked at the reflection, perhaps because the vegetable soup last night was too healthy. Her wheat-colored skin regained its luster, and the youthful color of a girl returned to her face. Smiling softly, he picked up a piece of broken pine wood scattered on the floor and turned it into a crude comb with the little magic power he had just recovered. "Take care of your appearance." It snowed all night in the lake area, and the rising sun sprinkled warmth on the snow. Outside the window, there was a line of small footprints like plum blossoms. I don't know what cute creatures visited here at night. After a good night's sleep, Jacunda no longer finds the snow dazzling. Instead, she wants to rush into the snowdrifts and roll around wantonly. Mr. Chuan, it will be very cold when washing clothes. She just thought about it, then quickly dismissed the idea, grabbed the roots of her hair, and vigorously smoothed the intertwined hair. The waist-length long hair spread out on the ground like a waterfall, and the single clothes slipped from her shoulders, exposing Jacinda's close-fitting waistcoat and slender arms. The girl's healthy skin is shining with crystal colors, like a cocoa fruit that has been peeled off, radiant. Zixiu turned over, the snot bubble burst in response, and Nelson's snoring stopped abruptly. He opened his eyes in a daze, rubbed his sore neck, opened his eyes, and saw Kaioken holding a comb down. He was startled, and turned somersaults onto the back of the sofa. Jacinda froze for a moment, then covered his mouth and giggled. Why don't you go to bed early in the morning? After a while, Nelson climbed up on the back of the sofa with his waist supported. He gave Jacinda an annoyed look. He seemed to be still asleep and yawned. Said, go and boil a pot of water for me, I'm thirsty to death this night. Suddenly, as if he had just realized it, he rubbed his eyes, looked at Jacinda, and said hastily, damn, I thought my daughter was still here. Wait a moment, I'll boil a pot of water, and get some maple leaves, sugar and tea for you. Let me go. Jacinda stood up abruptly and said briskly, just treat me as your daughter. You can pull it off. Raising a daughter is enough of a headache. Nelson said angrily. The two looked at each other and quickly laughed. By the way, where did you get the comb? I don't know. I just found it casually. Jacinda picked up the hem of her skirt, ran to the fireplace, picked up the firewood next to her, and was about to add it to the stove, where the embers were still warm. Hey, what are you doing, little girl? Nelson said, holding his forehead. You'll put out the sparks in the stove. First use the hay next to it to light the fire, then pick some thin dry wood with pine seeds to stir the fire, and finally burn it down. Less hay. Do you want to choke yourself? Under Nelson's step-by-step guidance, Jacinda managed to light the fire, although she was clumsy. Although she was blackened by the smoke and her eyes were full of tears, she sat in front of the fire contentedly. When she saw Nelson for the first time, the stool he was sitting on was warmed by the fire, and she felt warm in her heart. Compared with the blazing flames, the experience of starting the fire made her feel more satisfied. That's right, it's at the level of my daughter's 3.5 years old. Nelson yawned, picked up Zixiu, who had rolled under the sofa, put on his shoes, grabbed the coat hanging by the fireplace, and put it on his body. Let's boil some water and wash your face first. It's as black as your snow. Nixiu. Mr. Boat, I thought hunters would go out to work before dawn. Jacinda warmed up to the fire, looked at Nelson's back, and joked, I didn't expect hunters to be much more comfortable than I thought. At this point, the slaves in those factories in the south are not working. Why should I start? Nelson rolled his eyes and put on his gloves. Didn't it say that the early bird catches the worm? Jacinda asked curiously, shouldn't the hunters be out at such a time to catch all the prey? That's a good idea. Nelson put on his wool cap, mocking in a rough voice. Do you think the worms know this? Miss, you are talking about the kind of Indians who are waving their long hair and chase them from morning to night. It is the 20th century now, and we already have many convenient traps. Nelson had already opened the door and walked out. The wooden door he turned back with a creak, and his boots made the same sound when they stepped on the snow. His voice came faintly from outside the door. There are towels at the end of the bed. You can make do with it. Jacinda nodded silently, brought the kettle, and filled it with a small bowl. When the lid of the pot began to hit the body of the pot with a bang 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 bang, and made a sharp sound of steam, Jacinda was sitting on the sofa wearing steam, holding the smell to his eyes, and stroking its belly. After a while, an old gold coin fell out of the belly, bounced on the floor, and rolled under the bed. Squeak. Gangbang covered his face with his small paws, and tried to hide himself with classic skills. But Jacinda didn't blame it as usual, but hugged Zixiu tightly, buried his face in its warm fur, and said softly, Gangbi, do you think Mr. Chuan is a bad guy? Squeak. He's a hunter. And I'm a pornifla. You really think he's a good man, right? Jacinda said selfishly, my sister always told me that magical animals are dangerous, muggles are dangerous, and uneducated vulgar people are dangerous. But I still have you by my side, and Mr. Boat also saved me. You are much better than many dog-like guys I have seen. I feel that Mr. Boat is like my father. Do you still remember Dad? Is it a steel coin? Squeak. Zixiu scratched his head and hugged his master's hair tightly with his claws. He's a Muggle and a vulgar fellow as my sister said, but he's the nicest man I've ever met. Oh, second only to Papa, Jakunda muttered blankly, but I don't even know where my daughter has gone, just like I don't know who killed my father. My sister treats me like a child and doesn't want to tell me anything. She is always so self-righteous, but the result is not fleeing to the same place as me. Squeak. He asked me to open my mouth to show him his teeth, and the snoring was so loud. I don't even know how to repay him, Jakunda said, putting the Niffler on his lap, and sat staring blankly at the fire. The gratitude of wizards will only bring death to Muggles. I dare not tell him that according to American tradition, someone will soon erase his memory of his beloved daughter, not to mention that I can't protect myself. What should I do? Gangs hang. Zixiu didn't cry, just lay quietly in Jakunda's arms. You mean, if only he was a wizard? Jakunda's eyes gradually brightened, and he murmured, how do you know that Dad left me this gift? But it was from my father, the secret. I can't reveal it. But my father told me, probably because he wants me to be a happy person. Will it make me happy? Steal. Can you tell me? Squeak. Gangs, he pointed at his own face. His expression was more bewildered than that of Jakunda, and he shouted vigorously, I didn't say anything. I really didn't say anything. You're right, gangbang, said Jakunda. My sister doesn't recognize my father. I'm the eldest daughter of the Sykes family, and the right to make decisions about these magics belongs to me. But I still don't know, can it? Should it be? Although Jakunda is an adult witch, under her father's concealment and her sister's bottomless protection, her mind is not much more mature than the little wizard's. Picking a lucky classmate on Hogwarts campus to distribute the winged demon as a gift without any burden, and feeling sad for a Muggle who met by chance, she has a simple and unique set of judgments on good or bad according to the standard. Such a person is the most difficult to communicate with, but in the short day and night with Nelson, her thoughts have changed a lot. Crunch, the door opened, and Nelson walked in carrying a small wooden basket that was somewhat miniature compared to his size, and there was a pink bow tied with a ribbon on the wooden basket. He walked to the fireplace, took out a small earthenware pot, an old paper bag, and a small bottle that was frozen over. He lifted the lid of the kettle to take a look, filled another bowl of cold water, and turned his head to look at the water. To Jakunda, said, I brought some maple syrup, tea leaves, and a bottle of milk. Later, you can drink it directly or make tea. It tastes good. Mr. Boat, don't you want a drink? Oh, I bought this for the little girl. She has never been willing to drink it. Fortunately, this year's ice season is short, and it can be frozen, but it will be broken if you keep it in it. You can drink it. Don't the ladies in England like to drink milk tea? Nelson shrugged. I can't drink that stuff. What do you mean? Intolerance to toffee? Looking at Nelson's clumsy performance, Jakunda lowered his head and hummed lightly, without making a sound. When there are no green vegetables, drinking tea is a good choice. Not long after, the baby bottles thawed. Nelson put them on the wooden table and pushed them in front of Jakunda. He cheerfully squeezed some crushed tea leaves and threw them away into the bowl, poured a bowl full of boiling water, and said, otherwise it will be boring. Kyokunda watched him silently make milk tea for herself with clumsy methods, felt sore, unable to speak, held back for a long time, and finally said, what do we have for lunch? You little girl, you want lunch in the morning. What are you doing at noon? Do you want dinner? Nelson poured all the ingredients into the vacated kettle, shook it, carried it to the fireplace with the milk bottle, and licked the bottle cap furtively. But she was still seen by the keen Jakunda. Not only was her heart sour, but her eyes became astringent. After doing all this, Nelson continued, broth, vegetables have pumpkins. I heard that tropical places pumpkins are used to feed the livestock. I hope you don't dislike them. They are quite rare here. From this day on, Jakunda's body slowly recovered and became fuller, and Nelson's hunting trip pulling the sled alone also included her, and Nixiu in her arms. It was not busy, but it also greatly relieved the loneliness of Nelson, an old hunter, and the continuous heavy snow also cast a layer of fairy tale color on their figures. Every time she meets an animal, she will introduce Nelson to similar magical animals. According to her current violation of the Secrecy Act, she can be sentenced to at least 15 years in Azkaban, but Jacunda has ignored it. Yes, on the contrary, I'm happy with it. Nelson became more and more rude, and Jacunda also learned to talk back. They became more and more like a real father and daughter, and Jacunda gradually looked at Nelson with more attachment, but Nelson was under her playful appearance. She became more and more aware of the hollow heart shaped into a doll by Dr. Sykes. If not, how could the figure of the old hunter invade her world so quickly? Finally, one afternoon a few days later, Nelson cut open the ice cover on the lake, put down his fishing rod, and lay down on the wicker chair carried by Jacunda to take a nap. Jacunda found a frozen rabbit by the lake. She rushed over and hugged the rabbit. Although her face was flushed from the cold and her body was wet from the snow, she happily ran to Nelson holding the rabbit. Mr. Ship, look what I caught. Ah. Nelson raised his eyelids and glanced, and sighed in his heart. In fact, his hostility towards Jacunda from the beginning to the end was only on the winged demon. The joy of being revenged, and at the same time a trace of pity in life. Jacunda was regarded by Dr. Sykes as a tool to revive his wife, by his sister as a troublesome burden, and by Dumbledore and Aberforth as Hogwarts' troubles. At this moment, he was fooled by himself again. Nelson's revenge trip was as soft and powerless as punching cotton. Jacunda was originally an empty person without self, and he worked hard the acting skills that Coustole from Grindelwald are like winking to a blind man. So what sense of accomplishment can there be with her? He looked away from the rabbit and Jacunda, who was no different from that rabbit, and said flatly, "Your dinner can be changed." Jacunda stood there for a long time. When Nelson was biting a fish, she hugged the rabbit and walked towards Nelson silently, watching him pull the rod to take up the line, and sat cross-legged on the snow beside him. Breaking free from her arms, Sahun ran onto the ice. "What's the matter?" Nelson saw the grey rabbit jumping out of the corner of his eye and asked, "You have to lift your ears." Jacunda didn't speak, and when Nelson put the fish in the basket, she said softly, "Mr. Ship, do you believe in magic?" "What?" Nelson shook his head in resistance. "A bishop came here before. Seeing that we only have adults here, he gave up the plan to set up a diocese. It's not them." Jacunda suddenly turned her body and leaned on Nelson's shoulder. She took out the magic wand that hadn't been moved for a long time from her bosom, raised it with trembling hands, and pointed it at the ice. He muttered softly, "The rabbit is flying." Under Nelson's terrified eyes like a real muggle, the dusty rabbit that was slipping on the ice swished like a grey lightning bolt and flew into Jacunda's hand. The rabbit, whose ears were caught, kept flapping its thighs, trying to break free. "This is magic, Mr. Ship." Jacunda put his arms around Nelson's trembling arm and put his weight on it, biting his lip, as if afraid that he would run away. "I'm a witch, and your daughter same witch." Chapter 400 Off-Campus Tutoring. Start running. In the primeval forest of Albania, when the first ray of sunlight in the morning has not yet emerged from the mountain, Credence's call has already completed the morning call to the forest instead, and the forest bird standing in the canopy of the tree are caught. He was awakened by the cry, flapped his wings in dissatisfaction, and flew away with a quack. From a distance, it looked like a threatening predator came from the forest. "I'm running." Adele's voice floated indistinctly from the woods behind him. "Aren't we wizards? We poke and explode obscurities." Credence retorted, "If you don't want to bang your two brothers to death while eating a feast in harmony one night, run, stand up. I'm not going to explode. It doesn't matter what you say. If you want to control the monster in your body, you must at least have a strong body like me." Credence released his vitality like a summer camp instructor. "Silence from the most desperate of wizards. Birth from the bottom of your heart. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are things we are born to be afraid of. Just imagine, if you are exhausted and groggy every day, how can you raise your spirits to fight against the malice that keeps chanting in your mind?" "I didn't." Adele rolled her mouth to one side, her face full of reluctance, but she still groaned behind Credence, saying intermittently, "I walk around like an aura every day, running around the castle, Didn't you agree to use the weekend to rest? Avoiding the foul air of Hogwarts, isn't running in this refreshing forest a rest? Credence said without looking back. He couldn't help giving himself a thumbs up in his heart. Impeccable explanation. His face turned away from Adele has already twisted. In fact, he is the one who is exhausted and groggy every day, and even at this time he has secretly added magic power to his legs. But Adele can still. He was extremely shocked by insisting on running, and Credence couldn't help but turned around and asked, "You don't know how to use magic secretly, do you?" "I'm not you, Mr. Barburn." Credence turned his head in embarrassment. The sunlight slanting towards his eyes was just blocked by the rocky mountain inserted in the forest. He wiped the sweat from his brow and ran towards the cabin in the woods. Tom, who got up early, leaned against the fence next to the hut indifferently, with 2 glasses of still steaming warm water on the wooden stake beside him. He held Adele's cloak in one hand and held up the other hand. Holding the magic wand, the red thread controlled by magic made all kinds of dazzling knots in the air and quickly shuttled between the gaps in the cloak. From time to time, one small silver ball after another appeared in his palm like a magic trick. It quickly disappeared into the blind spot of vision. "Mr. Barburn." Tom smiled as he looked at Credence, who could hear the panting voice 500 meters away, but kept his face straight when he saw him and pretended to have strength. Said, "Actually, in terms of strong physique, the wizard who has the most say in history should be Nah." "What did you say?" Credence staggered to Tom's side, reaching out to get water, but Tom blocked it with his wand, so he turned his head and shouted angrily at Adele, "Hold on, it's coming soon. Mr. Barburn, you can't drink water immediately after strenuous exercise." Tom shrugged, picked up a water glass, and wiped the rim with his hands. A budding camellia appeared in the water glass, and he handed the water glass to Credence, said, "You can drink when this flower blooms." "Who did you just say has the most right to speak?" "I didn't hear clearly." Credence held the water glass with both hands. He knew what Tom said was right, so he kept staring at the flower bud and said, I consulted a doctor I know before practicing medicine. He was the first generation of professional Quidditch players, so he should be quite authoritative." "Then you shouldn't have been beaten by Nah." 2 small silver balls appeared in Tom's hand again. He tossed one up and threw the other one when it fell. The 2 small balls collided in the air, surrounded above the palm like 2 mutually attracting double stars. You may not know that his clothes weigh dozens of pounds. Many years ago, Nah began to use speed to avoid the spell. Then you are here? Oh, he's always wanted to give Adele a dress that can protect herself from an adult wizard, Tom said with a jerk of his hand, grabbing the 2 small silver balls that were spinning around, shrinking them down to resemble the neckline of the cloak is studded like pearls. "But you know, he has a lot of things recently. It just so happens that I have a little research on tailoring, so I took this job." Tom lifted the cloak with both hands and looked it over, nodded with satisfaction, and threw it on the fence. With a bang, an unsecured tree stump swayed slightly. Hiss. Credence believed Tom's words a little bit. He shook his head and said, "How heavy is this?" "There'll be a levitation charm on it," said Tom. "I don't want her to be 15 short like Nah." Just in the middle of the conversation between the two, Adele ran out from the direction Credence came from. Her movements were standard and her breathing was even. Except for a small red face and profuse sweat, she was basically invisible. "What's wrong with coming out?" She didn't immediately run to Tom to ask for water like Credence did. Instead, she slowed down and walked slowly around the open space in front of the hut, looking very experienced. "That's what I want to say," Tom shrugged, pointing to the water glass in Credence's hand. "The flowers are blooming, Mr. Barburn. Adele was just a freshman when she met us. She is getting more and more pitiful, but Nah has been urging her to exercise before the start of school. This kind of simple back and forth running is nothing to her. You see, she is still wearing little leather boots." "Then why do you still agree with my suggestion to take Adele for a run? It's never bad for children to exercise more, not to mention it's good for you too," Tom said with a smile. "And don't you think it's interesting to watch Nah run around the castle with his little follower every morning? It seems that Nelson's face has been lost by me." "How is that possible?" Tom patted Credence's shoulder with a smile. When you translated Odin's eight-legged steed into Odin's eight legs rode each a big horse, Na's face was already gone. Adele had already walked slowly around the open space. She was standing behind Credence, panting evenly with her hands on her knees. She raised her head and made a face at Credence, who turned around, straightened up and walked towards the hut. "The soap's in the little box behind the door," said Tom sweetly. "I know, he always puts these things there." Adele walked into the room without looking back. "It's kind of weird, isn't it?" Tom turned to look at Credence and took a sip from another glass of water on the stake. This glass of water was not for Adele, as Credence thought. Prepared. Why do wizards run? After all, where muggles can only walk for days and nights on their feet, we can get there with a single apparition, or even ride a broom, if it's not good. But Na values these things very much. In his opinion, using the iron armor curse to block evil spells is an extremely stupid behavior. If you can find cover, you will never dodge, and if you can dodge, you will never defend. Under this trade-off, his magic power is more than that of his opponent. "I don't understand." Credence crushed the camellia with his hands, sprinkled the dregs into the water, and took a gulp. "After all, it's very difficult for magic to harm me. Then I have to tell you a fable that Nelson shared with me when I was a child. It is about a group of wizards who master some kind of defensive magic called iron block, similar to the iron armor charm, because they are too superstitious about their own defenses. The story of being beaten by various people because of force. Why does it feel weird? This is a genuine magical fable recorded in the Tales of Bard Beedall." Tom coaxed Credence, who had never read the book, straightened his expression, and said seriously, "Let's get down to business. Na sent a letter on Thursday, and he has some thoughts about Adele's situation. Judge." After that, he took out a crooked, water-stained, and ink-stained straw paper from his arms, and handed it to Credence. "This is written by him lying on his stomach in the snow in his animagus form. It may be a bit illegible, so you'll just have to read it. It's better than my handwriting." Credence raised his forehead. "Na has been able to perceive the misty illusion I told you before, since he was a child, and he has used the mist that fills it as his own. This unique mist has the ability to dissolve memories and communicate with souls. In the past few years, with the research as he went deeper, he gradually developed some special usages." Credence made a gesture of all ears. "The fog of Lost has no effect on people with strong will, but it has an outstanding effect on some special individuals with magic power, and it has obvious restraint relationship," Tom said with a frown. "In order to prevent Na's ability from leaking, I can only tell you in general terms that any uncontrolled magic driven by strong or single emotions, he can deal with it very well, including the obscure. I believe you have also seen the scene where he confronted Kalian. His magic power mixed with the mist can dissolve the huge black magic power of the obscure like melting snow, and transform them into pure magic, but the obscure just can't control them." Tom went on. "At Second Salem, many of the victims, including Adele, had actually transformed into mature silences in their bodies, and this process of force feeding to create pain was more like insanity with the birth of the monster. Na definitely shattered Moran, who already had a body, but the huge magic power still remained in Adele's body. It will breed again." Credence's eyes showed hatred. "It won't stop, as long as it entangles the wizard. Even if it is blown to pieces, it will recover from any evil thoughts, and continue corrode the spirit and body of the parasite. That's the problem," Tom said. "We check on Adele every day. Even at Hogwarts, no one will be happy all the time, but there is something in her that is silent." The huge magic power just fell into dead silence, as if she fell asleep. Except for blocking her magic, it didn't exert any influence on her. It's just dormant. This involves the next special situation. Tom raised his arm. A pure white ball was thrown into the air by him, and then fell slowly. "A lot of people died in the Second Salem. They are embracing death. I met with Na before, and took away all the blackness in the hearts of Na and the survivors. Like purification, the silent thoughts in Adele's body were erased. My wording may be a little inappropriate, but this is roughly the case. So Na believes that the silence in Adele's body should have undergone some kind of restoration. Her painful memory was artificially isolated from herself in a subtle way, which can memories, but it's like watching from the sidelines, and the silent, manic, and chaotic thoughts also disappeared. It's impossible. Credence kept shaking his head. It's not realistic at all. How could you use a knife on a bomb? No matter how delicate the technique is, it's impossible. We are facing a very special situation, Credence. On the way to cross the river by feeling the stones, Na's suggestion is that it can be used. Tom took out another booklet. This is Na's previous booklet. You can use the envisaged course of treatment as a reference. The practice place is on the back of the mountain, where Nagini learned the reverse animagus. I understand. Credence opened the booklet anxiously, his expression becoming increasingly disbelieving. I'm ready. Adele opened the door of the hut and ran out bouncingly. She had cleaned up, finished the breakfast Tom left on the tea table, combed her ponytail neatly, held her wand, and was ready to go. Credence. Tom didn't say much, just patted Credence's shoulder hard. I will cherish her more than I cherish myself. Soon, the two walked side by side to the venue Tom had prepared for them. Wait, Adele. Tom stared at Adele's back. The ponytail was flicking around, and the ornaments on the headband were very conspicuous. Tom gradually frowned, and walked to Adele, who stayed where he was with a stern face. Beside her, grabbing her ponytail, knotted with an acorn. The acorn that Dumbledore brought to Tom and Nelson when they found Christian, who might become the obscure in the orphanage in West City in the first grade, could effectively curb the obscurity's magical runaway. Looking at this familiar magic item, Tom asked in a deep voice, Adele, who gave you this? This is a gift from Professor McGonagall. What's the matter? Isn't it pretty? Tom pondered for a moment, then tapped lightly on the acorn with his wand. A stream of black light flashed. He patted Adele on the back and said, it's very pretty. Remember to wear a brown one next time. Wear it with a dress. Oh. Adele nodded in confusion and bounced away. When the two disappeared into the depths of the forest, Tom sighed and looked in the opposite direction. He waved his wand, and the figure disappeared, and the next second appeared in front of the hollow stump, where Ravenclaw's crown was stored. Roina didn't appear immediately. Tom simply reached out and held the crown. When he put the crown on top of his head, the scenery in his eyes changed instantly. The familiar Ravenclaw tower, the familiar back. Roina slowly turned his head, stared at the nondescript princess-like decoration on Tom's head, and said, you finally lost your desire for knowledge? If so, then take it. Salazar Slytherin greets you with this memory of, Tom said apologetically, raising his wand and performing a 1,000-year wizarding salute. But before reminiscing about the past, I might ask you to back to the roots for a while. I have some personal questions that I would like to seek answers from Ravenclaw law. After all, he straightened the crown, and when the gemstone in the center was aligned with the center of the brow, a dazzling blue light burst out of Tom's eyes, while Roy's eyes, who stood opposite him, became hollow. In the depths of the forest, a woman whose appearance was very different from Roy's got up slowly from the rattan hammock and yawned. She was wearing a long green dress. After meeting Nelson and Tom, Roy seems to be wrenching from Ravenclaw's memory. The light in Tom's eyes gradually faded, and he knew that the woman standing opposite was only Ravenclaw's concrete knowledge now. I heard you have a question you want to ask me. Ravenclaw's tone was as cold as metal, without any emotion. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.